Oh, the fundamental is there.
Levi, you let us know when the thing starts.
Surely, I think all the participants can have also the Zogst. Especially have my title Fette Mendel tuning in from down under. How are you, title Fette? Stark Verbrachtnachten. Für die Nephews Jahrzeit mit Shvat. Rabbi Friedman in the house. I'm assuming Rabbi Krinsky is not too far.
In L'chaim, while we're waiting for the YouTube, as it says, 70, 80 people are here from Vatel Zayin Kintera. So I'll just say L'chaim, a quick hachona to the Farbrengen that Rabbi Ruby will start in a minute. So in the Sichen Tafshin says, in the Sichen Tafshin Chof, but the Rebbe says, he quotes the Rebbe, the Friedrich Rebbe's letter that he sent, I think, in Tafresh Pei Aleph. Whoever's in charge should probably mute everyone. So the Rebbe says over there that he quotes the Friedrich Rebbe's letter where he wrote to the Chassidim, I think it was Tafresh Pei Aleph, a year after the Yom Stalkus of the Rebbe Rashab, and he writes over there the famous letter that the Friedrich Rebbe writes in the Hoch and Kulchem. That's it's too great. You have to prepare for the upcoming Yom Ha'ilula. And the Rebbe says in the Farbrengen, he's medayik in every word of those three words, Imdu, Hoch, and Kulchem. And just say the word that the Rebbe says on Imdu. Was prat Imdu, Hoch, and Kulchem? That's chavek zet stellen. You have to stand. What says stand? So the Rebbe teaches that you have to push it, stop, stand in one place. I don't know if he says the word one place, but he says you have to stop everything you're doing and stand still and absorb. And before you can make a achona, before you can do anything, before hochen kulchem, you have to have imdu. You have to push it, stand still, and stop everything you're doing. As al derech, like it says in the parsha today, mishchu kchu. And the Rabbi, the Chassidus, the Maimorim, it's explained in the Siches. You have to remove yourself, you have to withdraw, and then you can take the Korban Pesach. You can't be in both. You can. That's imdu. Stop for a minute, and think what the day is. What kind of day it is, and what in that case what kind of day is coming. But here we are already on the day. There's not much time to stop and to pause and to think. And I have to get right into it, and there's other, but at least for a moment, a quick moment, imdu dav zayin, you have to push it, stop for a second, and stay still, and push it, absorb for a moment what that there's a day here, there's something coming, there's something here. So l'chaim, there's also the imdus at Mishanagitam Mistama, we did that already. The Meilu daf zich gleich schein zugreiten, we can't prepare much anymore because we're already in the Seif HaYom. But the Farbrengen Shvat Tafshin Yudalef was also after the day was over. So Melo, here we are in the moments that Farbrengen went on. I think it started about 9:30. So L'chaim, everyone. There's L'chaim, and it's a Farbrengen. There's not enough formal official program like every other program. This goes straight into the Farbrengen. So l'chaim, l'chaim, everyone. Rabbi Nu, take it away. Is he here? Did he get off? Ruby. Waiting for you, Ruby. What's happening? All right, I'll continue saying another, just a quick thing that says the Rebbe always, it's the pasuk in Megillah Esther, that the Yom Meil and Skorim Benasim, the Rebbe always said in the Farbrengens, what's Shvat the Yom Meil and Skorim Benasim? Oh, he's muted. Rabbi Nu is muted. Someone has to unmute him. Host. Rabbi Host, please unmute Rabbi Nu.
All right, say that.
Okay, go. No, I'll do it later. Go.
I'm just going to pick up where you on the Imdu theme. So, with eingeführt by Shabbos between Mincha and Ma'ariv, when we have guests, I ask them to share a word. So one of the guests shared the following. He said, it says by Arbe, by the mark of Arbe, it says, Vayonach b'chel gvul Mitzrayim, kovid me'ed, lefonov le'hoya, Arbe k'mei v'achrav le'yikeh. Says the Balaturim points out that the word Vayonach, which is unique, the market, the only market says Vayonach is by Arbe. The Balaturim says you also find the word Vayonach b'yom Hashvi'i. Says the Balaturim that tells us that the Arbe stopped on Shabbos. He said that he heard the word, and I don't remember in whose name it was, but he said the Zustel of the Vayonach of the Arbe in Shabbos is like this. The Arbe is the only market that it says Lefon of Lehoya came and Achrov. He said a word like this that Yomim Tovim Yimei Segula, because they're not so often, are memorable. And we can look back at them and say there was never a Yom Tov like that. Shabbos, because it's a weekly event, has the tendency to sometimes get lost in the mix, Nocha Shabbos, Nocha Shabbos, Nocha Shabbos. But we have to, the way we have to experience Shabbos, that every Shabbos is Kivei Bracha La'atzma, and see every Shabbos that Azamin Shabbos Akim was given, Lefonav Lehoyu Kain, and Azamin Shabbos Achor Lehiyu Kain. Every Shabbos is Kivei Bracha La'atzma. So as he was saying that, I was thinking, the Rebbe very often would speak about Kol Yema V'Yema of Davidite, let alone Shabbos. That every Shabbos Farbrengen was a ganze Gestalt. Every Shabbos had a whole flavor and a whole theme, and every Shabbos was a Gewalt that the Rebbe Farbrengt. But the reality is that it's hard to remember many Shabbos Farbrengens point what the Rebbe said and when the Rebbe said it. And there are clearly Yema de Pagra, and there are momentous events that that stand out, that are etched in the memories of the people who certainly were there. And B'derech Drash, I mean, the whole thing is B'derech Drash. But Yesh Leima, that what is being said, L'gabi Shabbos, that one of Lehoyu Kain, the Achrav Lehiyu Kain, the Rebbe once expressed that Deir Hashvi'i, is the equivalent of Shabbos. And the Deir Hashvi'i of the Rebbe, one of Lehoyu Kain. Somebody needs to be muted. And Achrav Lehiyu, there is no Deir Hashmini. This is the Deir Hashvi'i, which will be Mamshech the Shechina Lamata. There was never anything like it before. And this is the day that's going to cross the finish line of Golus. So Bichlal, this whole sprach of Deir Hashvi'i, of seeing the Rabbeim in the context of Deiris, is a new sprach really that the Rebbe brought to the fore on Shvat Tavshin Yud Aleph. I don't believe that the Mittel Rebbe's Messias was introduced as Deir Hasheni, and the Tzemach Tzedek is a Deir Hashlishi. I mean, factually, this is the way that Rabbeim obviously laid out generationally. But this musig of a Deir, this generational calling, this Deir Hashvi'i, it's a whole different gather. It's not just a hemshech to the Deiris before. Obviously, it's a hemshech, but it's something completely different. As the Rebbe said, that Moshe Rabbeinu, the Deir Hashvi'i, was mamshech the Shechina Lamata. It's not just an incremental process that the Shechina was reclaimed from the Rikiya Rishon to the Sheni to the Shlishi, and then from the Shishi to the Shvi. It was just another step in the process. To be mamshech the Shechina Lamata was a quantum leap, was a radical new reclamation of the Shechina of the Basi Lagani. So Deir Hashvi'i is Lefonav Lehoyukein, Le'achav Le'yukein. So tonight we are privileged to have with us Chassidim who were there when, if you might call it, the launch of Deir Hashvi'i, das Cholos HaNesis, at least in a formal sense. And Deir Hashvi'i is with the passage of time, we're now praving Shivim Shana. And Shivim Shana is a tzaddik hatoma yifrach. As time passes, the agenda of Deir Hashvi'i, not only does it not wane, not only does it not dissipate, not only is it not getting diluted, it's only hilech u'mizgaber, and we're seeing the peiros of what was put forth by the Rebbe. That historic night 70 years ago is only getting stronger and more mainstream. And the Rebbe's agenda is transforming the world. Just from my own examples, my Chabadas, people come from all different communities just today, people from Muncie and from Lakewood and from here and from there. And everyone feels deeply touched by not only the fact that Chabad provides them a guten Tag, Pedakugel and a Farbrengen, but that Chabad has such a clear sense of history, this whole notion of Deir Hashvi'i, that you know where you fit in history, and there's a generational calling, is something that they're very, very taken by. And a privilege, men express the privilege to be able to spend this Shabbos in a Chabad house, to be able to be open to this whole perspective on who we are and where we are generationally. This is we are the ambassadors of the world, that we are Deir Hashvi'i, this is our marching orders. And the more this message mainstreams, the more it's niskabel and it's heilig u'mispashet, as we all know. So we are privileged to have with us amongst tonight's guests, speakers, the maskir of the Rebbe. And I'm going to ask Rabbi Spalter to introduce Rabbi Krinsky.
L'chaim. As I began saying before, the Rebbe always quoted the Poskim Megillah Yom Ma'il in the Niskorim Benasim, and the Rebbe explained many times that when the Niskorim is Kedaboy is the way it should be, so then the Nasim is also the way it should be. Then it recreates itself, it happens again, and we can all benefit 70 years later from that experience, that moment. So tonight's Farbrengen is a reliving, is the Niskorim of the historic Farbrengen of Tavshin Yud Aleph, this night, 70 years ago, exactly when the Rebbe officially took upon himself the mantle of the Nesius. And we have with us a number of elder Chassidim that were there, B'Shas Ma'aseh, that experienced it, that were there, that lived it. And so I want to go right into it and ask the Yeshiv Rosh of Merkez Legan Yonah Chinuch and the Masker of Agudus the Chabad Elomi, Rabbi Yehuda Krinsky, to share with us his memories and the way he went through that kufa, not just the night, but the lead up to the night. But if we can hear a detailed experience from Rabbi Krinsky. Rabbi Krinsky.
Thank you very much. Good to welcome everybody. I don't know where to start. I have, my opinion is, by the way, that it's not the 70th anniversary, but the 71st. Why do I say that? I was there when everything happened. And the first year, from Tovshin Yud till Tovshin Yud Aleph, the Rebbe's conduct, for lack of a better word, seemed to appear that it was like before Yud Shvat. But I had the opportunity to be very close at that time, even as a young bacher. I want to begin with a little story which supports my claim that it's the 71st year. I don't want to say we were a year without a Rebbe. I was every bit of 16 years old when it happened, and I'll go through soon in my talk. I'll talk about how I learned about it and what role I played. There were people who wanted to ask questions. There were all kinds of things that they had to know about business and about health, et cetera, et cetera. They were afraid to ask. They didn't think the Rebbe would answer, and many people the Rebbe did not answer. But my experience was about 3 or 4 months after Yud Shvat Tovshin Yud. I come from Boston. My family was in Boston. I was in New York by that time. I came to New York in 1946, just before my bar mitzvah. And my father wrote me a letter. My father was a sheikhet. And he wrote me a letter that I should ask the Rebbe for bracha for one of the shachtim who had a serious problem, health problem. And I wrote it over, I sent it into the Rebbe in the morning of a particular day. As I said, it was about 3 or 4 months into the Tovshin Yud. And that afternoon, Rabbi Charka was looking for me. He says to me, the Rebbe will the Zen, middle of the day. There was no Yechidus, official Seder of Yechidus yet at that time. I went into the Rebbe, and he told me that this Megishrim Abriv from Taten, he sent me a letter from your dad, was asking for a bracha for Refuah Shleima. And the Rebbe said he's a little surprised that in Boston, they can't come up with a trufa, with a solution, with a cure. It's a city where a lot of medical investigation goes on, research centers. At that time, it was really a main medical research center. And he's surprised that they can't find anything for this particular machla. It seems that Rebbe understood what the machla was, that he was speaking about it with a certain degree of authority. And of course, I didn't answer it. The Rebbe said that he knows that from the research places where they develop medicines, it takes about 90 days for the findings to come down to the doctors in their offices. So if my father can inquire in some of the agencies, the medical research agencies, maybe there's something for it. And then the Rebbe says to me, the Sheikh learned Chassidus, and I said, I don't know him. So the Rebbe says, Adav Vechom Refuah b'derech hateva. Zol the Tata learn mit dem Chassidus, v'etachom Refuah Shleima. If that's not a Rebbe talking, then I don't know what it is. I don't know what Rebbe is anyways. But this was within 3 or 4 months after the Stalkis. This was a clear, and the Rebbe asked me to come in. He actually invited me, the pale. So that tells me even today that there was no hefsek. I would like to tell you a little bit about my knowledge of Yud Shvat proper. It was Shabbat Pashas Bey Tovshin Yud. I was in the Talmud and Yeshiva for several years already, and I remember Friday night of that Shabbos Yud Shvat. I remember sitting in the kitchen of the dormitory in Bedford Avenue in Dean Street, Bedford, and I was sitting with Yael Khan and another 2 Bochum, I don't remember who they were, and we were chatting. Was up after midnight. Meret. got up for the Seder Chassidus, which was supposed to begin at 7:70 at 9 o'clock Shabbos morning. And we were walking from Bedford and Dean to 770 Eastern Parkway. It's about a mile. And we got to Brooklyn Avenue and Eastern Parkway. And the mailman was coming from his deliveries down the block from Kingston towards Brooklyn. And he says, if something happened at 770, something serious happened, get there as fast as you can. We did that, of course. And we found out that 15 minutes earlier, about 8:15, the stalkers happened. What do you do? We wanted it happened in the second floor in the Rebbe's apartment. And we didn't know if we can go up and say Tillim, wasn't in the mikveh. I walked over to the mikveh in Union Street, which was not usually open for men, even on Shabbos. The people there were not very kind to us. But I got in. I got in, I saw that the Rebbe was there. Apparently he heard about it before we did. And that's where I saw the Rebbe, before we got to 770. We came to 770. There were a few people there, just very few. And we went upstairs to the second floor. And we heard that earlier in the day, the Rebbe asked to be taken into his Yechidus room, which is opposite the bedroom. There's a little hall between the bedroom and the Yechidus room. The Yechidus room was to the right as you went in. The bedroom was to the left. But by then the Rebbe was back in the bedroom. And we said Tillim. And what else could we do? Shabbos, you can't do anything. And we had a daven shachris. Usually the minyan daven at 10 o'clock. Approximately 35 people that came in a regular Shabbos. There wasn't a big crowd like today. It was people who, most of the Nash, there weren't many Anash in America. They were certainly not in New York. And if they lived in New York, they couldn't afford the rents in Crown Heights. It was a very high scale area. They lived in Bronzeville and other places. And the minyan davened at 10 o'clock without the Rebbe coming into it. Normally, the Rebbe would come in 10:30 in the regular Shabbos before Yud Shvat. We'll talk about that a little bit later. And the Rebbe davened downstairs in the Cheder Sheni, which is pretty much the same as it was in 1950. You know, the tile room. And the Rebbe davened with that minyan. I was part of the minyan that was just about almost exactly a minyan. And after davening, we went upstairs, and we were there most of the day saying Tillim. There was nothing that we could do. Saturday night, the telephones began working, and within an hour or two, people were coming from out of town that you can make it within an hour or two. I remember my shwager, Eshel Schusterman, was there from Chicago. We came here. He came about 12 o'clock at night. And then, of course, they had to prepare for the Levaya the next morning. The Levaya was about 12:30, 1 o'clock. The Tara was in the Yechidus room. And then everybody had the opportunity to walk by and ask for Mechila, whatever you do in such a matzav. And then the Levaya went off. I remember that night after the Levaya, there was a ish Poshet. He learned in Lubavitch at Tzibroch in the Id, didn't make it well in Boston. He used to help the Mezdis, Yeshiva, Kel Chabad, whatever he could do. And he came for the Levaya, Label Horowitz, Allah Shalom. And he says to me, it's a daven pomagonanda derecheres for the Ramash. It was the night of the Levaya. And my clique of Bochrim, 10, 15 Bochrim from the Kitta, had no doubt what's going to happen. Maybe it's not going to be radically quick, but it's going to happen, just a matter of time. And but as far as we were concerned, this was the Rebbe. I thought he answered me a health question was Poshet B'chut HaSayda. It was a very, very critical question. And he didn't wait more than an hour or two because they called me in and he told me what to do. So I feel very correct in my opinion that the Rebbe was the Rebbe immediately. The Yibshu couldn't leave us without the Rebbe. I remember there's something that happened in the course of the year. The Rebbe acted like he did before the Stalkers. There were differences. You could see there were differences, but he wore a regular suit. He wore a gray hat, and he spoke to people in the hallway. He was very, very involved with the Elam. I'm not talking about answering Pidyanis. I'm just talking about things that came up in the course of the day. It got close to Chavdala Tevis. The clock was moving, and some of the elder Chassidim put an ad in the Yiddish paper, was then the Tog Morgen Journal, some previous edition of the Yiddish daily newspaper. They put in a Meidor that on Chavdala Tevis there'll be a Farbrengen. That was expected. The Alter Rebbe's outside, and the Rebbe is going to be Mekalba B'Nesias. They didn't ask the Rebbe, didn't even tell him, but the Rebbe saw the newspaper. He called in those people who signed on the Meidor. He told them, "What did you do? What right do you have to do such a thing?" And they didn't know what to say. And the Rebbe said, "Izgeret," and they left the office. Afterwards, Reb Shmuel, Levit Nalo Shalom, Akul Geid, amongst other things. And he went into the Rebbe's room, and he said to the Rebbe made the complaint to him. He said to the Rebbe, he wanted to make a denial, a kosher, in the same newspaper as quick as possible. So Reb Shmuel asked the Rebbe, want them to lie? And because it was there. To make a hakosha, it would be improper because that's the facts. The facts on the ground with the Rebbe was Rebbe. And the Rebbe let it go. But Chavdala Tevis in the morning, for the first time in the course of the year, the Rebbe came with the Rosh Shabbos and Yontif, and so it was a marked acceptance. Cannot deny that. Which is another hechacha that the Rebbe's Rebbe Shaft, whatever word you have to use for it, is proper to use for it, began Zorach Hashem Shavua Hashemesh, Zorach Hashemesh. That's how it was in my eyes. I just want to tell you a story that I can't forget, and it's between the Rebbe and the Shver. It was a strange story. You couldn't imagine such a thing could happen. It was Beis Nissen that year, was on a Friday. It was a Friday, a very sunny day, and my two brothers, Alayim Shalom, were walking with me in the Shchuna. We walked by 770. This is about less than a year before the Stalkers. We walked by 770. At 3:30, we walked into 770. We opened the door. The Rebbe is in the hallway, the lobby of 770, in front of the elevator, the layout. And he's looking for a minyan. The Shver wants a dav mincha with tzibor, with a minyan. He wants a dav for the yomid. And there were 7 people that he needed another 3. We were the 3. We went upstairs to the second floor. Now, to go into the Frierdiker Rebbe, it's like almost once in a lifetime, if you had the one chance. It was incredible. As we walked, the Rebbe was sitting in the Chiddush room. He was sitting in his chair at a table that was against the Alter Rebbe's room, Rebbe Steinitzora's room, if you know the layout of the apartment, Frierdiker Rebbe in the second floor. Waiting for the minyan to come in. And as each one went in, the Rebbe started and made, like with it said, welcome. And the Rebbe dav mincha, said Chazoras Hashatz, you could hear every word. And then I guess it was preordained, was arranged, that since it's out of Shabbos, and it was already after Plaga Mincha, that the Rebbe will daven Kabbalah Shabbos, not my Kabbalah Shabbos, till Kigavna. It seems that the Rebbe wanted to say the Kaddish Yotzim before Kigavna. that was an experience that this was the Rebbe and the Rebbe were in the same room at the same time, helping each other out. And this was something that you can't imagine. It was, and we were walking by at 3:30. Talk about Hashgacha Pratis and talk about three people. The Rebbe had already 7. It was a Maisa Nifla, and it was just less than a year before Yud Shvat. There's a lot more I want to say, but I'll give somebody else a chance to talk. And I guess I'm not sure what the Seder is tonight. Questions and answers, or just speeches and talk and stories. I wasn't notified how the formation of this Zoom connection is going to go forward.
It's being billed as a Chassidus and Lava Malka, so it's sort of like, not highly structured and formatted, but we'd love to hear from you further. If you're committing to stay on and come back on to speak later, we'll do it that way. But
I'm not looking to leave. I'm here for the Farbrengen.
Because we want to hear more from you. So if you're happy to stick around, it should be noted, Rabbi Krinsky, that for the record, I don't think anybody disagrees with the fact that the Nesius really started Yud Shvat Tovshin Yud and Chas v'Shalom, there was no hefsek. So for the record, this is being billed as 70 years since the Maimon Basil Ligani, just for the record. So we are going to ask one of the Ziknei Chassidim, one of the first Luchim to the Ukraine, Rabbi Ezriel Chaikin. I don't know if you remember Rabbi Chaikin, but I don't know if it was the first time you'd come to Russia, but I was actually there. This was Chanukah Tovshin Nun, and was the first time it was actually a Chanukah live in Russia, in Moscow, and to see Yidden Liris V'Lirois seeing the Rebbe, being seen by the Rebbe, was an incredibly historic event. And we had the chus to go together to Lubavitch on a bus. I don't know if you remember Rabbi Chaikin, and we Farbrengen in Lubavitch. So it's nice to be Farbrengen again with you in the Zoom room. So if you can be unmuted, Rabbi Chaikin, and share with us some of your zichronos from Yud Shvat, we'd love to hear from you. But the host needs to unmute you. So, I'm not the technical host. As you can see, Rabbi Krinsky is a Chassidus and Lava Malka. If things not highly planned and you just sort of go with the flow. Unmute. Oh, yes. So his Zaidi is Rabbi Chaikin. What's his name, Struly, our tech host over here?
Yudi Eisenbach. Yudi, please unmute Rabbi Chaikin, whose his screen name is Zaidi.
Not sure if he's English. Zaidi. I think I think Rabbi Herson is unmuted. Looks to me like Rabbi Herson's unmuted. Okay. He's saying he's not here. He is here. Come.
He is here.
All right. Rabbi Herson?
Yeah.
Here we are.
Okay. Rabbi Chaikin.
You're live.
Okay.
You may want to lower the camera, Rabbi Chaikin, so we can see the full tzir of the Chochmas. Oh, there we are. Okay. Oh, perfect.
Schwer zu übergeben. Und Harbe ist Sikho so. Auf ein Prat, was ich öfter nicht als viel bekannt, ist Yud Shvat, Tovshin Yud Aleph. Dem Farbrengen von Judas Kislev, Yud Shvat, hat der Rebbe gerät wegen dem, am soll auschazern dem Hemshech Bosilegani. Wer ist kein Chazer nach Heilig, wer ist Chazer in dem Ganzen.
Rabbi Chaikin, could we
Yes.
ask you could you speak in English instead of Yiddish? Is that possible? Or say Gringer auf Yiddish?
Gringer is a Yiddish, oh, no problem. All right. So I will share with you only one detail in the Hachones before Yud Shvat Tovshin Yud Aleph. Yud Tes Kislev, before, there was a Farbrengen with the Rebbe, and the Rebbe spoke that people should memorize the Hemshech Bosilegani. And then the Rebbe said in the office that we should reprint the Bosilegani because it was out of print. And that, that was my job to do. I was to reprint, to do the reprintation, all the hachonas, all the preparations for that countries again. What we did is that the Rebbe was masking, we tried, if the Rebbe will be masking, to put on the back of the Maimer Bosilegani a keta of the Rebbe's Siche of Yutes Kislev, where he spoke about the Bosilegani. And the Rebbe was masking. So the Peyel in the Hachone to Tovshin Yud Aleph, Yud Shvat, there is a kuntras that already printed with the Rebbe's Siche that the Rebbe was masking. I don't know, probably it will be able to see the kuntras. This is the Bosilegani, and this is the back. And the back says Keta Misichas. And there was no opposition. The Rebbe was masking for it.
It says Misichas, just Misichas, or Misichas Chakadmur. What does it say?
So I wanted to share with you this fact, this detail. In the beginning of the year of the Nesias, for me, the beginning of the Nesias was already right after the Histalkis. And I have a Maise Shehoyo. I just told it to my grandchildren. And the winter, Tovshin Yud, there was the world was shaking. In the world was people were very anxious and afraid that another world war will break out. It was the Korea War, and one side was United States with South Korea, the other side was Russia with China. People were very, very afraid. Befrat, especially Jews in Europe, were very afraid. My father, at that time, was a hero from the Friedrich von der Rayats in Sweden. And with the family, with his children, my sisters, he wrote a letter to the Rebbe asking permission to come either the States or Canada and to make papers. The letter came to New York after the Histalkis. On the way. So I got a letter from my father telling me he wrote to the Rayats and he heard now about the Histalkis. If I can get hold of the letter and give it to the Rebbe. I knocked on the door of the secret mosquitoes. This is the room where now is the broadcasting. So there was Mishalem Rothstein, Olav Sholem, and Chaim Lieberman sitting there. I knocked on the door and asked Chaim Lieberman if he has a letter. He says, yeah, I have a letter from Father here to the Rebbe. I can't give it anymore to the Rebbe. You want it? Yeah, I want it. I took the letter. With the letter, I went to the Rebbe's room, knocked on the door. At that time, there was no secretary, no gabbai. The Rebbe said, come in. I put the letter on the Rebbe's table. The Rebbe is asking me, was ist das? So I say, das ist ein Brief, was der Tate hat geschrieben zum Rebbe. I have to translate. It's a letter that my father wrote to the Rebbe. So he says, was willst du von mir? What do you want of me? Now, my father asked me to give the letter to the Rebbe. The Rebbe took the letter. That must have been a few days after the Shiva. It was still in the Shleshi. The Rebbe wrote the letter and like he make a tenua, like he's thinking. And he says, Ich seh nicht ki milchome. I don't see any war. But your father will feel better if you'll have the papers. Let him make the papers. But he doesn't have to come. Okay. So my father, of course, listened to the Rebbe and came 2 years later. So here, this story, much of what happened at that time, I already forgot how the Zikna is so. But this story is vivid. I remember like yesterday, I going into the Rebbe's room, putting the Rebbe and saying, intonation, saying, und jetzt hat mir gebeten, geben dem Rebbe. And the Rebbe took it. So this is another story I would share with you. And say, L'chaim, mir soll bekorif mamesh, sein mit der Rebbe mamesh.
Amen.
Amen. L'chaim, L'chaim. Shekech Rabbi Chaikin. Now, move on. We'd like to ask our next, another chassid who was by the Farbrengen, Shvat Yud Aleph, if he can, Rabbi Moshe Herson, a chaver of Agudas Chassidei Chabad Elomi and the head shliach of the state of New Jersey, is also a member, a chaver of the Vad of Gigad HaShluchim. I would like to ask you, Rabbi Herson, if you can describe to us a little bit what was the avir and the feeling of the actual Farbrengen of Tafshin Yud Aleph of that evening. I mean, there's so much written about it, and there's so much that we all heard. But when someone was actually there, can describe Moshel. I'll give you the example. It says in the Yemanim of the Yemei Bereshis, it says that there were 900 people by the Farbrengen. What's the 900 people? Where were they? They pushed into the room, in the halls, in the chotzer. Like how to what? There's a small detail, but then the Maisud Nemtzor about the Chassid of Avram Sender Nemtov, that he got up before the Maimer and he got up after the Maimer, and that whole description, or whatever you want to talk about. I'm not going to tell you what to say, but if you can give any kind of tune, experience that was what you remember. I know you were young then, but still, it's one of those Farbrengen that no matter what it is, you don't forget it. So, Rabbi Herson, please.
I don't have stories from Fadi Stalkers because I arrived several months after the Stalkers. I arrived here before Shavuos, Tafshin Yud, after the Stalkers. Abocherel, 15, 16 years old, from Brazil, not from Chabad, Mishpocha. Bemela didn't have the background so much, but Baruch Hashem, okay, this is tried to fit in. See, so I'm going to just to give you the scenario of what I remember from that particular day. They put in an ad in the paper, in the Tag Morgen Journal, dat on this and this day wird sein die Achtore, the crowning of the new Lubavitcher Rebbe. Somebody else will tell you about whether the Rebbe we liked it or didn't like it, but I am not privy to that. But people have had a tremendous respect and admiration for Kedushas, the Friedrich Rebbe. And hearing that now we are about to be present at something that Achtore, a crowning of the new Lubavitcher Rebbe, a multitude of Eden wanted to come very much and to be part of it, to witness that. But they didn't expect to see the room that this is going to take place in. Where did this take place? In the small shul upstairs, Beis Medrash, that I would say that if I'm correct, that you can fit in about 50, 60 people standing. That's just about it. Not hundreds upon hundreds of people. Why is that? Because they wanted, the plan was to rent a whole outside large space and invite people from all kinds of walks of life and so on, and have the Achtore, have the crowning day in that place. But the Rebbe was not masking. The Rebbe said that he was not does not want to move away from the Daled Damas where the Friedrich Rebbe was. So the Mela has to be here. And what's here in those days? There was no downstairs. There was here was that little shul, you know. So that's a fait accompli. Another thing, they tried to see if we can make it a bima, a stage, so the Rebbe can be better seen by everybody and so on. And the Rebbe said no. He wants to sit together with everybody. Yes, he was being Beresh HaShulchan, but he wants to sit together with everybody in the same level. So there was no bima. What you see in some of the playings that you see that there's they say a bima, the Rebbe is sitting on the bima, and Rabbi Chodakov is nearby. This was not huge Shvat. This is transferred to this that you can have an idea. But huge Shvat, there was no bima, and the Rebbe was sitting in the same level with everyone. The place was packed. The room that this, I don't know, for 900 people or what, the place was packed. And just to give you a scenario, that January day was very cold outside. Inside, it was very, very hot. And I recall seeing the drops coming down from the hang ceiling. This was it. Anderem gegalist. Where was I? To the best of my recollection, I was a young boy. I couldn't be in the middle of the same. There was the bima from Kriyas HaTorah that was pushed to a corner, to a side. So myself and some other bochrim were standing at that bima. So we could see the Rebbe and could hear better. This is my recollection. But otherwise, that place was packed with sardines, to the point that when the Rebbe came in, he did not come in through the first door, the door near the Merkers, the door near the big pushka there. No, he came through a middle door that goes straight into the corridor. The Rebbe came from the corridor into that door. And when he came in, people were still pushing, trying to make a shtickle a shvil for the Rebbe to come in. Pushing it at each other. When the Rebbe came in, he saw the scenario. He didn't wait. In a rega memra, the Rebbe put a foot on a bench, put a foot on a table that was there, and before you knew it, the Rebbe was on the other side, taking his place. Also is given. In the beginning, it was a regular Farbrengen, like siches. And as the night, what was Tutzach with the multitude of people, some got in. I assume a great deal of them could not. So they were listening to the Farbrengen, they were listening to the siches outside to the microphone. They couldn't get in. The place was just packed. It was impossible. The siches was a regular siches Farbrengen, normal. And as the night were in, and the fremde people started leaving, it was getting late. The Farbrengen became more intimate. And at one point, we are accustomed to that. The Rebbe is going to say a mimer. We sing a nigen achona. And the Rebbe says the mimer. And the mimer says in one sequence, in one continuity, without Hashvi'i. This was not what happened that day. The Rebbe was saying a sicha, and at one point he mentioned that it was the Frierdiker Rebbe schreibt, gelost in the Maimer for the Liyoma Stalkus, and he stopped. And the Rebbe was like shaking like this, and could be seen that the Rebbe was biting his lips. Nobody know what's happening. And had an impression that the kosher loya dibur, it was difficult to say, but it was not that. And the Rebbe was shaking a little bit, says like this. And then he says those words that the Frierdiker Rebbe, but in mitten von a sicha, without unexpected by anybody. The Maimer that the Frierdiker Rebbe did, there was the Rebbe gelost von Yom Al-Stalkus and start was the Maimer, was steht dort, this is how the Maimer started, and everybody stood up, understood that this is the Maimer now. And the Rebbe said the Maimer, and then would put a Hafsik, and then the Maimer had several Hafsikim, I believe. People said L'chaim and Nigun or what, and it was not said like a regular Maimer in one sequence. what Rabbi Nemtsov said, I know about it, but unfortunately, I do not remember that. I know that this happened, but my recollection, I don't have it, so I can share this with you. I can only share what I heard from others, that at one point, Rabbi Nemtsov, who was a Mekusha to the Rebbe from the first moment, faster than his years, I saw him in other occasions, and he said to the Rebbe that from what I hear, this is that the Sikha says, alles gut, aber Chassidim will hören am Maimer Chassidus. The Rebbe continued the Farbrengen, and then after the Sikha, after the first Chelik of the Maimer, Rabbi Nemtsov got up and made a bracha b'Shem u'Malchus, Shechiyonove, Kemonove, Giyonu Lazman Hazeh. And the people answered, Domin, this was the Shir. As the night went on, it became more Hamish, more intimate. And at one point that I remembered that the Rebbe was setting a tone for now and for the future, as it worked out 40-some years, didn't change. And the Rebbe said, I think it's gedruckt, I'm going to say just what I remember, that you appointed a person, you selected a person, and you're going to put the burden on that person, and ever trogen the last, and to say, and you'll sit, ishtach as kafne, ishtach, and also you'll be relaxed, and you can go on with your life regularly. The Rebbe said, it's not the way it's going to be. Ich will euch mattern, und nie wird mir euch mattern, bis zusammen, weil mir euch mattern im ganzen Groß. He set the tone that this is helfen, the Rebbe said, helfen, doch wird mir helfen. Das ja. Aber trocken die Last, wird ihr davon trocken zusammen, und ihr wird davon allein tun, ihr lassen nicht doves zu verlassen sich auf keinen Mann. It was clear that this is a Rebbe that is going to help, is going to be available, but the work has to be done by each one of us, men and women and children alike. I have a certain recollection in my mind that I shared about Shvat. I shared with Rabbi Khan. And Rabbi said to me, no, that's given Purim. It means the next Farbrengen. I have to accept that Rabbi is the one who is right, you know. Although I have the tziyur that as the Sichas went on, there was B'chiyas Gedolos. And not that the Rebbe holding his head or what, no. The forehead from the Rebbe was touching the table. The Rebbe was saying words I couldn't hear, but he was saying words and saying words about himself also. To the point that the Rosh Yeshiva standing standing to the Rebbe's right already at that time. And Rav Mentlik, the bittul from Rav Mentlik, every one of us remembers, he was not shaykh to make statements in front of the Rebbe. This is not at all. No. But the Bechiyas was so. And evidently the words that the Rebbe was saying, and when I saw that Rav Mentlik, in a very tone, and very red in his face, bent down to the Rebbe. The Rebbe's head, as I mentioned, the Rosh HaKodesh was touching the table. And Rav Mentlik said that those words, if I remember correctly, Wir wollen, dass der Rebbe soll wissen. Als zu uns ist nicht da kein Nafkimine zwischen dem alten Rebbe und der Rebbe. The Rebbe heard those words, but he continued. This is and as is going to Farbrengen was to the end, and was something that we had gewusst that this is like a new phase, a new period. Wir haben Rebbe, sein gesund, and he is going to guide and he is going to help and he is going to say, but he expects clearly that every one of us will have to participate. We have to be involved in this. It's not what one man's thing, you know. In that vein, let me digress this for many years later. Farbrengen, I think, also is still in the small shul. That the Rebbe said that says Yodua as a Rebbe darf nicht stoppen Kerachmonas. What you have to say, you have to do. It's Rachmanis. You have to put it straight through to the Rebbe. Rebbe darf nicht stoppen Rachmanis. And then with a smile, the Rebbe said, aber andere seien ein bisschen zu viel Mehader in der Minion. This was his. This is what I remember. This at Shvat. Before that, I arrived before Shavuos, and I asked my principal, Rav Tenenbaum al Hasholem, if I can go into the way the Rebbe was called at that time, before the Nisis, before Shvat, if I can go into the Ramash. Rav Tenenbaum asked me, was das zu reden mit dem Ramash? So I told him whatever Baba Maisi, I told him that, but he didn't press the issue. He said, ich will mach nach Zeit verdienen, so scanner herangehen zu Ramash. And I went in. After Simchas Torah, fire Shvat. After Simchas Torah, there was no official Chidus. I went in at the time that they gave him, I think it was a Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening. And this was the first Chidus of the Rebbe. And the Rebbe gave me some heroes. One of the heroes was, the Rebbe asked me if I have a picture of the Frierdiker Rebbe. And I answered yes. My Yiddish was not great at that time either. I don't know what the Yiddish is now, but it was not. But the Rebbe asked me, the Rebbe's talking Yiddish, if I have a picture of the Frierdiker Rebbe, and I said yes. The Rebbe said that it was struggling in picture, but didn't cash in oder in the valet, und guck auf the roof, mizman lezman. And this is what I did. When I became a little smarter, I had two pictures in my pocket and in my wallet. But whatever I spoke to the Rebbe at that time took a turn, and Bo Hashem changed a great deal. The Teva. The next Farbrengen in the small shul upstairs, and my mental picture is that there were not too many people. There was a long table. They were sitting, some sitting on this side, some were sitting on that side. I don't remember seeing anybody standing too much. I, as a Balcher, was standing behind one of the Chassidim, and I was trying to try to understand as much as I could. I couldn't understand the Farbrengen. I tried to catch as much as I possibly can, but it was not in my gather, especially at that time. And just looking at the scenarios, looking at what's happening here. And the Ben Asichas, the Rebbe said to me, the Rebbe said, not looking at me, just as a statement, Hashvi'i Herson Zogen L'chaim. So this was after the Yechidus, and our Rebbe already has my name, and the name is clear. And the Kiruv and the Erois was that came during so many years, but the Schus was Chavgiatis started at that moment. Hashvi'i Herson Zogen L'chaim. This is what I recall from that period. If I may, let me skip some years to something that the people know, but don't have a vivid picture of what happened there. And I'm referring now to Lag Boimer before the 6-day war. And I was there. Tafshin Chozayin, I believe. The matzav in the Welt was ungestrengt. The matzav was very uptight because of the Middle East, what was looking like and then, for those who don't know, the President Nasser from Egypt demanded that the UN remove their troops. They're serving as a buffer between the armies of Israel and the armies in Egypt. This was the buffer that was preventing a war, and demanding them that this is my country, my land, my territory. He demanded that they leave. It's understood today and even then that they was not sure if he expected them to listen to them. He did it more or less for his own public decision. But strangely enough, the UN complied with his request, and they removed the armies that was there, a buffer zone between the two, between Israel and Egypt. And now the two armies at a certain distance were facing each other. So the people are saying that it's inevitable that there'll be a war. Yeah. And the matzav in the Welt, and the matzav in Eretz Yisrael even, was very, very uptight. They didn't know what to expect. To a point, the Prime Minister Levi Eshkol spoke to the people and tried to calm them down, but he himself was not calm, and it was noticeable that he himself is worried. So this was the situation that Chief Rabbi of the army, Rav Gordon, sent some shluchim to some parks to take a look which parks will be more suitable, chas v'sholom, to become a cemetery, because they expected chas v'sholom casualties in the number of about 10,000 casualties. So this was the cheer in the Welt. This was the cheer afilu in Eretz Yisrael. When afilu by the Prime Minister Eshkol, that tried to pacify, to calm down the people, but he himself was noticeable that comes Lag Boimer. And the Rebbe came out to some 20,000 children and parents and the principals from schools that came also. The place was full on Eastern Parkway. As usual, several streets of Eastern Parkway were blocked off. And the Rebbe came to speak to the children. Started out as a regular sikha for the children about Lag Boimer, etc. And then the Rebbe got into the subject of what's happening to Achenu B'nai Yisrael in Eretz HaKodesh and Eretz Yisrael. And what we see, the picture that I wanted was a totally different picture of the Rebbe was talking, the Rebbe was standing tall, erect, majestic. And the Rebbe was talking in tremendously positive tones. I don't want to throw around words that this is, it's like a novi. People were thinking that it's inevitable that there'll be a war. The Rebbe was not talking about it being inevitable. He was talking like a person that saw the war, and he's telling us, as we a tremendous victory, and assuring us that this is going to happen. If I'm not mistaken, that sikha was heard also in Miron by the oil of Hashvi'i. Und der Rebbe gerettet, positive tongues, or what, that zijn, the Cherev lo yisavu be'artzechem, and the Rebbe explained that here, Cherev shel sholem vet nizayin to say, we shaftem level vetach be'artzechem, vo'ilech eschem koim mius, it was the shyness that it was tremendous. And they picked up in Eretz Yisrael, because Eretz Yisrael, the Matzav was also very worried. Goren was looking for a place where to transform into a cemetery, Chas v'sholem, for 10,000 casualties. And he had with words from the Rebbe in such tones, the papers, religious and non-religious, printed everything what the Rebbe was saying. This was the first tremendous assurance that a victory is a tremendous Nitzachim.
Moshe, I have a quick question for you. You said before that you're going back to Yud Shvat, that you don't remember Avram send the Nemtsov making the announcement that that everyone talks about. But then you said about the Shechayona, das gedenkst du yeah that he made a Shechayona b'Shem Malchus?
No, I gedenk beide nicht.
Ah, okay.
The story that you do remember about how the Rebbe entered the Farbrengen with this beautiful, immaculate climbing over the table is very reminiscent of the Maisa from Tashlich. I don't know if you saw that.
The Farbrengen. 1 second. He came into the Farbrengen.
Yeah, the way he came in, he said he climbed up and over a table.
That's right.
Right.
So, didn't wait. They were fighting to see if they can make a tickle shvil.
Right. Yeah. It sounds very similar to the way the Rebbe jumped over the gate by Tashlich, by the Botanical Gardens. Anyway, so we've heard a lot about the build-up to Yud Shvat. We've heard now some first-hand accounts about the actual Farbrengen itself. I'm going to ask our next speaker, Rabbi Yitzchak Meir Gerari, the venerated Mashpia from Montreal, who I understand was a little younger Bocher then, maybe to talk a little bit about the day after, Yud Aleph Shvat, about this new dawn, this new reality. What was the experience like, at least formally, the formal recognition of the Rebbe, the message, the teichen of the sichos of the Maimer. What was your experience in the wake of Yud Shvat, Yitosh Yud Aleph, Rabbi Gerari?
Well, I have to tell you the truth. And when I was invited to speak, I said clearly, Yud Shvat Tovshin Yud, I was 9 years old. Yud Shvat Tovshin Yud Aleph, I was 10 years old. A 10-year-old boy wasn't made at Simisov. I actually, by the Farbrengen, I couldn't get in. I don't know if there could be 900 people in that room. The place was packed. If people say 900 might have been coming and going. By the Farbrengen, so I just answered your question. I was 10 years old. I wasn't shy to measure the change. What I told them I would speak about is explaining what kind of chinuch people got in that time. And therefore, that's the reason why I have such a minute memory. I just want to tell you that I was by that Farbrengen. I was in the hall, and I do remember Ebsender Nemtsov speaking. I mean, didn't know it was him, but I heard someone saying, I knew what was going to happen in general, because my father was very, very involved in pushing, make sure to get the Rebbe Kabul in the seas. The story that Rabbi Krinsky mentioned before and was mentioned again about putting the newspaper, as far as I recall, was not about the Farbrengen of Vadala Tevis, it was about the Farbrengen of Shvat. I think the ad, maybe there was two, but I know this one, the whole tumor was on the Shvat ad. But we know the whole time. I mean, living it, I was true. I was only, what did I just say, 10 years old. But I knew as a tumultzach because I knew that the Rebbe's and MCs, there was so much, I don't call it politics, but there was so much to do with the Rebbe's family and meetings with the Rebbe and so on. So I knew as a tumultzach. So for sure, when Shvat, after the Shvat, as a young boy, I remember there's a big change, there's no hope. Whatever I understood what a Rebbe is, how much did I know that what the Rebbe is? But for sure it meant a tremendous that now will be a Rebbe for me also to see and to teach me and guide me. I want to just, I can't help to describe these facts because I was a young child. What means a young child then? I want to tell you, I grew up in the Crown Heights. I never was by the Frierdiker Rebbe's Farbrengen. I never was by the Frierdiker, I could say never. One time I was by Rosh Hashanah davening. I stood on the top of a window. My father never understood that he has a child that bring him also to the Rebbe. He was busy running himself. When he got schutz to get into the Farbrengens early, they let him in through the back door. The Rebbe Chayimushka let him in early in the morning, and he hid him in the bathroom. He should stay there the whole day to be able to get to stay by the Farbrengen. He never took me to Farbrengen. As a matter of fact, the last Farbrengen, Simchas Teure, Farbrengens then, I want to tell just a little bit of the history, what's happening around the time of the Frierdiker Rebbe, the beginning from the Nesius, how young children, how they were treated, and what the Rebbe did to me personally then. I came, Simchas Teure, Tovshin Yud, there was the Seder, Yom Tovim, whenever there was a Farbrengen upstairs, the people packed up at the steps, those wooden steps that are next to the Rebbe's room, going upstairs, packed, maybe we push in, the door will open, we're able to push in. Staying for hours. I was also pushing. At one point, it was the time of Koshel Broche, that the Frierdiker Rebbe said, they're letting everybody from Koshel Broche. So they opened up the door, and people rushed in. The Frierdiker Rebbe's Rebbetzin was standing in the hallway. There's a hallway over there, if you remember, between the door and to get it to the place where the Sudis were. And she was sitting and watched everything. When she saw me, she said, Shemeir v'leich kumen stern my man. Give it then. She knew me very well. And when she said that, I couldn't face her. So I ran out. So I never had a chance to be by the Frierdiker Rebbe's Farbrengen.
What the heck?
But I do remember that twice my father brought me for Pidyonis. And Rosh Hashanah passed by for Pidyonis. So why was it? The whole chinuch at that time. Reading now lately, the people are writing. There was just an article of a Kazin. Somebody should repeat soon and also say how the yeshivas were started. How many in 770 until Tafshin Zayin? there were 3 Lubavitcher children. Yossel Zalmanov, and Osher Heber from the family Heber. I'll go back here and explain who it is, and me. The Poshet Anash, all Anash, like before he mentioned, I think Rabbi Yudel mentioned, I don't remember who said that, people lived in different neighborhoods. People didn't down their Shabbos. It was an empty, so I'm saying first, the Frumkeit, the Chinuch and the Yeshiva. The Yeshivas, there was Kemat no Lubavitcher Melamed. The Melamed was Rabbi Avram Banetsky, I think, was the only Lubavitcher Melamed at the beginning. Later, it took Rabbi Avram Popok and Rav Kalodny, Aleim HaShalom. The older class, there was one teacher who was without a beard for the young people, grade 1. Close to the Mesivta, there was Rav Leshinsky, a Litvischer Yid, a guter Litvischer Yid, a Talmud Chacham, aber weit von Achoset. Higher, there was a Rav Pesachovich, a größer Talmud Chacham, a Geschmacker Yid, a Gerer Chosid, and the whole time was Farbrengen about Kotzkin, about Ger, and so on. There was no teaching of Chassidus. There was those who learned in the dormitory, so at night there was some Seder of them. But for us who went home, there was nothing. Later, closer to maybe Yud Beis, Yud Gimel started, Reb David Raskin came. He taught later, Reb Yoel taught also later, but Reb David taught me a little bit of the Torah. What kind of Chassidus came Shabbos to Shul? Let's speak about the Shul, 770. He just mentioned, Rav Hesed said by the Farbrengen, the Rebbe's Farbrengen, he says he remembers the Farbrengen before you test Kislev. The Rebbe was Farbrengen. I don't know if there were 20 people sitting at the table. Maybe that you just Kislev. Rabbi Krinsky, in an article that I just read in Kfar Chabad, says that the story is this: there were bochim, the bochim, but they were not the Shabbos. If the kitchen was closed, so bochim went home. He said that Berkinsky wrote that when there was Yud Beis Tammuz, he wanted to be, because it might be a Farbrengen, so he got himself someplace to eat, and he was there. And that time there were 20 people by the Farbrengen that the Rebbe was Farbrengen. There wasn't 20 people. The Farbrengen was for an hour and a half. The Rebbe was written this article. The Rebbe came in. The Rebbe davened in the shul. He davened to the place where he davened. Later we saw that Shabbos the Minche. That same place we were just talking before, where the Farbrengen was. By the door that's between the back of the front room, let's go to the back room, and that table with the Rebbe davened, I said I davened also. The tables were empty. They weren't full. There's the same 6 tables, but the tables were empty. There wasn't so many people. There weren't so many Lubavitcher Chassidim. It was Balabata She'idin. Okay, so there was Berl Chaskin. There was my father, with Shmuel Zalmanov. That's all there was there. What kind of Shabbos was there to see for a child growing up? What kind of Shabbos did he have? What kind of a Tzvi did he have? What do you know about the Rebbe? He never saw the Rebbe. Couldn't go. Nobody in the yeshiva taught about the Rebbe. So was für ihre Shemaim can auswachsen? We're learning the Mordechai. They worked to make sure that the Mordechai subjects were kosher, more or less, but they had to follow the regions, and not all of them were so high kosher. It was the best. So that's why I'm saying we came even to Yud Shvat. This would speak about the Maimah, with the Rebbe said, Farbrengen Yud Shvat. Nobody cared. A little kid is there. The place is packed. A little kid wants to go put him under the table. No, nobody cared. Unless that I was standing in the hall outside and I heard by the microphone. I knew what was going to happen, and I was interested. But therefore, I I can't have deep, such ältere Bochum already understood something, respected what means with Chalvus Rebbe is. When I giggle, I garnished. Why am I going to all this? Because the Rebbe, there's another part of the Rebbe's life before the Nesius that wasn't touched. Right? But those he spoke with the Yigulite, he spoke with learning, he spoke with the Bochum. The Rebbe had sich gegeben with the children, these few children. The MS is that in Tovshet Zayin came already another 3 Lubavitcher children who came from Paris. There was Gorodetsky, Pekarski, and Kalmason. But I don't think all of them lived in Crown Heights. But I want to say that the only one who had Rachmanis on me personally was the Rebbe. I'll give you, first of all, that I was davening at the Rebbe's table. The Rebbe would carry around with me. I come from also, I don't know, you know who I am. I come from a Polish Rebbe, the Kapishitzer Rebbe. I used to go daven every Shabbos, more or less I was there when I'm not in Seventh. And the Rebbe would always ask me about the Kapishitzer Chassid, what happened. I gave it a little bit later. But at one point, remember that Yud Shvat, I was 9 years old. So before Yud Shvat, of Shiyud, before Yud Shvat, I don't remember who was Tovshin Tes or the beginning of Tovshin Yud. I was told that the Frierdiker Rebbe told Rav Chadakov that I should come from Betwin Din and I should have an hour, he should sit down with me and Farbrengen with me. And talk would be something to give me some chizuk in Yerushalayim or whatever. After that, after I finished learning with him, he took me into the Rebbe's room. I had to repeat to the Rebbe what Rav Chadakov taught me. And I was like, the Rebbe would give me a talks and tales. I don't think there was too much time. It might be that it was already Tovshin Yud, so it was. I really don't remember if it's more than 3 or 4 times. But the Rebbe is sehr stark gegeben. These 2 children, I personally, I get my whole Yerushalayim, my whole life, I owe to the Rebbe, what the Rebbe in this portion brought me up. So, besides this story that the Rebbe always was getting around me, and as a Chassid, for sure that between Yud Shvat and Yud Aleph, it's written down that it happened that the people after the davening, they would go by, and he would take a Shabbos to people, and at the Rosh take their hand. He offered his hand saying the Shabbos, and it's written down. Different people in Mebreshis that this one didn't pull back his hand, this one pulled back his hand. Once I passed by, and he gave me his hand. I said, no. He says, you shouldn't have Lubavitcher Chassid? I said, yes. He gave me a smile. Later on, Tovshin Yud Beis, Chanukah. The Rebbe gave Chanukah geld, started giving Chanukah geld. He called over, gave Chanukah geld to the Bochum in 770 who learned Chassidus, so maybe to Betfred Din also who learned already Chassidus. But I didn't learn any Chassidus. The Rebbe called over my father and also my Chaver Yosel Zalmanov's father, each one separately. I don't know what he told him. What he told my father was, I want to give Ichemei Chanukah geld, but we only given to those who learn Chassidus. So I'm giving you the $1, hold it, start learning with him Chassidus. After you learn Chassidus, you should give him the $1. Father asked, what could you learn? I was then 11 years old. What could you learn with an 11-year-old kid? Chassidus. I'm telling you the story because there's a limud and everything. I don't want to go brag the kiruvim that I had of a person that's toch nicht the gay. The gay I'm just speaking because there's a very important limud in this. So the Rebbe said, when we start learning, it's like the whole anfangen lernen Adam ki Yaakov, who could the Torah. So you should learn with me the Maimah Adam ki Yaakov. which he did, and I got later the dollar. But I want to bring out, Olam Ki Yakriv is not a story, Maimah. For sure, there's the Tatus, who's the later, but the right away at the beginning, it starts off the Malochim and the Srafim and the Oifanim and Efshakisad, Efshabahamis and Allah Kisid, or the Malak Kisid, the Mayas and the Kisid. Imagine talking that to 11-year-old kid. People can verstehen. Das darf mechanech sein im Kind. Darf mechanech sein ihm vom Kind weiß auf. To know, Malachim says in Tanakh. Da ist der Malachim, es ist der Chais HaKedesh, es ist der Shekis of Shebahamis, and azoi mechanech Kind. I want to tell you that the meaning of learning Chassidus, and those who tell you, if you look and watch the Sichos, the Rebbe worked very important for him to get people to learn Chassidus, and he felt that by learning Chassidus, the person changes. Even whatever you Aperik Tanya, Avot, but the mentions are biting. So here, all through my younger years, the Rebbe always told me about learning Chassidus. Talk about Tafshi Yud Beis. I came to Tafshi Yud Dalet, I became Bar Mitzvah. Before I became Bar Mitzvah, I went into the Rebbe Yechidus. My father used to be the Seder then, that is, there was a, when for Bar Mitzvah, the Rebbe would say at Vatoirem, they gave to the Pashas HaShavua, would come to whoever, like to whatever. So, like Chava said to him what he told him, and what he told me, it was Pashas Shmois. So the Rebbe says, it says Pashas Shmois, Eile Shmois, the Yisrael by Mitzrayim, Rum V'Shimon. The Medrash says, what it mentions, Rum V'Shimon Nachsu, Rum V'Shimon Salku. Shalishinu Eshmam. The Rebbe said, why mit amol break me in the word Rum V'Shimon? Was da man Rum V'Shimon? Andere Namen, was upon in them? Ruven is Rien Elokus. Shimon is Shmien Elokus. Only through Ruven, Rien, Shmien Elokus, can you aufheben sich nach weg from Mitzrayim. As they told me, you're living in America, which is a golus, and you're learning on Mudachoil. The only way that you'll be able to uplift yourself with this golus is only to learn Chassidus. So that was the message that the Rebbe gave me. I mean, as far as I remember, I wrote it down as a child, but this is what I remember. Again, Chassidus. I became a little bit older. So when I was already 16, the Rebbe told to me a derech what I should do, that before the davening I should give tzedakah, but also before the davening, never that one day I should go away without learning Chassidus before the davening. Doesn't have to be from inside, it could be from memorizing. It's not an important amount of time, but the Zugetrogenkeit to them. So here I was, it's already a third time, again Chassidus. Da steht sich that from then on, Baruch Hashem, I'm now older, every day I might have, for emergency 2-3 days, I might have forgot to do that or couldn't do it. But every day I'm learning Chassidus because before the davening, because the Rebbe told me to do that. That's how the Rebbe brought me up. And if not for the Rebbe, I would have been a Brooklyn Dodger fan, or even worse. Finish up just a culmination of my speech. At a later time, my father asked the Rebbe that when my father had chances to speak to the Rebbe at different oivim, and he asked the Rebbe that he should do moifsim. Chassidim need moifsim. So the Rebbe says, Vincik moifsim, I did. You don't know what I did for you yourself. What I did for you, he told him in his health problems, for my mother and his health problems. And if not for me, what would Gwen dein Zoom? He said another word, which is not, I don't want to say it for the public, but the Rebbe made me an example from the Moifes. Whatever you see for me, I'm a living Moifes for the Rebbe. And it's because the Rebbe cared. I just want to tell you about the other children. Here you have Yosel Zalmanov. Yosel Zalmanov, when he was Bar Mitzvah, he he was in Yigimel, he's get older than me. The day of the Bar Mitzvah, the Rebbe gave his father Ksav Yadav Tzemach Tzedek Shoyesh Mitzvah Satfila. He should give it, learn, since the Tzemach Tzedek wrote it when he was young, so he told him he should take the Maimer and learn it with his son, and after a day later, he should bring it back. B'shteis Kiruvim, this is a different story. We're speaking it, no one cared. We wouldn't have any Chassidish Chinuch. The parents had it, I don't know where they came from. There was no such a thing. The mothers didn't learn in a Bisiankiv. Mothers weren't trained how to handle Rangim Chassidish. There was no Chassidish storybooks. There's not in any language. There wasn't. So what was around? The yeshiva was just the boys. There were boys. So ich gewählt, chassidische Bochum, wenn man sich haben sich, ältere Bochum sich haben sich. So ich gewählt, Rabbi Hesed will tell you, what was that? One time, Shmaki Rieder of Pesachovich. Rabbi Hesed, I imagine, he lived in a dormitory, so he learned chassidus at night. He was older. But boys like me, there was no one to take care. Only the Rebbe, what he did to me, what he did to my chaver, he picked us up and gave us advice, and even from far, he would watch to see whether we were growing. And then maybe the Baruch Hashem, we turned out to be the Brenner's Chassidim. That's what I wanted to say. So my message to you all is how important it is that the Rebbe put in the importance that how to bring up children is to teach them Poshet Mamori Chassidus. Besides everything else, this is something again and again and again. Chaim Miden. Niske soll sein im Rem, tanzen im Rem die Gule Schleime, bekore Mamisch, because we can nicht mehr aushalten on them. Chaim.
Yeah.
Chaim. Chaim, Shekech Rabbi Gerari. This we'd like to hear. There's another Yid with us here tonight. I was also zeicher to be present at that Farbrengen of Shvat of Yud Aleph, and we would like to hear very much from him, as he can describe it and his memories and how he experienced it. I'd like to call upon a Chassid, Rabbi Moshe Kazinitz, Rav of Kehillah El Yosef in Livingston, New Jersey, and a shliach from the Rebbe to that region. Rabbi Kazinitz.
I appreciate this opportunity, and my moments that I want to use up is I give the feeling of what a young person felt at that time. I was at the time of Histalkus, I was 15, and at the time during the year of Histalkus and Yud Shvat Tovshin Yud Aleph, I was already in 770. And I became 16 at that time. Tishka Yud Aleph, I became 16, but I was a young person. And my impressions that I felt are not necessarily coordinated with Rabbi Yitzchak Meir Garayas, that there were no Bachrim that time at all from the Yungalite. My father was a Erdel Lubavitch, and I came to the yeshiva in Tovshin Gimel. Paul Gordon was my friend at that time. He is 4 years old. I was saying, she could be granted speedily for him. And it's true, however, that most of the Bachrim were not the Lubavitch children from Tamimim, but later years, in the younger years, they began, of course, coming in more and more because there was nobody, there were no families, no Jewish families at that time, almost from Lubavitch as children that young. The fact is that I was zeicha, which I don't know how many there are that can recall that, to go into the Rebbe when he was still in the Greystone Hotel, right after they landed in 1940. My father took me to see the Rebbe when he went the first time to see the Rebbe upon his arrival. And the Rebbe that time talked to me and got involved and asked me all kinds of questions, and then told me that of course I wore a yarmulke to Talskotton, but I should also wear it for sleep. And then there were other questions which I can't remember the detail, unfortunately. Over the course of time, in the 10 years from 1940 to Tavshin Yud in 1950, I had an opportunity to be by the Rebbe for Yekidus with my father every time, 4 times. I went in, as I said before, when the Rebbe came. I went in when I came to the yeshiva. At that time, the Rebbe also spoke to me and asked me about a shtifa, and I got involved with my coming to yeshiva and gave me a bracha. And then I went in another time where the Rebbe did not talk to me, and then the 4th time was for the bar mitzvah. Also, I was privileged to have the worked out, and not because of anything. I don't know how, but it was the schus of going in several times on Rosh Hashanah for Tkiyas. The Minameit from the Frierdiker Rebbe is ingrained in my system that in a very powerful way that I hear his voice. And a few times that I came also during the Sudas Yantiv, where I was able to stand in the back behind those that were sitting around the table with the Frierdiker Rebbe at the head of the table. But besides that, I also had the opportunity a couple of times in the early years when the Rebbe first went downstairs, only a couple of times, because on Shabbos we didn't come down there. We lived in Brownsville, which is a half hour away, and there was a Brownsville minyan. What I want to say is that over the course of that period, having had that schus of seeing the Rebbe, maybe that is what gave me that personal connection in a very interesting way, was that I felt the strength of the Rebbe's presence in 770. That if I know how to put it, it's more a very precious, simple term, and maybe as like the young kid that I was at the time, the room, the Yekidus room was in my mind like the Keri Chakadashim. And the Rebbe was there, and I was able to visualize easily sitting by the desk and the communication of the few minutes when there was Yekidus, or even at times when that I mentioned that I saw the Rebbe otherwise in the dining room there or by the davening. My feeling was also of one that I guess I can best describe, having heard the stories from my father and heard about all the Mesilas Nefesh and the difficulties that they had and on the torture and everything that he went through. When I go back to what in the Chassidus, they bring the difference of the Mesilas Nefesh of Avraham Avinu and Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva said that he was the schus that he had, that Masa Yavel Yoder Kaimeno, and that the schus of Mesilas Nefesh that Avraham Avinu was, in a sense, greater, if I may use the word, although I don't want to be the one who measures. And his schus was that Mesilas Nefesh wasn't a satisfactory goal that was attained, that Masa Yavel Yoder Kaimeno. But on the contrary, it was a torture even when that was being done, because the moments that he was not able to do anything, the moments that he was caught up in being arrested or in the fire, whatever it was that was holding him back, those moments he couldn't do. And his mission was to do the whole time. And he was ready to, with Mesilas Nefesh, to do. So when he couldn't for a moment, he didn't have the satisfaction of having had Mesilas Nefesh. That helps me color the picture I have of the 10 years of what I understood, I think, of having the Rebbe there in the Yechidus room. And as I say, in the Kiddush HaKadoshim in 770 in that room. And other things I also was aware of, that that was coming to the house by mail every month for 5 years. The ACS and other things that I was aware of at the time, that built up in my system a feeling that was really indescribable, because it's beyond words that I can find that would adequately cover. When Yud Shvat, Tavshin Yud happened, and my father came running to 770 Mitzvah Shabbos. So the tragedy, again, was such that I don't have the words to describe them, but you felt that everything was shattered, that suddenly here you had what I would only call a lifeline to existence, to certainly Ruchnistic existence, and also to Pashut existence as a Jew, even in a physical way. And suddenly you Shvat, the plug is pulled. In my memory, and what I felt was right after that, there was no question of who's going to be a Rebbe, take over and become a Rebbe. In my generation, I'm sure none of us had any question. We all knew about the Rebbe's guidance. We knew of the Rebbe's, even put it in simple words, the personality, the person, the type of Israel, whatever we knew, clarified it for us that there was no option. This was going to happen. And I can feel as I went into 77, I came to Tishrei Yud Aleph, the Rebbe was picking up the pieces, making sure that nothing crashes, making sure that there's a person that's leading. That was felt. There's no question about it. But I must tell you that the feeling I had, and I cannot shake it off, and I'm sure it's right, and can only be described maybe best by saying that the chair upstairs was empty. There was no official Rebbe. And what that meant was that I was sensitive, as so many others were, to the politics that Rabbi Shemaiah mentioned, to the different problems that adults had maybe, and maybe the older adults legitimately of their part, they had to make a transition. I don't want it to be done, it's not my place to be done. But there was a vacuum of sorts. Not that we knew, yes, we knew, I knew very clearly. But on the other hand, as I say, the chair was missing. Well, the chair was there, but it was empty. What happened, Yud Shvat, Topshin Yud Aleph, was that with the declaration or the invitation, let's call it, to say the Maimon, but the Rebbe's going, I remember the moment it was going over to the head of the table rather than the middle of the table. We were sitting and wondering what's going to happen. Are we sure that the Rebbe will come to the head of the table? With his saying of the Maimon and the way it was described, without going into those details that you don't have to hear from me, I can tell you my impression as a young person when the Rebbe said, and dwelt on the point of Hashvi'i and Chavivi, that we are the Der Hashvi'i, he did something for us that I cannot compare other than a reflection of what happened at Har Sinai. That suddenly from people there was a people, a nation was created. There was a relationship that was not individuals that knew each other, but a nation that loved each other. And something had to happen here as well, and the Rebbe created it by stamping us as a Der Hashvi'i. He wasn't talking about himself. He wasn't talking about the fact that he was the seventh Rebbe from the Alter Rebbe. What he said was that we were the Der Hashvi'i, that we had a responsibility. And not only did we have a responsibility, but we had a kayach. And we had a kayach that was granted to us, and that was his pledge in a way, even though he didn't put it in such words probably. But what he said was that he's giving us the kayach, and he expects us to use that kayach, he expects us to live with that kayach. And just as the Frierdiker Rebbe created a base in America, like a beachhead, now this beachhead has to spread out and conquer. And this kayach we have with Ahavas Yisrael, we're becoming united, becoming close to each other, becoming a kol, a kehila, not of politics, but of love and closeness and consideration, with ideals that are similar and a focus that is the same, that as guided by the Rebbe, we will accomplish and we will conquer. And that's essentially, I think, the feeling I know that I had, and I'm sure that many had, because that was the Rebbe's intention, to grant us, to stamp us with that kayach, to go from that night on, and to live with that, each one capacity and at the same time responsibility to be mashpia on people, to be mashpia on the environment, to carry forth this message, to conquer and prove what the Rebbe said, the Frierdiker Rebbe said before, America is not anders, nicht anders, and it is not anders, it is not different, it can be done, and it will be done. And I think that is what the important part that I can share, that as a young person impacted on me, and God should help that now already we're a little bit older, so we have a little more seichel, a little more what we have to be doing, and all of us together should work and can work, will work until such time when we accomplish what the Rebbe asked of us.
Shakir, Rabbi Cousins, is Rabbi Krinsky, are you still here? Rabbi Krinsky.
He's here. Yeah, Yossi Friedman. Oh,
I
okay,
don't
he's just
see him.
unmuted.
Ah,
Yeah, here he is. Here he is.
Thank you, Meisha. I just want to make two brief orders, two of the talks. What's that? Am I on?
you're on. Live.
I said thank you, Meisha. Meisha Kazinets.
Yeah.
Dishwasher. Two orders. Number one, in what Rabbi Herson said about Yudalef, Shvat, Tovshin Yudalef, before the Rebbe said the Maimach Sidis. I was there, and I was within a few feet of Sunday Nemtsov, and what he said was, I remember vividly, it's still in my ears. He said to the Rebbe, the Kelram, Nimtzechein v'seichel tev, the Rebbe zal sagen Chassidus. Those were the words for the record. I remember very, very vividly. Number one. Number two, when what Rabbi Agrari, Shemaiah, said about the ad in the newspaper that the Rebbe was unwelcomed, it is true that it was about Yud Shvat, but the ad was before Chav Dalet Tevis. Chav Dalet Tevis is like Yud Shvat. So the story was before Chav Dalet Tevis, and the fact is that on Chav Dalet Tevis, when the Rebbe came in the morning, he was wearing the Lushay Shabbos Yom Tov. That's just for the record. I mean, that includes that the Rebbe calling in the Yaltid Chassidim and complaining, etc., and Reb Shmuel went in to ameliorate the situation. That we can't say something that's not accurate. So that's I just wanted to clarify both things.
So I'm going to ask you the question I asked Rabbi Garari, which actually your shwager sort of just ended with, that a sense right away that Dei Hashvi'i, they're now being brought into this whole new context. Dei Hashvi'i, it's like this whole new perspective on where we are. I wanted to, so you spoke before emphatically about the Nesius started right away, Yud Yud, which of course it did. But I wanted to ask you, what else Rabbi Grai, also about the day after Yud Shvat Toshin Yud Aleph, from your observation, both in terms of what the Rebbe said. I mean, what the Rebbe is saying is laying out this agenda to transform the world, that the agenda of Dei Hashvi'i is to be mamshech the Shechina Lamata. I mean, did Chassidim really process what the Rebbe was actually saying? I mean, I'll tell you, I heard from Rabbi Moshe Lazar, I think is going to be on later, when the Rebbe started using the Sprach of Veratzta, which was later, and the Rebbe spoke of Veratzta, Yom V'Kei Motzafein V'Negba. He said, yeah, the way we understood it was Yom V'Kei Motzafein V'Negba was Flatbush, Bar Park, Williamsburg, and so like it took a while to unpack this. The Rebbe actually is laying out a vision to change the world. So I just wanted to ask you, how did Chassidim process what the Rebbe actually said that night?
Rabbi, I was just a young kid, 16 years old.
Oh, that was Rabbi Garari's excuse.
No, I'm not excusing. No, I'm not a kid. Listen to me. Give me a chance. what I want to say is that I can't give you the measure of what Chassidim thought. I was a 16, 17-year-old boy. But I want to bring something current to everybody's attention. And the Rebbe told me, and the Kinnis HaShluchim, every year he reminded me about a number of things I should mention and what the opportunities that I have to speak. And he always told me, since the Kinnis is in Chodesh Kislev, month of Chanukah, I should talk about Mitzvah Chanukah. Began about 45 years ago. The Bechlukah days who had the first public Chanukah Menorah, v'chulu. But what I saw this year, maybe because of the pandemic year, and I think that the Zoom gave us an opportunity to visit more places, many times, in homes, and in public places, and in government platforms. And it was like never before. I don't think in Jewish history, there were so many Jews observing Chanukah to whatever extent, if they came to a public Chabad Menorah, or they did it at home, or they did it in the temple, synagogue, wherever they may have been. Even the media covered it by far more. Don't forget, we are now the Rebbe is all over the place, but 108 countries with over 5,000-6,000 pairs of shluchim. Every week, it's couples are going out. I don't think that in Jewish history, there's been that many Jews keeping Chanukah in one way or another than this past year in the pandemic. I hear this from many shluchim. It's impossible even to do a census, to make a rishima how many places this kind of menorah, another kind of menorah, even not from Chabad, because people are copying Chabad now. The people who opposed the public menorahs, in Pittsburgh, for example, that was the only case, aside from many other federal cases and local cases, that went to the United States Supreme Court. The mayor of the city was Jewish, a Jewish woman. She didn't want the menorah. Other Jewish organizations that now run to be able to go up in a lift and put on a lift from the Chanukah Menorah before hundreds of people were standing around. Now it all changed. The Mitzvah Chanukah, I'm just bringing a moshel that this Dur Hashvi'i, I don't know if we ourselves realize how powerful it is. I'm giving you a moshel of Chanukah that we see, we can feel. You read the papers, you see television, you see the enormous, in 108 countries that remember what Chanukah was in the first place. So it is very, skip from, let's have a big hop, skip from the jump from Yud Shvat Tovshin Yud Tovshin Yud Aleph to Tovshin Pei Aleph. It's miles away from the way it was. This is the Beskech. It's only a symbolic Hatzlocha, but we mustn't lose sight of it. It's enormous. And next year will be even more. There'll be millions of Jews kept Chanukah in one way or another. So it's the Rebbe's words from the Maimah, the first Maimah. It's happening. We just have to open our eyes and realize what's going on and try to do more and better.
You bring up a very interesting point. Like you say, miles away. The point that I'm getting at is that, for example, learning the Maimer of Tavshin Chof Aleph, the Mem Aleph. So the Rebbe talks about the difference between Tzivos Hashem and Hashem Tzvos. And that as we get closer to Geula, the battle is no longer about conquest, not about Avedis Abirurim, it's about transformation, transforming the world b'derech shalom. So first of all, it hit me that when the Rebbe started talking late Mems, even though Hachin Kulchem, and Mishingi puts the Kneplach, and we were like, so like what's now? And what's after Avedis Abirurim? But the Rebbe had actually spoken about this before. Avedis Abirurim means that the world is still resisting and the world still needs to be conquered. The Rebbe said, as we get closer to the Geula, it's going to happen organically and the world is going to transform, which is exactly what we're seeing. Like you said, Chanukah this year, not to mention a menorah in Dubai, in places that were overtly hostile and completely b'derech shalom. Here you have a menorah in front of the tallest building in the world, which is also like symbolic, the citadel of power in a formerly hostile country. So the Rebbe saw this, the Rebbe envisioned it and staked out an agenda that the world is going to transform, and we're not going to have to fight it. The time for fighting is over, and Birurim is over. It's about transformation, and it's happening with, the Rebbe also says in the Maimer, that's why there's a Gilui of Chassidus before Mashiach is coming, because within Torah itself, what's the difference between Nigla and Chassidus? Nigla is functional Judaism. You know how Yid functions? That's the function of Nigla. Chassidus is transformative Judaism. It transforms the way you fundamentally think and understand yourself and your neshama and your relationship with Eibishter. And we are all witness to the unprecedented level of Afotis and Mayonis today. In every single kreis, Litvische kreis and Chassidische kreis and the Fremde Welt, everybody is gravitating to Teres Chassidus. So the Rebbe's vision, as I started off tonight, this is the Tzaddik Atom Yifrach, 70 years, 71 years, it's flourishing, and the world is systemically transforming. But I'm just saying, you can see it all in the words that the Rebbe staked out right then. He was talking this Sprach Tov Shin Yud Aleph, and he kept talking about it. So just interesting for those who heard it then, you look back now, what the Rebbe said, and do we really process and understand what he was actually saying? Now we have the benefit of hindsight. We can look back and we can see that everything that is happening in the world today, everything was foreseen. This is the vision that the Rebbe laid out, and it's unfolding before our own eyes.
Look, the Rebbe founded an institution called Shlichus. I was when I came into the office after my wedding in Topshin Yud Zayin. It began then. The Frierdiker Rebbe sent out Shluchim in the early 40s, made Achitmim, made this issue about 15 or 20 in the northeastern part of the United States. And it was a different gather of Shlichus for whatever reasons. But the institution of Shlichus that the Rebbe created, you see it gaining such strength. It's very, very powerful, but it has far to go, and it's going to succeed. It's going to go there. Whatever happened till now is only just beginning to see the, I don't want to use the word fight, but the work that Shluchim have to do. And that's going to bring Mashiach. It's an enormous power. Do we realize we're Shluchim? Do we realize the strength of who we are and what we represent? And what we represent is a lot more than what we are. We have to get to what we represent. And I think the Shluchim are doing a great job. The Shluchim, the Shluchis, and the children, God bless each and every one. God should give them whatever they need. Gesund and Shluchim auf, was we cannot betten.
Rabbi Krinsky.
Do we realize? Yeah.
Would you please also tell us the story of your first Yechidus? Because everyone knows that the Rebbe started to accept Yechidus already Chidish 7. When was your first Yechidus? Yechidus. When was your first Yechidus by Rebbe?
Well, I had a Yechidus. I told you a story before about a sheikh in Boston who had a very serious medical condition. The Rebbe called me in. The Rebbe said the Rebbe will design. That's not a Yechidus. I was by myself. I was a Yochid. It depends what you regard as the Yechidus. It depends, it depends sometimes your own hashkafa. Maybe there were things that we don't realize. Maybe we got older, we realized what it was, had the value of what we had a Yachid with the Rebbe, whether it was a letter or Farbrengen, something that really, really hit you in the solar plexus.
When you came in with the pidyon to the Rebbe, an official Yechidus for you, and you letters. When you came with the pidyon,
I don't remember. I can't remember. In any case, it started very, very slowly, not the way it was in the later years that you and I remember. Well, I remember from before too. Thank you, thank God. But there was not a date that it began. I don't think there's any record of when it began. When the Rebbe did see people. He saw them in the first year between Yud and Yud Aleph. That was more. I don't think there's anything in our records to know what you consider the Yechidus. The Rebbe called somebody in, or if somebody went into the Rebbe for whatever his damnus. That's to my understanding, that was the Yechidus, the way I think the Yechidus is.
Just because some people tell stories like Beryl Unique, I think once he came into the Rebbe's room like in 7th Tavshin Yud, he put a pidyon on the table. The Rebbe said, a pidyon doesn't give him in the hand. The pidyon you have to give in the hand, not put on the table. The Rebbe, Mamish, he acted like a Rebbe already within 7th Tavshin Yud. He put on the hand.
Yeah, I don't know if these things you're pointing out makes a chiluk in the Indian from the Chiddush as far as the Yochid is concerned and the Rebbe is concerned and the connection between both. In any case, I can't answer your question because I don't think it can be answered. We don't have that kind of information, any records of that nature.
So you told the story before about you told the Chele, the name of the Rebbe? A story? You told the story before?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
No, I was wondering if you told that story because it's an amazing story.
The Rebbe once said that the dollars he gives out Sunday, it's Yechidus.
Right.
So how do you measure this?
No, I'm just asking what your memories from Tavshin Yud. Maybe your brother-in-law, Rabbi Kazinitz, if he remembers from his first Yechidus in Tavshin Yud. Whatever you remember from the first Yechidus.
You can ask him. My first Yechidus was by the Friedrich Rebbe.
The Friedrich Rebbe I had with my father. By the Rebbe to go in as a bacher for Yechidus Mamech, I don't remember the exact date. It was also for the Yom Haledes, and it was probably Yud Beis or Yud Gimel. I imagine when bacher began going. I don't remember the exact year that it started. I feel that people don't. I thought that I'm exaggerating in my expression of the response of what we all felt on that huge Shvat. That for there's no question the institution of shlichus and everything else that happened in all the years, and it's still going on. It's still growing. But I think a certain basic feeling of strength that we are here now is a feeling that only one who felt before that it was a shattering and we're not organized and there's no head and we're put together back again, that came across that night, that I guess I don't think I was fooling myself, but I didn't go around taking a poll of how many people felt that way. But I think one could not have had the ears open and not felt it that evening if he was standing there.
And I'll also, you finish. I'll tell you a little story now that you mentioned Yechidus, that both of the Rebbeim. It's strange when the trial of the books, Tufshin Memhei, the library, the stolen books happened, and I'm diverting to a different subject. I realize that, but I found it personally very, very interesting. And what happened was that Chedesh Tammuz, Tufshin Memhei, those who were the 770, but Farbrengen in the month of Tammuz, of that terrible, horrible story, and the Rebbe talking, even when he was sitting on his chair, Shabbos, by the Farbrengen, was so painful just to look at. Closer came to how the Rebbe felt. You can't even be what it cost him and the Rebbetzin, by the way, just as much as him. And the Rebbe asked people to do something. People should do something. And the day after that, the Sunday after one of the more expressions of unbearable agony seen on the Rebbe, I was appointed to be the masker of and a member of the Vad HaPeil of Agudas Chassidei Chabad back in the early Chofs, about 10 years after I came into the office. Nobody knew about it. I won't go into the history, but as the secretary of Agudas Chabad, I called the meeting of the Chavedim the Sunday after that Shabbos, and I all of them were at the Farbrengen and saw whatever I saw, but somehow they were afraid to move. They didn't want to start up with Beis Harav, and it was futile. And the Rebbe said, "Mazal Piston." So on my own, I didn't ask the Rebbe. Monday, I called up a lawyer, that Lewin, and told him what happened. And we had a long discussion. He says, it's good you called today because his office is in Washington. He said, I'll be in New York tomorrow, this and this address, come by and we'll talk. So I met him in New York the next day. I had the documents, some of the documents he wanted. He says, we're going to apply for a TRO, that's a temporary restraining order, which means that the person the thief is restrained, he can't do anything. He can't do anything with what he stole, etc. And when I sat with him on a Wednesday, Tuesday or Wednesday, and he made up the affidavit, the request, and the next day he was going to go to the judge in federal court in the Eastern District, downtown Brooklyn. And then I thought I had to tell the Rebbe what I did. There's action being taken. I didn't ask him, didn't tell him. When I went in to tell him, but I did. He didn't say when should blah, 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 blah. I could do it because I was authorized because I was the secretary of the organization. I have the authority to do such things. And the Rebbe's face changed, not to a smile, but a certain restful, alleviated. Can you hear me? Because I lost the picture. And first thing he said is I should call up the Rebbe and tell her what happened. And then I started asking a question. And the Rebbe said, "Was fragst du bei mir?" And he said, "Moshe Rabbeinu hat getracht wegen Klal Yisrael. Aber in Indien von Pinchas hat sich gedacht, hat sich allein gedacht, ob dann nicht durch Moshe Rabbeinu." And then the Rebbe tells me, "Du bist a Chassid von Shvat." I didn't understand what it meant. But the Rebbe said, "Mestama bist gewinner mal beim Shvat, auf Yechidus, efshe bei der Bar Mitzvah. Mestama hat er gewünscht kach v'kach v'kach," which is exactly what happened 15 years before that. I'm talking about Yechidus. How
wow, that's amazing story. When did this happen? In Memhei? In Tammuz Memhei? When this happened?
It happened in Tammuz Memhei, yes. Before, yeah,
wow.
Tammuz Memhei. And then, of course, the case went forth and and we won. But you see, retrospectively, my own opinion, Balabatish opinion, it could be that the Rebbe couldn't become a Teveya. I mean, I don't know how the Rebbe felt. It could be a Teveya, not be. But any Chalef, Agudat Chabad became the Teveya. Without having Rabbi Schneer's name all over and all papir and the tweezing the blood that was the Dugalav in the I say this because my first Yechidus was by the Frierdiker Rebbe a few days before my Bar Mitzvah. My Mitzvah was Tetzvav Kislev Tovshin Zayin, 1946. Tovshin Ches maybe. But the Indian from Yechidus, as I said, the Rebbe referred to the dollars as a Yechidus. And maybe even for the people who said nothing, exchanged nothing other than Baruch Batzlocha. So Yechidus is not a term that you can describe and paint. So I going back to your question, it's not an answerable question to my mind.
I mean, this is the uniform Yechidus. I mean, you had the chance to be every day in Yechidus. But I'm asking from Tafshin, you were still a bacher. You were not yet a masker, or But later you were every day for Yechidus. So.
That depends on my own irrigation that I don't expect to espouse tonight.
Yeah, since the Shvagers are both on at the same time without getting too personal, but I understand there's this interesting story with the Rebbe and the Shidduch, no?
My Shver, Olav Shalom, learned in Lubavitch, Rebbe Lubavitch. He learned in Lubavitch, Leish's father. He was a very, very wonderful, very, very wonderful human being. His wife was just as nice as he was.
I didn't get the question.
It was a statement. He was trying to provoke a question.
About the shidduch between Rabbi Krinsky and your sister.
The Rebbe's involvement. That's what he's asking.
It was about, yeah.
If you want to spend a few minutes on it, Mesh, is it all right? Can I divulge everything?
My pleasure.
What happened was I was by the Rebbe once in Chiddush, and maybe been a Yemuladis, and the Rebbe said to me at the end of the bracha that he's going to put me on his list, meaning that the shidduchim I should be interested in receiving hatzot by shidduchim. And there were no hatzos at the time, but within about a month or two, there were a number of suggestions from different people. And so I wanted to ask the Rebbe, I wanted to go to the Rebbe to ask him what I should do. I had 5 young ladies that I didn't know any of them. And the Rebbe, Chorkov didn't want to let me in because I was there for my Yom just a few months before, 2 months before. But I went into Yechidus. I gave the Rebbe the list, and he took time reading the list, and he says to me, the Kazinitz Mädel. So he said, I want the Rebbe to know that I never met any of them. I know the families, but I have no knowledge of these 5 young ladies. So the Rebbe says to me, Meish's Schwester. That's like in Heinrich said, mit Aaron. I'm just saying it's close from Meisha. This was the Tivnik Ba'achin. And that worked out. That's what you meant?
Yeah.
What?
I mean, I didn't know exactly, but I just knew there's a story where the Rebbe took initiative in creating the shidduch.
It must be Rabbi Kazinit has a different version of the story. Rabbi Kazinit, maybe you have a...
Just
1 second.
Let him speak up.
This she wasn't on the list of 5.
He was.
She was.
Okay.
my father, he had a couple of names, and the Rebbe said, why not go to Krinsky?
We say that again?
Oh, you heard it from the other side.
I said when my father went in, he had a couple of names on the list, and the Rebbe said to him, why don't you go to Krinsky?
It's about time to tell me that, Misha. Where have you been for 65 years?
Oh, I'm glad I brought this up. Look at this.
I never knew that.
Yeah.
Ruby, I never knew that.
What a schus. This is historic. You just learned something now from your shwager.
Wow. Now I know why we went on to this subject. This is it all comes out of Yud Shvat.
It was an interesting.
All the status come out eventually.
For all of us, I think we had a schus that the way the Rebbe got involved in the shidduchim with us. When I went
involved in what? The Rebbe got involved in what?
In shidduchim that time with a few of us. I don't know how many people otherwise how the Rebbe related to, but I can tell you that when I went in to ask about a shidduch, so when I asked, he said Shalom Shvesta. Shalom.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember.
So he had
at Shalom Feldman to the those are his.
So this is not thank God. I mean, we had I don't know what to put it to schus beyond words. I mean, what can we say? Not everybody.
Let me explain what you're talking about. I'm shed some light on it. I was a dormitory guy from the time I came to New York. You had a house in Bronzeville, a mother and a father. You went home tonight to sleep in a nice warm bed. You had a hot soup for supper. We had different kinds of lives. But us who were in 770 all the time, we had no other place to be. We wanted to be in 770. From Tovshin Yud Beit, I went in Tovshin Yud Aleph. I went into the Rebbe for my birthday. I was 17 years old. And it was a very long yechidus, comparatively. Used to Bachar go in, it's 30 seconds, he's out for Bar Mitzvah, for a Yom Haledet. But I spent a long time with the Rebbe. He kept me. It was the day before, for example, it was Thursday night. My birthday was Friday. It was Tesvav Kislev was Friday. I went into Yechidus that night before on Thursday night. And one of the things that Rebbe told me was, I should go to the Ehel tomorrow. He says there's a bus going to the Ehel tomorrow because Tesvav Kislev is the day for the Chevra Kadisha. And they take a bus. All the Chevra go to the Ehel, it's a tonus, semi-tonus. So that was one thing. There was a bunch of other things. And one of the things he told me, he says, "Mistamus du gehört, als ich habe reingerufen etliche Bochrim, mit sie gerät wegen sie Limudim und mit sie gewinnt, als sie sollen annehmen Sachen, was sicher mit sie sein, kurz mit Sidri HaYeshiva. Sei ein Nigla und sei ein Chsidri." I had to hear it. He says, I was younger than all of them. I was still in Bedford and Dean. They were all from 7-7 from the Zal. So the Rebbe says, ich hab dir noch nicht reingerufen, aber wie bald sie bohle Jodi, will ich fragen, was ungenommen in mein Hatzor. So of course. So the Rebbe gave me something in Nigla, something in Chassidus, and the point I want to make, that this group of Bochum that I was with, 14, 15 Bochum, were just like the Rebbe's sons, literally. He treated us like kin, like his bonim. In every aspect, and you could feel it. We did Nichot together, might have together. Everything was together. Everything was 770. I used to sit with Yale Khan going to be on tonight. So I sat with Yale Khan came to New York from so a week after Shvat. He missed this office. From the time that Rebbe started speaking, even in Tov Shin Yud, Sichos, not Memorim, but Sichos, before your Dalaf Shvat, Yale would write up the Sichos, the Chesed, he would write up the Sichos. He had a horrible handwriting. It took me a long time to be able to decipher it. And I used to sit and type every word that he wrote. I had to type it. You couldn't subject the Rebbe to reading his stuff. And that used to be, it was technical thing. It was hours every day. It was for years. All the early memorim and sichos that you have, the things that he wrote and I typed. We were trained in the Lemus Barshin. Ask Gail about it. I took care of him with Gashmias. He needed care, physical care, and not physical, certain care. I'm saying this because it was the yachas between the Talmidim at that time and the Rebbe was, we were so immersed in the Rebbe, in the Nigla, whatever, even the Nigla, in Chassidus, and Al Chassidische, Nechtovim, Bechuli, that I didn't even know what year it was. It was 53, 57, I didn't know what year it was. I'm an American boy from Boston, went to Latin school. I push it. It was a different world, mamish. And so, why am I telling you this? Because we have. You
remember the bracha, the first bracha for the Bochum, the Erev Yom Kippur, Tavshin Yud Beis?
Sure. Yeah, I remember. It was a very short bracha. Talmidim and the Bonim. And Hatzlacha and learning. It was a very short bracha.
How many Bochum were standing there in the room? How many Bochum?
I would say maybe 30, 40.
Specifically, regardless, say this from the Shidduch, I wanted to ask Rav Moshe, because I've heard from you, Rabbi Krinsky, the story of how you basically missed your own word. You're the only chassan in history that missed his own, or at least came at 12 o'clock. Famous story. He went with Rebbe to camp. I wanted to ask Moshe, what was going on the Kala side, the family, that the chassan is a no-show to the vort?
You're really getting personal. But I like to note myself. Go ahead.
I could only tell.
Maybe you'll find out something new you didn't know. Another thing.
Yeah, no.
Oh, there is control. I can only tell you from my point I was in a car behind the Rebbe following, and I also went out to the camp.
You also.
So I afterwards stood in the car on President Street waiting for Noodle. After he dropped off the Rebbe, I took him to our house where the Kala was waiting. And
That was 12 o'clock at night.
12 o'clock at night, and I must tell you that she was in an unbelievably positive mood with all kinds of. The word patience is not enough to describe how she took it, and it was remarkable.
I came soon after you came home.
I mean,
Went
everybody
home.
else went home except my parents.
Everybody went home to Philadelphia and to all the places they came from.
Right. Right.
And they said that I heard that some said, "What are you marrying this guy? He doesn't come to his own engagement party. You know, you're not bound yet. You can make a change." But I came there, and she was just like my shmother described. And you know what? Till her last day, that's how she was.
That was her attitude.
She was
Yeah.
a very special lady. Thank God. The Rebbe made a good choice.
You remember this? I think if I remember correctly, when the Rebbe said to you, half a smile after you dropped him off, that
That was in his backyard at 12 o'clock at night. You know, I must say that he didn't seem to be too upset. He knows it's going to work out.
I knew whom he's dealing with.
Yeah, Rabbi Greenberg.
I know that Rabbi Herson is still here. Maybe he could add something from his memories from Tafshin Yud Aleph in those years.
What I said, I remember distinctly. It's chokuk b'zechreinu. Maybe he said something else too. I don't know. Maybe I didn't hear. I don't know. That was Yud Aleph, Shvat, Tafshin Yud Aleph.
You remember how many people were there in 770 upstairs?
Well, you know the Zal. How many people can you put in there? I was thinking before, there must have been 100 pairs of human feet between me and Nemtsov. But in Shetach, in terms of measurement, it must have been 4 feet.
It wasn't, someone said 50 is not true, and 900 was impossible. That I can tell you. That the walls were sweating, I can also affirm.
Rabbi Herson said the ceiling was
running down the walls.
It carried everybody away. It was a different topic.
You remember when the Rebbe was by the Eil Yud Shvat of Shinid Aleph?
No, I don't. But you know, I interesting. The next day, Yud Beis Shvat Tov Yud Aleph, I wrote a letter to my parents and to my family up in Boston. Two 8.5 by 11 sheets of paper. I wrote it in Yiddish, and I never saw it again. A few weeks ago, one of my nephews, my brother Yosef Olav Shalom's son, shows me the letter, the original letter that I sent, and he had a question in a certain place. And you know, it was a pretty good description of even the Rebbe cried and how we it was pretty good, it was fresh. I couldn't control myself. I had to write it. I can't hear you. I lost you. He's talking. Yeah. Who's muted? You're muted.
Yasker, we can hear you.
Yeah. My question was if your nephew gave you a copy of it.
Yeah.
Your nephew gave you a copy of your own letter.
Yes.
But it will be very important to share it with the Eila. Maybe you could put it.
I would be delighted to. I have it. I mean, I have control. I have it.
Would love to see it.
Not with me.
Maybe you could read to us what it says there. I've been interested.
You were involved in the Yimei Bereshis?
Yes.
And you didn't get it? You didn't have it?
We didn't have it then. When we wrote the book.
We
Krinsky, you have this. We are very thankful to you that you gave it to the Rebbe when the Rebbe took it to the Eil. Maybe you could share something about this when the Rebbe took it to the
Take what
Eil.
to the Eil? The
Beit
Bereishis?
Bereishis. Right.
I don't think the Rebbe said anything to me about the book. It was medaftiv. Medaftiv, he
Right.
went through the pages.
Went to the pages.
He had it in his office when he got back. I'm sure that he looked at it. It's not. It would be a chiddush if he would. That would be interesting.
Mhm.
It was a wonderful book. It was a wonderful piece of work.
But your letter was not there. We would love to see it. It will be a great book for you,
I can
Shvat.
share. I can share it.
If you have someone next to you who knows how to share it on the Zoom, will be great. But if not, maybe
Not
tomorrow.
now. I'm not home now. And
Okay.
yeah, I'll be delighted to do that.
It will be amazing to see the letter because when someone
Yeah,
writes
it's not
right
amazing.
then
It's
and
what
there,
happened. It's what happened.
but it's authentic when you see it. Someone wrote it
It's
then.
the difference of sukkahs that the Rebbe made in the middle of the Maimah, things like that.
Mhm.
Okay.
I mean, this was an unusual mimer that the Rebbe should stop 3 times and twice and have nigunim and
Absolutely. It was a good thing. Thank
We have
God.
over here, well, we have over here sitting with us Rabbi Shalom Bel Lipsky from Bell Harbor. Maybe he can share with us a little bit of the first huge Shvat that he was present by the Rebbe or anything else that he wants to share. Rabbi Lipsky, to unmute him. Rabbi Eisenbach, could you unmute Rabbi Lipsky? Shalom Lipsky, he's called Shalom Lipsky on the screen. Yudi. With us. Shalom Bel, 1 minute, it'll be up. Go ahead. You're on.
I'm listening to the various stories. You hear different versions of the same story. And tonight, just by chance, we have with us here the Einikel of Rav Shlomo Aaron Kazanovsky. So he told a story that his Zayda told him that when the particular ad came out in the paper about the Achtara of the Rebbe, so the Rebbe called in Rabbi Chadakov. Zayda told him, and he said that they need to have a retraction immediately. To have a retraction. And to call the Vad, there was a Vad at that time. Shlomo Aaron was part of that Vad. And to call them and make sure that it happens. So he says, Zayda thought to himself that to have a retraction would be the end of the story. That's what he says. And so he went into Yechidus to the Rebbe, and he said to the Rebbe that he had a cholon last night. He had a cholon with the Frierdiker Rebbe. And he said the Frierdiker Rebbe told him that he should go and tell the Rebbe that Ma titzak elai, daber abnei Yisrael b'yiso. So he explained his perspective of that is that the fort of the Rebbe, fort of the Eil, but yes is the Zeit, als mit darf reden zu die Jiden, als sollen sein, die Chassidim von Rebbe. So the Rebbe opened up his drawer, and he took out a telegram. The telegram were for the two chief rabbis of Eretz Yisrael, Herzog and Azulai, two of the chief rabbis that were there in the Tufshin Yud Aleph. And the telegram was a congratulations to the Rebbe for taking on the Nesias. He showed him the telegram. He didn't say anything else, and that was the end of the Yechidus. So that was an interesting perspective of that particular story. And the early parts, I came to 770 the first time. I was a boy of 10 years old. It was in 1956. We came to Canada in 1951. We didn't have papers to travel. My father got special papers at that time it was a very interesting story with my father that the Rebbe Chadakov told my father that he should come to New York for Farbrengen. And the reason that was, so we had a little, that kidduv was because the Rebbetzin Chana, she traveled with our transport coming out of Russia. On that train, on that transport that I was an infant of less than 30 days old. In fact, they couldn't pay for me, so I was carried out. My Zayde, Shnei Zalman Duchman, carried me out in a suitcase because they didn't have enough money to pay the bribery for the guards on the border to get out of Russia at that time. This is 1946. This is in Elul, the end of 1946. So my father said that it's very difficult. He told Rabbi Chadakov that it's very difficult. He can't.
Rabbi Zlipsky, you froze. Oh, he's disconnected. Rabbi Harrison, after you built up his Mamsha Zain, while we wait for Rabbi Lipsky, or in its own right, we asked you before already, so, but how do we get his microphone open? Oh, Rabbi Harrison, your mic is open.
Yeah. I have nothing else to add in this. I was too young and too fresh to know too much what das was ich denke ich und die anderen Sachen, das
That's not Sveiten Yud
From Tavshin Yud Aleph, not only from Tavshin Yud, from Tavshin Yud Beis. If you tell us your first Yechidus by the Rebbe, anything do you remember?
I just told you.
Oh, maybe I came late because by me Shabbos finished. Whatever you could add from the Erste Jahren would be beautiful. I mean, because you were mamish a kid from all the way away, and you were there.
I think that's a known already. It was on Jam about the Yud Beis Tammuz being by the oil. It was not an oil. It was just a matziv at that time. Oh, but this is known already. It was that the Rebbe was saying minor lotion, and what he said when he finished with the minor lotion.
What was already B'Stamus Tavshin Yud? Is this B'Stamus Tavshin Yud or Yud Aleph?
Yud Aleph.
So there was no oil yet by Yud Aleph B'Stamus?
No, there was only Matzeva, and I was standing mamish near the Rebbe.
In May Breishis, it says that the ale was finished on Yud Shvat Tavshin Yud Aleph, no?
I cannot tell you that. That Yud Beis Tammuz, there was no oil, there was only a Matzeva. And there were not too many people there.
And the Rebbe said, Good Yom Tiv.
The Rebbe said a very low voice, Good Yom Tiv Rebbe. And then he went back a few psias, and went with pchias.
Was the Rebbe always in Tavshin Yud when he went to the oil, went with the Sirtuk? If you remember that.
Sirtuk, you mean?
If the Rebbe was wearing a Sirtuk or he went with his jacket, with his suit. You remember that?
I don't remember that, but I think it was a Sutuk already.
Because Yudalef, for the Yudalef, yeah. Total
And
Tavshiniyot, yeah.
When you
Yeah,
started,
Yudalef is Satuk.
yeah, it stayed like this.
Right, right.
Rabbi Lipska, we're going to unmute you again.
Is Rabbi Lipska still there?
Yeah, he's here. He's back. Need to unmute him.
My machine pushed it, went
All right.
off. Well, my machine went off for a minute. I'm sorry, but meanwhile, we got some good information. In any case, when we came to, so the Rebbe said, the Rebbe told Rabbi Chadakov, this is in Tavshin Beis, he said to Rav Chadakov that his mother told him that they went through all kinds of difficulties and borders. He says he can't cross the Canadian-American border. So anyways, it was arranged that he came across the border, came to Farbrengen. So the Rebbe said to him that he was at Farbrengen. I think it was probably Yud Beis Tammuz. And the Rebbe said to him, Lipsker from Toronto. So tell him to say L'chaim. So those days, Yud Beis Tammuz, and the Chassidim that were there, by the Farbrengens, they said, Ariel L'chaim. So the Rebbe went like this, filled him up a cup, and a few minutes later, he turned around and said, Nemedach Gireta Zazog L'chaim. Filled him up a second cup. Before the Sikha started, the Rebbe said, Gizok L'chaim. Filled up a third cup. By this time, what they filled up was not wine. So it was already 3 full glasses of mashke. The Rebbe looked and he had to drink it down. Drank down to 3 glasses of mashke. And I think there was a 4th cup. Anyways, my father ended up under the dish. So he went to Yechidus, and the next night there were Yechidus, and after Farbrengens, there were Yechidus for the Archim. My father went into Yechidus. So the Rebbe said to him, as Mistamit for him to come to in Toronto, but the Rebbe was mit Gereta for Farbrengen. So my father said, no, first of all, in the Farbrengen, he says, let's get from Toronto. So someone said, unter dem Tisch. There was a Tavel Bracha. So he said the next night, he said, my Tabet Rebbe was mit Gereta for Farbrengen. So my father said, bis halb Nacht I kenne Ibegem a bissl, aber Nacht habe ich gar nicht gehört. So he said, noch halb Nacht, wenn sagt besser für halb Nacht. So our relationship was that kind of an interesting relationship. Every time we came to New York, we used to visit the Rebbe's Chana in their house. I remember one time we were visiting the Chana. We used to get dressed up. We went to her apartment, and she would always give us some candy. We stayed there for a half hour. And one time we were sitting there, and the Rebbetzin said, she kind of wanted to excuse herself. He says, mein Sohn darf geht kommen. So we got the message, and we just quickly walked out of the apartment. And as we walked out of the apartment, the Rebbe came into the apartment. Another interesting story that I heard from Rabbi Jacobson, and maybe many of you may have heard it, but Rabbi Yisrael Jacobson, he was kind of a mashpia, one of the mashpiim in 770, before he started Hadarat Torah. He was a very interesting yid. You know, he used to daven in the hallway, running back and forth. He used to daven in 15, 20 minutes, the whole davening. So a very special type of a yid, full of simcha all the time, etc. Very energetic, a lot of energy. So one day he was telling us, the Maisa, that in the early year, Rashad never came to the Farbrengens. And probably, because obviously the reason was very obvious. Suddenly he started coming to the Farbrengen. So the Yisrael Jacobson, who was close with him on a personal level, she said to him, what happened to Shmaryo? Was him coming to Farbrengen? So he said to him, Mizman Lizman is eine Doin Yonim, was ich habe auf dem ist kein Pisserin. Und der einzige was that we get from time to time, I have issues that I have no way to resolve them. And the only way I could have resolved him is I had to address it to the Rebbe, to my father-in-law, to my Shvat, the Rebbe. He says, ich kann das nicht beweisen, und der Shvat kann das ja beweisen. He says, I can't accomplish that today, but my brother-in-law can accomplish that today. He became an ardent chassid, as you know. He never made a move without the Rebbe after that period. And in fact, there's another Meiser, was a Jew here in Miami, who was a Mekubal, a serious guy. And he had a personal yachas with the Rebbe. So he told us the story also that the Rebbe told him that he should go to come to the Eyal. And that was the day that the Rebbe was in the Eyal. So during those days, the time, this was in the Lamids. So during that time, the Rebbe, most of the time, the Rebbe went to the Eyal, especially not the Rebbe the Pagre, but time that he went by himself at Rosh Chodesh. He went. There were no people in the Eyal. In any case, Rabbi Krinsky was outside of the Eyal, and so he came to the Eyal. The Rebbe was inside. He said so Rabbi Krinsky told him, you can go into the Eyal. The Rebbe said, you should go to the Eyal. You can go into the Eyal. So he said he walked up to the door and he heard people talking in the Eyal. There was like conversation. He opened up the door and the only person there was the Rebbe. He said he started to shake and tremble and he walked away. So from those perspectives, I'm sure that you heard many stories like that push it kipshute today, and everybody was talking, those that were around in Tafshin Yud. When we came the first time to 770, it's very interesting that I lived in Toronto. So when they come back with the Rebbe's Nigunim, the Rebbe taught a new niggin. To us, it was like coming like Teirim and Hashemayim. A new niggin came out from the Rebbe. The Rebbe taught a new niggin. I had this vision of 770 in my mind as a little boy. How will 770 look? What will that building look when I go to this palace where the Rebbe is living? There were certain kind of feelings and thought processes that we used to talk to each other. The kids in Toronto, we had a few mishpachas, a few Chabad mishpachas. The lights were the Rachavs, they called them, and the Aronovs, the Shachats became Chassidim a little bit later, Shvagerev, the Rav Chadakov. But otherwise, there were a few mishpachas at that time, in the 1950s. So in those years, we would get together on Shabbos in a small little shul that we turned it into a Nusach Harid. There was only 10, 15 people that davened there b'chlal. And we would talk about those times. And I remember the first time I came to 770, and the building looked exactly like I envisioned it to look. It was kind of a terrifying kind of a feeling to be able to walk into 770. Those years, we had Yechidus every year when we come. The whole family would go into Yechidus. We'd come for Yidris Thomas or Sukkot. The whole family would go into Yechidus. And the Rebbe would ask each of us something. One, the first Yechidus that I was with the Rebbe said to me, "Do Lenin's Gemara?" So I said, "Yes." So he said, "Vechom, was lernst du?" I was learning a mafkid. So the Rebbe said to me, "Kennst du Übersagen von the Gemara?" So it happens to be that I learned some Gemara Baal Peh. Part of my program was to learn some Gemara Baal Peh. I learned like a daf and a half of Gemara Baal Peh. So I started saying that I'm mafkid, and I started saying the first daf, and I slowed down, and the Rebbe keeps looking at me. And I think it took an extra about 10 minutes. The Rebbe heard me say, till wherever I learned, the Rebbe heard it. So when I heard before about the Rebbe's special attention to children, there was no question, and we have personal experiences in my family, my brother particularly, my older brother particularly, he had such special yachas with the Rebbe. And the Rebbe really cared about each child in such an extraordinary way that in Tafshin Yud Beis, my Zayda Shnei Zalman, he went to Toronto for Pesach. The Rebbe told me he should go to see his children. So because they came to the United States, we came to Canada. So the Rebbe gave my Zayda 2 Haggadahs for my brother and myself that they should give us as a gift from the Rebbe. I still use the Haggadah. But for the Rebbe to keep in mind that there's two Eineklach that know how to say Yiddish, the Tafshid Beis. I was 6 years old. That they know already how to learn Yiddish. They sent us at Haggadah Shal Pesach at that time. So again, the care that Rebbe had for us was extraordinary. But just to take a moment and to talk about the reason for the Farbrengen, of course, is to hear stories of what happened in Tafshid Yud and Tafshid Yud Aleph is irreplaceable, and it adds a tremendous panorama to our vision of what we're about, especially you see the extraordinary growth. But there's no question that we're now, it's a practicality that we're 70 years that changed the world, literally. Kipshute. We talked about transformation. So today, we're talking about Ikesh Shchina B'Tachteinim Ha'isa. So what is he? It's just a word. What's Ikesh Shchina? What's the Ikesh Shchina? How do you relate to that? And what do you mean by that? Is there a pink cloud that comes about? Is there some kind of a presence that comes about? What does it mean, Ikesh Shchina? It's a very powerful concept, Shchina. And particularly when you're talking to Balabatim. It happens to be that in South Florida now, it's the hottest part of the year. Bechlal, Florida is very popular now because it's a democratic state. They're coming from New York, and people are, this is a very hot neighborhood. But now there's Yeshiva week. So the place is packed solid. So I never had so many people from Lakewood and from Muncie and from Borough Park and from Williamsburg and from all these places, which Streimlach and the echte Lakewood guys who had a time to me last night why I didn't daven with a sirtuk, with a talis, Kabbalah Shabbos. What kind of minig is that, etc. So I told him, you're a guest here, so do the way it's here, but nonetheless. So how do you convey this concept of Dira B'Tachteinim in such a practical way? Ikir Shchina B'Tachteinim Ha'isa. And it's up to us, and I'm sure you heard the tape of the Rebbe and the Farbrengen. Retzach Nishtayim Fegelach in Busim. Don't talk yourself into some kind of a foolishness that it was a Friedrich, there's a Rebbe, then someone took his place, not a son, but a Eidim. And it depends on you. And what happens, it's important to talk about the greatness of the Rebbe. It's important. There's no question. It's important. And it makes us feel good. And we relate to that, etc. Because the Rebbe is our life. And the Rebbe gave us our life. And whatever we have is the Rebbe. B'chulu, b'chulu, on every level. Gashmis, beruchnis, and mentally, and intellectually, and physically. In every aspect of life, that Rebbe gave us everything that we have practically. But at the same time, we talk about the greatness of the Rebbe. Already the world realizes with all the books that are published about him in English and various languages, in the secular world and so forth, everybody recognizes the greatness of the Rebbe, that was unprecedented Jewish leader of history, unprecedented. And anywhere to have the Shchina down here, the Mata, that we understand because there's no place, never before in history, as Rabbi Krinsky said earlier, never before in history was there the presence of the Eibishter in so many places in the world. Almost every single corner of the world has a presence of the Eibishter, and it's represented by one of the Rebbe's Shluchim ambassadors. He represents godliness in that environment. He represents the spirituality of that space in every place and under every circumstance. The thing that is so incredible, that's beyond what Jonathan Sachs says, that Rebbe didn't make followers, he made leaders. Besides that fact, that concept. But if you think to yourself in Tafshid Yud Aleph, half the people in there were immigrants. Except for Rabbi Krinsky, probably most of them didn't speak English properly. It was a ragtag group that just came after the war, came to America and so forth. There were still a few people still from there. There were some people in Mekarovim and so forth. The Rebbe took a look at regular guys like you and me, like everybody else, and he said to you and me, you're going to be my partners in making this happen. And you think to yourself, a bunch of guys, if the Rebbe wouldn't have said that to us, if the Rebbe wouldn't have structured us, we'd be a bunch of storekeepers or manufacturing sweaters or selling shoes, whatever it would be. Or maybe some guys would be professionals, but generally speaking, be regular guys in the regular world. and maybe we'd learn a little Kutatayt on Friday and Shabbos and so forth. And some of us probably, maybe we'd still learn a little bit of Chitas, but the Rebbe transformed us in a way that's incredible. One of the biggest miracles of the Rebbe, one of the biggest meifsim of the Rebbe is not the meifsim of the Rebbe that you have to delineate. The meifsim of the Rebbe is the shluchim of the Rebbe is our meifsim. Here's guys, young guys that came into an environment that people under normal circumstances wouldn't pay any attention to them. If you want to get to the presidents and to the prime ministers and to the business leaders of a community, a very dear friend of mine, who's a big boy, he's a big guy, and he has lawyers and accountants and influencers. He said to me, "Can you get me the shlich in Tashkent?" I said, "What do you want a shlich in Tashkent?" He says, "Because that shlich in Tashkent has the kind of connections that I need to have." You think to yourself, when in history would these big men go to a shlich in Tashkent? Maybe he's 30 years old, 40 years old, I don't know. I didn't make contact with him yet. But the fact of the matter is, transformed us in a practical way. And we're now in this stage, in 70 years later, in the day Hashvi'i, that the Rebbe said clearly that this is the time, this is the day of Mashiach. He said it then, because I said, what does that mean? To bring the Shekhinah, Iker Shekhinah to come back. That is Mashiach. He didn't use those words in the Maimed, but that is Mashiach. What's Mashiach? And Iker Shekhinah is here in this world, and you start to feel him, and you start to know that it's real. So that's a language that everybody sees and understands. You take a look around the world, and you see the Rebbe's presence every single place in the world. When they see a shliach, they see the Rebbe, because they know that the Rebbe sent the shliach. The aliveness of the Rebbe today is really, like the Rebbe said in the Sikha in Tafshin Mem Aleph, to Shvat Tafshin Mem Aleph, the Rebbe said that there, Vechom Achayil El Choyil, the first time, the Mem Aleph, the second time that he said the Maimed on the Perek Yud Aleph. So the Rebbe said at that time, what's the union of a Yartzeit? At the Yartzeit, at the end of the Yartzeit, most of you know the Sikha probably, the end of a Yartzeit, the end of the 12 months, everybody, including those that mitzvahs kerimei, that b'shem Yisrael Yechuna, even they are finished with the process, and the neshama is the elam ha'emes wherever it's supposed to be. Achas kama v'kama tzadikim, the reisha adar, v'achas kama v'kama enosi adar. Then right away, he says, the immediate transition is right away to the elam ha'emes. So the fact of the matter is, what's the union of Yartzeit? And you get together in the Yartzeit and you make achlotas and so forth and so on. So the Rebbe said, there has to be a continuous. What's the Yelchem Echayel Chayel? In those in spaces, there's no chance of Yelchem Echayel Chayel there, because there's no traction, because you need to be in Eilam Hazeh Agashmi in order to move forward. In the Eilam Emes, you are the way you accomplished yourself. The Rebbe stresses Mazara B'Chaim Afu B'Chaim. So Mazara B'Chaim Afu B'Chaim is a genetic process. A person has children, so his children are continually brought out of the Avua. A child is a piece of the father. But the Rebbe spoke in that Sikh Mazara B'Chaim Pashat is Talmidim. When they are alive in the Rebbe, he says that's Pashat the Rebbe is B'Chaim. So today it's already not difficult. I find that with these all chevra that come around, the Masnagdim and the Satmar Chassidim, etc., there's no more questions about the Rebbe's alive, the Rebbe's here, the Rebbe's with us. They don't even talk about that anymore, because that's a clarity. So the union of Haisa is real in our times here today. And again, I think that it's a very interesting factor that we need Mashiach, and we need him desperately. The world is in a state of chaos, like the Rebbe said in times before, the Welt Shakeltach und Treiselzach. But he also said that when the Welt Shakeltach und Treiselzach, it's a chance to put it back together in strong foundations. So today we're facing tremendous problems. We're facing problems outside with Rahman al-Islam, people that have particularly gone off the path completely. And again, the kuda that the Rebbe says is that when a person has to know that the Eibishter is the one that runs the whole world, because if it's a das hakol, it's a moral, ethical society based on foundations, but if it's not God at the center point, then you do what's of interest to you. So it could be at some point that if it's not of interest to you to do so and so, it doesn't matter what will happen to the other person. And today you see what's going on in the world, that it's a crazy world in every single way. Begashmis and Beruchnius is a crazy world. So today, 70 years later, when we say that Rebbe said it's the time Mashiach has to come, it's real. So what can we do? The thing that you can do more, I know from my own experience that many times, not all the time, but many times, when the Rebbe would say something to me that was positive, immediately there would be a challenge for something else. Immediately there would be a challenge for something else. When I thought that I accomplished Baruch Hashem and I sent in a duch and everything was great, the Rebbe would say, what's with this and this that's not yet accomplished? It's very nice to know what we've done and we can sit on their laurels, but I think that today, this kind of a Farbrengen that you have, with hundreds of shluchim on the Farbrengen and others, and each one of us thinks about themselves and our sport that we must have. It's like the Rebbe said there, in that Sikha, Tafshim Aleph, the Rebbe said that you see that it says that the Eibishter is creating elements for the Goyim, the Mispar B'nai Yisrael. So the Rebbe said that you see, even by Goyim, they have a special day. Once a year, they have a day that they set about. It's the end of a tkufa. They make resolutions. They see what they missed in the past and they see what they have to do because it already became something that's common. It says, how much more so by us? There comes a day like this, and I'm talking to myself. I'm listening to the extraordinary stories that are coming about, and they really evoke a lot of warmth and a lot of kind of a yearning to see the Rebbe and to be with the Rebbe and to see his smile and to see his l'chaim, everything. You yearn for that environment, that you be able not to put a letter in a Igres or to put a letter in a Tanya, to put a letter, Pasha, to send a letter to the Rebbe and to wait for the secretary to call you back with the answer that the Rebbe gave. You wait for that. So all of that is extraordinary. But the Rebbe said at that time, it's time, Tafshim Aleph. Take a look at the Sikha, the first two Sikhas. The Rebbe said it's time you have to sit down and make a achlota. He wants to know what's the achlota that you make. Because we got to take it to the next level. Even though it has been an exponential growth pattern. The trajectory of Chabad is an unbelievable historical reality that people will write about at some point, that they'll talk about, when Mashiach comes itself, and talk about, there'll be a whole new tkufa in the Jewish history when they take a look at this day, Hashvi'i, what the Rebbe did. The Moshe Rabbeinu of our generation was a radical leader that was beyond anything that we've ever seen before. It's never happened in such a case where the entire world is impacted by a single person. And today he's quoted by Yidden and by Goyim and by leaders of countries, etc. So it's time, I think we have to think about, especially when we're sitting all together in such a moment, to think about what can we take it, how can we take it to the next level? I'm thinking to myself, I live here in a community of 33154, and the Rebbe said that we have to bring every Jew back. And it's true, we have to bring every Jew back. So in smaller communities, I'm working with a few shluchim, and it's real small communities. And their whole state, they have 400 Yidden, 500 Yidden. And they make contact with every single Yid, 500 Yid. There's areas in America that have tens of thousands of Yidden, and nobody knocks on their door. Today, it's not enough to put a piece of mail into the contact, into the doorway. Not enough to send an email. When you have to impact a person, you got to knock on their door and make sure that they have an impact. And they may not be enough shluchim, because we only have 5,000 shluchim or 6,000 shluchim, pairs, couples, and their children. But every single Yid can be a shliach. I know that in our community we have 5,000 Yidden, approximately 5,000 Yidden. We contacted Yidden that have no shaykhs to anyone else. So we talked to these, we have block shluchim. What's a block shliach? These are guys that live on the block, and they have a chrayis to be in contact with every Jew on their block, to knock on their door. You live in an apartment building, you're a chrayis for every Jew in your apartment building. So in any case, Tafshin Yud Aleph began a new epoch in Jewish history, Chabad history particular, and the world history generally. And 70 years later, we take a look, and we know that the Rebbe's objective is being fulfilled. It is coming to practicality. More people today know the Eibishter, more people today know the Rebbe. It's incredible how many people that I talked to today by our Farbrengen. We had a Farbrengen. So a guy walks in with long hair, sitting there by the fire. He sat down right next to me, and he's sitting down, and he picks up his cup, and he says, "L'chaim to the Rebbe!" Screams, "L'chaim to the Rebbe!" So I said, "Did you ever meet the Rebbe?" He said, "Not personally, but I know the Rebbe." I said, "How do you know the Rebbe?" "What do you mean, how do I know the Rebbe? I was in prison. That's how I know the Rebbe." That's what he tells me. He knows the Rebbe because he was in prison. There's nobody today that doesn't know the Metzias of a Rebbe. But we have to take it this again to the next level. Each of us in our own environment, and to plan it properly, how to impact. We're doing tremendously. I think that there's never been a group of shluchim, a group of people that have amalgamated to such a degree to take over the world and to transform it. There's never been such a thing, ever. But again, there must be another level that we have to take it to, because there's guys in my block here that I don't have a personal contact with. And I have to figure out, how do I do it? And these guys are not interested. They belong in a Reform synagogue. They look at me like I'm a little bit of a radical. I have to go with this long black coat and the heat. What's going on with you guys? Can't you be modern? Etc. The Rebbe gave us language. He gave us intellectual language. There's people today, the last person I had to share with, which a federal judge, the sefer that impacted him mostly was Shara Yuchad V'Amunah in English. Impacted him mostly. Today we have the tools, we have incredible tools. And again, there's three things that the Rebbe says in this mind about Tzava. One of them is that you have to make sure your time is properly utilized. The only way you can utilize your time properly, you got to get up an hour before everybody gets up. You got to go to sleep an hour after everybody goes to sleep. And in between those two times, got to make sure that your time is accounted for. And then you have to have Avos Yisrael. Can't spend your time criticizing, judging, etc. All that which the Rebbe says. And the third thing is you have to have a discipline of a soldier, not the discipline of a general, the discipline of a soldier, because that's what we basically are. We're soldiers. And the Rebbe said to a few people already that a shliach, as long as he's doing a shlichus, he's a shliach. The minute if a shliach decides that he wants to go have some fun and to expend the rest of time, but those few moments that he's having fun, that he's not involved in shlichus, that's when he's not a shliach, because the Rebbe didn't send him for that. If he's sleeping in order to be able to get up and to work properly, he's a shliach when he sleeps. When he eats, he's a shliach when he sleeps. And he eats, sleeps, and eats, and does whatever he needs to. But otherwise, we have to take it to the next level. So again, it's not my role here to Farbrengen on that level. They asked me about my first yechidus, my first interaction with the Rebbe, and my last yechidus with the Rebbe, that was in Tafshin Aleph, was a very special yechidus. For some reason, the Eibishter gave me a machshava teva and what to write to the Rebbe at that time. And it was very interesting because I wrote extremely little. I didn't write much at all. And my thought process at that time, to tell you how the Rebbe knows a person and how the Rebbe cares for a person. Just to tell you that's an interesting perspective. So the only thing I wrote to the Rebbe was my name. Since the Rebbe told me yechidus, it was people. There wasn't already a general yechidus. There were very few yechidus pratis. So the Rebbe said that I should have yechidus. so which had after Pesach. And so I decided, what should I write to the Rebbe? I had a lot of questions, but the next year I'll have another few questions that I want to have. What am I going to write to the Rebbe? How am I going to have Yechidus then? So I wrote to the Rebbe my name, Shalom Dei Ben Menachem Beile. And I remember Leibel Grana said to me, Nishkin Lange Brief. It was later. I asked that I had to go into the last. I went in that night after Professor Branover was there before me. I went into the Rebbe, I put the zettel on the table. Usually the Rebbe looks at my, usually when I had Yechidus, the Rebbe read the papers very quickly. He had a little pencil and he marked off on the side, he took a little note, and then he went back. And again, das was he answered something he didn't answer. This time he took the paper, he looked at the paper. He looked at the paper long enough that he didn't even say anything to me, and Label already opened the door to take me out of the Yechidus. So I was backing up, and all of a sudden the Rebbe looked at him, and Label dropped his hand, and he went out, he left me there. And the Rebbe spoke to me at that time. I learned to your Yechidus, and he set my whole stage of life, he said, set up for me. But the point of the matter is that he does that for every single person. Every single person that ever sets up a stage in life for them. And if you think about the details of how it happens, it always happens in such a way. So the Eibishter gave us a mashal, he gave us a gift. The gift of the Rebbe, you cannot explain the level of that gift that the Rebbe gave you. It gives you a sense of assurance, it gives you a sense of connection, it gives you a sense of security. The Rebbe gives you every single thing that you have and that you need. The Rebbe gives you without question. And the love that the Rebbe has and continues to have and had for every single Yid is so incredible, is so obvious, and so palpable that nobody questions it. When you talk about the Rebbe's love and the Rebbe's capacity to connect with every single Jew on their level, it's something that is highly unusual. And the Rebbe, in his way, conveyed to us the capacity to represent him in our own communities. So it means that on some level, the Rebbe had confidence in this simple person, in this guy that has no special talents, he has no special capacity. He's not a big guy, and he's not whatever he is. Like a person like myself, the Rebbe said, he sends you in an environment and he says, I'm giving you the powers to do whatever you need to do. And as long as you do it, you're going to be successful. And we have seen this.
L'chaim, Rabbi. You have L'chaim there? You say L'chaim with us. L'chaim.
I'm going to say L'chaim. I just finished. I'm going to get myself a L'chaim.
Please. If you could hear more about the Yechidus.
I'll say more L'chaim.
So I think we have an elder Chassid, Rabbi Mochkin, Rabbi Leibel Mochkin, the head of the Shliach from Rebbe in Montreal, and Yeshua Tzir Chabad. Rabbi Mochkin is Rabbi Mochkin here? Rabbi Mochkin, אפשר dir sagen, erzählen uns ein bisschen wegen Tavshin Dalef, was ihr gedenkt von jener Jahr. Rabbi Mochkin. Rabbi Mochkin here? Leibel Mochkin is here? He's not
Beryl Mochkin.
Beryl Mochkin, I mean. Sorry. Where is he? Must to be here, we understand. There's someone to help him with the Zoom, maybe?
See him?
Not sure if I see him or not. Whatever. So Rabbi, if you said L'chaim already, maybe you'll tell us the Yechidus, a little more from the Yechidus.
Or Rabbi Mochkin left. He left.
You left already? Okay.
So and that's Rabbi Grumblatt. Is Rabbi Grumblatt here? Rabbi Grumblatt, I think, is here, right? Reb Tzvi, wo seid ihr? Efter sagt der L'chaim, sagt ein paar Wörter. I'm told that he's here. That's them.
So Rabbi Lipsker, if Rabbi Mochkin is not here, you'll share with us your yechidus. You have no choice. You already started a maschil b'mitzvah. Just tell us a few words. Doesn't have to be the whole yechidus. But, or you'll go back to the erste yechidus am Reben, mitzvah yechidus, stuff like that.
I don't think it's for hundreds of Jews that are Farbrengen.
That's what people want to hear. They want to hear your yechidus from Rebbe.
I know, you know, I get it, but you know, it's.
They warten op de mailen. If you wanna aanvangen de mailen, darf ze aufheben. Sagen ein paar Wörter von ein paar personal yechidus. Mailen ist aufheben de mailen, sie können monnen, sollen gehen auf 15, so tun, was du willst, was der Rebbe will. You have to aanvangen de mailen first.
I'll tell you a zettel I had to meet up that was very interesting. So it happened in the end of the Lamets, for whatever reasons, I decided that maybe Miami was not for me. And at that time, I had whatever the case is, that's not negated to this discussion. So I thought it was Tafshin Lamet Ches, Lamet Tes already. And I decided that I have to maybe look elsewhere. So I took that opportunity and had a period of time that I got involved in something. It's still in Miami. And actually, the Rebbe at that time, he said, he used the words, he gave me a 1 year leave of absence, he called it. He used those terms, leave of absence. And he says, but 1 year. And then they turned into a year and a half. So at that time, I was doing certain things that having a leave of absence allowed me to do certain things that I probably could not do properly if I was not in the leave of absence. So at the end of that leave of absence, I put in that zettel to the Rebbe, and it was after it was just actually, it was after the Yechidus. So I put in that zettel to the Rebbe that I have so this and this, and I'd like to leave Miami. And the Rebbe knew about the issues that were going on that prompted me to say that. So the Rebbe answered me right away. Benjamin Klein called me. That the Rebbe answered that Gib mir Shalom Beh, als ich nehme nicht weg die Begierde von keinem nicht. Und aber ich wat gewollt, er soll bleiben in Miami. So I told Rabbi Klein right away, I said to him, please tell the Rebbe that he took away my Begierde. So he calls me back about an hour later, and he says, I put in the zettel what you told me, and the Rebbe wrote on the zettel one word, Nilkach, which means I took it away. I flew to New York to see the zettel, to see exactly the lashon, because it was such a strange lashon. And he told me that it was, Yom said it was a strange lashon, never saw it. But when it came to me, he said, you know, ich nehme nicht weg im Begierde von einem Menschen, aber von der, was nicht gemensch, he doesn't know how to choose. Of course, I want to help you. You don't know how to choose. You know, sometimes a person is blind, he doesn't see, he doesn't know, you don't know what to choose. So the Rebbe said clearly, I took away your Begierde, and if you say that's the truth, I took it away. So that's just another perspective of how the Rebbe took a position. Sometimes that was a little bit what you did not expect. You would expect for the Rebbe to say, no, I didn't take away Bechira, I still have Bechira. No, the Rebbe said, I did take away Bechira. That's how you feel about it. So again, what I said earlier is on a practical level that we have no Bechira. Once we're in this package, we have no Bechira. In my community here, there's 2 shuls that started up, and I encouraged them. And both rabbis are leaving the shuls. So the people come to me and said, what is it? What is this rabbis leaving the shul? I said, in this work, when you're shlich of the Rebbe, there's no leaving. The only way you leave is when you go to the cemetery, nothing else. There's no other way that you leave the shlichus. Otherwise, you're in it, and there's no bechira in it. Once you made that choice, you got to get it done. But now that you made that choice, you got to get it done. You take responsibility. So we got to take it to the next level. I would say we got to take it to the next level. The Rebbe wrote the letter, and I sent it to some of you, that letter. It was a personal letter to Shalom Dever. And the end of that letter, it was the end of that letter. The Rebbe had, there's a letter within that letter with the Miftzayim, all the Miftzayim, and how they protect the Zayar, quotes from the Zayar and the Miftzayim, a Klolistic letter. But this particular letter, the Rebbe said, and at the end he says, he wrote, and then at the end of the letter, and under the Aleph he put a pasach ariber. So that's the motto. You got to take it to the next level without question. And about Yechidus, maybe another time.
You're reminding me, Rabbi Lipsker, you're reminding me, my uncle, Itche Chazan, he went on Shlichus, Tov Shelamed Vov, to Rome. It was very, very hard there. So a year later, or 2 years later, he was in Yechidus, and he wrote in the zettel that it's very hard, and he wants to, he doesn't think it's for him, and you know, the typical Shliach goes to a place which is really, I mean, Europe Bechal is hard, and Italy is hard, and Rome is hard. That was very hard for him. So the Rebbe read the zettel. The Rebbe didn't even answer. The Rebbe schmeichelt and said, "Ich hear of dir gute Sachen. I hear very good things about you and what you do. The matzah will get better. You'll go back. So you'll see Hatzlacha." The Rebbe didn't give anyone a choice. So what you said about Bechira Chov Shetzugenommen, that's exactly the way it is. Rabbi Srol, do we have Rabbi Bel Mochkin on?
I think he left.
He left?
He's on.
Oh, he's on. Oh, okay, sorry.
Can we hear Rabbi Mochkin? Can Rabbi Mochkin say L'chaim and share with us something? Do you see him?
Oh, yeah, I see him. Yeah, but you have to unmute him.
Oh, Yudi, can you unmute him? Can he speak already? Where's Rabbi Mochkin? Can I hear Rabbi Mochkin? Rabbi Mochkin, can you hear us? Where's Rabbi Mochkin?
Yeah, he's here.
Is he open already? Rabbi Lipsker, you hear? Can you hear me? Rabbi Lipsker, Shalom.
I can hear you. I can hear you, yes.
Speaking of my uncle, he lately told me a story that he himself doesn't appreciate the godless of that story. I don't think he appreciates. He told me a story he never told us before. That when he was a young bacher.
Oh, Rabbi, okay.
Is Rabbi Mochkin ready?
He's ready, yeah.
Okay, well, I'll tell the story later. Rabbi Mochkin.
Rabbi Mochkin, he's on the phone.
Ja, mir kannst du sagen, es ist Shalom.
Eine gute Woche. Ich habe gesagt, ich habe nicht ein größer Redner, ich gehe nicht reden können. Wir haben früher gerät, wenn Yemei Breishis.
Ja.
Zählen am Meise, was ab schon andere wissen schon das. Sie gewesen in Onhe Winter Tovshin Yud Aleph. Koponim. Ich glaube, der Seder gewesen in Paris, damit wir Farbrengen, ich gewesen in Paris, und gewesen verschiedene Erter, wo Anashom gewesen. Sie gewesen einer gewesen Sever, wo dort noch mein Mischpach, der Tata gewesen. Und dort hat man, ich gewesen der Seder, jeden Schabes noch, und da haben wir man Farbrengen. Der Klau dort gewesen, der Farbrengen, wie Kedem hat Zimtzum. Koponim, ein Schabes noch ein Farbrengen, ich weiß nicht, sie gelegt schlafen, sie hat eingeschlafen, von noch bei dem Tisch auf dem noch ein Farbrengen, Koponim den Tat noch so geholt, als sie kommen der Rebbe Rashab, und der Freiliche Rebbe, da hat man gesagt, dass Rebbe Rashab gewinnt in Schabes die Kleider. Und ihm gesagt, Peretz ayashikeer dir bei deiner Rede. Hat verbracht wegen des Kasches zum Rebbe. Dass sie gewinnt in Onheib im Winter. Und es kann auch sein, dass sie gewinnt Pfarrer schon noch. Wie ich habe auf dem Mann dort. Kann ich das, also, ihr habt es keinem nicht erzählt, nicht mir, nicht keinem. Kommen zu gehen, kommen zu vorne her, gerät mit Kremer, und haben es ihm gesagt, ich habe ihm Tacholem, und hat zu dem Reben, er hat ihm gesagt, nicht zu erzählen. Hat jemand der Tate geschrieben, dem Cholem zum Reben. Und ich habe noch auch nicht gewusst von der ganzen Meise. Also, der Rebbe hat ihm geschickt, einen Brief zurück, Tach, Maschekos und Maschero. Habe ich jemand gefragt, was ist der Meise? Hat er mir erzählt, dem Cholem. Koponim, das ist interessant, wie man sagt.
חכים וניגר דמייסר, שקר דמייסר, חכים וניגר דמייסר, זה שקר.
In Zeper von Taten.
Oh ja?
Ich denke, jemand gewinnt aber Mitzvah-Ingo. Option Jud. Ich denke, als Sukkes hat verbracht, Tate angeben, verbringen, und der Rebbe soll sein gesund, Sukkes Option Jud Aleph. Umgekehrt zu den Friedigen Nussach, also ich sage, Amora mit Verbringen, noch eben Chaim, der Rebbe soll sein gesund. Mitten hatten eine Heftig, aber die Sukke, ich gedenke, das gedenke ich wie Heim, die Sukke hat Tate angeben, der Rebbe soll sein gesund. Schimetzer, Schönerid, anyways. Kopen, das hat er gesagt, mit der geschrieben, Xavish Kashres, das ist gern Pfarrer Shoshone. Hat man geschrieben, Xavish Kashres, das hat er angegeben, mit der Rebbe so sein gesund. Kopen, das ist dann History, also zu sagen. Andere Sachen ist nicht gehe.
Wenn seid ihr gekommen zu 770, dem ersten Mal?
In Montreal sind wir angekommen, Tovshin Yud Beis, Rosh Hashanah Yud Gimel. Sie können kriegen Papers auf Reinfahren in New York. Ist die erste, was hat die Krogen-Papers gegeben, mein Bruder Lebe. Gefahren auf Simchas Teire. Der Tate hat die Krogen auf Yud Shvat. Und ich habe die Krogen auf Purim. Purim, Tovshin Yud Gimel, der bewusster Purim, zwei Maimorim mit einem Hurra, das ist gewesen Yom Purim, Tovshin Yud Gimel. Interessant, ich weiß nicht, wie der Regeln weiß. Jamut ist, das gewinnt dem ersten, jenem Purim, ist gewinnt der erste Mal, was mit verbracht, unten, die unten. Das ist geheißen Jamut in Shalash. Sind die Schuhe, die nicht gewinnt in Pule Schuhe. Sind noch gewinnt ein Brusent und auf ihm. Ist verbracht, der Rebbe verbracht dort. Ich denke, ich habe mir, als ich gewinnt Chalolach auf den Tischen, das ist das Regeln, zu gesollt waschen. Passt das so der Rebbe gewaschen. Ich denke nicht zu viel, ich gewinnt ein Jingo und im Ganzen nicht gewinnt bekannt. Dort bei mir gewinnt die ganze als neu. Aber ich denke, ich habe nicht gehabt, was zu tun, aber sie gedreht unten, mitten ist reingekommen, der Rebbe. Ist reingekommen, also ich kann Farbe verbringen. Dort gewinnt ein German, der Rebbe gefragt uns, als Beseder, ich weiß was, hat jener gesagt, zum Rebbe, alle Switches von der Elektrik sind auf ein Switch. Wenn man sich verlassen mit dem Ohren finster. So, man sich getragen ist meist im Schienen, was das dann Rebbe kommt. Aber der Rebbe hat gesagt, nur was sich nicht mehr machen. A Kopf von ihm, das ist eine geistige Sache.
Efter de erzählung der erste Yechide, wenn der eine Yechide beim Reben, jemand gleich nach Purim, sie jener Ledes.
Ich kenne Yechides von ja, Yechides, a private Yechides, ich kenne
Da kann ich erzählen ein Wort, ich weiß. Ich dachte, gedenkt dem Chelik von dem Hurra, wenn der Rebbe gesagt dem Hurra, oder gedenkt ihr? Dem Chelik von Purim Farbrengen mit dem Hurra, gedenkt ihr?
nur die Farbrengen in der Franschen haben gedruckt mit allem.
Verstehe man. Aber ich meine das nicht.
A Kopf von ihm, Jud Shvat, Topshin Chof, Aleph, gewähnt, also wie Hand gewähnt. Der Farbrengen ist gewähnt, bei Iker Farbrengen ist gewähnt Motzei Shabbos. Mein Morim seien gewähnt 3. Freitag bei Nacht, Shabbos bei Tag und Sabbeise Nacht. 3 mein Morim, Bossel Gani und Bahi Bishalach und Bossel noch einmal Bossel Gani. Koppen, wir sind eine von den Sichern, die der Rebbe gerät, wegen dem, als der Friedrike Rebbe hat gesagt, dass die Frauen der Ingen, wo die Rabbeim trachten, wegen Chassidim. Der Rebbe hat Masber gewähnt, Ariches, aber der Rebbe tracht, wegen Immelsen, mit dem, bei jenem, ein Serer ist. In Kudi ist gewähnt, als bei der Rabbeim ist gewähnt, als Seder von Trachten, übertrachten werden die Chassidim. Und der Rebbe gerät, aber wenn der Rebbe tracht, macht es ein Serer bei dem Chassid. Der Rebbe hat ja mal gerät, als dass ich all derich mit der Friedrike Rebbe hat gesagt, all derich wie Schaß hat ein Pastor bei Stammiden, als in der Tracht stark, wegen der Zweiten, macht das, dass jener soll sich kehren. Aber viele, als der was Tracht wegen ihm, steht von hinter ihm, aber über Tracht stark wegen jenem, macht das, dass der, wegen dem mit Tracht, soll sich kehren zu dem, was tracht. Melia, der Rebbe tracht wegen Himmelsen, peilt uns bei dem Chassid, als der Chassid so haben man ein Yiseres. wo dort darf kommen in a Piule. Die Sereres, wo der Rebbe Matutu, darf das kommen bei dem Chossid in a Piule, weil nicht, das ist auch derich, wie ich so Juledes, Nekei Zocher, und ich Ebas, die Sereres in Itom, mit dem Kabul, ist jemand fällt, die Sereres soll sein, als wie es darf sein. The Mele is a chance that man viel bei sich a gewisse Sereres, dass man wissen, dass das kommt von Reben, aber nicht genug verlassen sich auf dem, nur mit der allein Ton a Piule, Ufton etwas bei sich in dem mit der Sereres. Amol die Rebbe erzählt, das Kisel gefallen. Als der Rebbe Rashab hat amol gesessen, das Kisel mit Yankif Motel Paltaver. Und Yankif Motel hat gesagt, dem Rebbe Rashab, tracht, dass Chossid ist, muss sie übergegeben zum Rebbe. Und der Rebbe gesagt, getracht wegen dem, wenn die Übergeben nicht genug ist, darf sein eine Piule. Es ist nicht genug der Trachten wegen Reben, es ist nicht genug der Sorgen, der Übergeben zum Reben. Es darf sein eine Piule. Und der Rebbe ist maßbar in der Sicher dort, als eine Piule heißt nicht als eine Sache, was der ohne ihm kämen das nicht tun, ja, muss ihn nicht gechiedisch, ich doch, man wartet mit der Motere, aber ich mit der Tone sage, was ist, ich habe schon gesagt, die Acherim. Bei mir ist nicht das der Uf, nicht das der Chiedisch. Der Chiedisch ist, als wir können uns kommen ohne, und aber Pekin tut die Piule von Reben, jemut, das übergegeben zum Reben, was jemut viel tut, die Sereres von Reben in ihm. Koppen ihm, ich meine, das ist eine Kude, sicher, als der Rebbe tracht heint wegen Chsidim, tracht wegen jeden einen von uns, da bei sich herausrufen, I Sereres was so Peil na Piule, Pasche bei sich herausrufen, eine gewisse Piule, was gehe ich tun, sie durchgehen nach Shvat, zugekommen nach Shvat, wie müssen das nicht anrufen, was gehe ich tun von jetzt weiter, aber nächste Piule von ihm. Da habe ich so helfen, als wir so die Sereres, was der Rebbe tracht wegen uns, so Peil auf uns, sei in Pastes, sei in Kloge so Indien, so schon sein, die Gejule, so sehr mit den Reben, Ui Goleno, und ein paar Sport, der Reit.
Omen Yashakayach bei Motschkin.
Bei Motschkin wollte ich gewollt fragen, bekannt ein bisschen erzählen wegen dem ersten Farbrengen, was es ein Gewinn, der Rebbe hat gesagt, sagen Lechaim, was sie gewinn, ein bisschen erzählen wegen dem Moment.
Alle wissen, was sie gewinn Purim Yamut.
Ich weiß nicht.
Alle wissen, es ist gedruckt.
Wenn das gewinn Purim Yud Gimel?
Ich frage, muss ich gehen, erst in Yechides, dass sie gewinn Purim, ich habe gewollt bleiben, ab bis Pesach, da in New York, bei Reben. Der Rebbe gesagt, so bleiben bis noch Shabbos mit Borchim. Shabbos mit Borchim, die gewähren der Farbrengen gewähren upstairs noch. Die ganze, gewähren ein langer Tisch, öfter zwei, dachte mir, ein langer Tisch. Und ein Nasch, und ein langer Bank, wo Bochrim sind gestanden. Das sie gewähren der ganze Crowd von Shabbos mit Borchim Farbrengen. Shabbos mit Borchim Tovshin, Shabbos mit Borchim Nissen, Tovshin Yud Gimel. Was der beim Farbrengen hat sich gerät, bei Iker, wenn am meisten mit der Parsche Havlin, und der Rebbe hat ja mit dem ganzen Heilig die was gechappet haben, für ja ganze Ariches. Dann beim Zoffen, der Rebbe gesagt, ich bin ein Jüngel von Sahako, bin ich gewesen 16 Jahre Pischer. Gestanden dort, der Rebbe gesagt, da ist da Motschkin, soll er sagen, wo ich heim. Das ist gewesen mein, das ist es, was noch.
Ja.
Mehr darf man nicht, das ist der Rebbe tracht bei uns und wir sollen trachten, nicht nur trachten, noch dann ab Jule. Was will.
Ja, Shaker bei Motschkin.
Ja,
With the permission of Rabbi Krinsky, I just want to read a few paragraphs from the letter that Rabbi Krinsky wrote to his brother, to his parents, on the day of Yud Aleph Shvat Tovshin Yud Aleph. And as being involved in the book Bereshis, you have to understand how authentic it is when you see a letter that someone wrote. Tovshin Yud Aleph Shvat Tovshin Yud Aleph, morgen von dem noch ein Farbrengen, von dem ersten Farbrengen von Rebbe. Rabbi Krinsky writes the letter, if Rabbi Krinsky is still here, with his permission. Yem hei pashas vayaminu ba'Hashem meisha avdei. Yud Aleph Shvat Tovshin Yud Aleph. That's the beginning of the letter. He writes to his teure älteren Bruder und Schwester, ich hab gewusst, als ich wird charot haben. I knew that you'll regret for not kommen auf den Yotzeit. They didn't come to Yud Shvat Yud Aleph. Der Rebbe steht dort nechten gesagt Chassidus. The Rebbe said Chassidus yesterday. Auf dem Bosse der Gana Chesikalos ist gewähnt als Sicher für ein Maimer und nachdem der Maimer hat angefangen. And he tells the story, the Rebbe started with the word, the Rebbe schreibt in sein Maimer. Das hat gesagt in einer gewöhnlichen Ton. That the Rebbe said in a regular Ton. Mitamol, that's how Rabbi Krinsky writes to his parents. Mitamol, Bosse der Gana Chesikalos, Nigen na Maimer. Gesagt with the Chassidus. And that's what, and then he said, he tells the story how the Rebbe stopped after a few shuras, and he mentioned the Rabbeim and he said the Elam is nicht stemmen geworden. The Elam was in shock. Rabbi Krinsky writes to his parents, to his brother. Judel Krinsky schreibt zu seinen Brüdern.
His parents.
Yeah, to his
parents.
Yeah. Von Grey Stupenisch am etliche gechalasht. There was such a pushing, the people fainted. Aber es hat sich weitergehört, der Call von Reben, sagen die Maimer, was das gegeben, Kerch zu stehen auf the Fies. That it was such a small room, and there were so many people, and people fainted. But when people heard the Rebbe's call, it gave Kerch to continue standing on the feet. To make a description. Then he said the Rebbe made a hefsek, two hafsokes, and he said to sing the Benoni. The Rebbe said the Rebbe, the Friedrich Rebbe Mechavik dem Nigen, there was a very dear Nigen to him. Then he said that he doesn't remember if they sang the Rebbe Maharash's Nigen. Then there was another Afsoka, they think that's a Nigen for Tzemach Tzedek. And then he said the Maimer was in the beginning was very hard to understand. And then he goes on and on how the Rebbe spoke about the Rabbeim. And Keseder Damont, as we gefühlen sich in der Hashvi'i. And he said, Mistami, the Maimer you'll see, will be soon printed for a big, he said, many people in the crowd. Das gewähnt dem ersten Mal, was man gehört, a Rebbe sagt Chassidus, because the Friedrich Rebbe didn't say my Morgen already for years, is bemeile the Iseirus in was man gestanden, überschreiblich. The Iseirus, that the Elam was there, hearing the first time a Maimer from a Rebbe was undescribable. And then he started to tell a different story that with a young man who went to the army, and the Rebbe gave him a matbeya. But I think that this piece was really, later he writes, and noch ein Maimer hat gesagt, sich niden, the whole sicher, legt sich nicht gefägelig im Busen. So it's interesting how this is an authentic person wrote. He was for 15, 16 years old. He wrote the next day after the Farbrengen. So I just thought that this is interesting. I never saw it, and it's an interesting document. It's really brings out the special moments of that day.
Het is interessant, ik weet niet wie met er wees. Paar Maimer, die staan Labelbronner, und sie gewinnen gestanden Händel, Rav Händel von Montreal. Dort die Gruppe von Montreal. Hat Label hat gesagt, Händel geheißen, der Rav, so beten am Maimer. Händel so beten dem Reben für am Maimer.
Ja.
Und der Rebbe hat gehört und sagt, hat gemacht, dass so ein Schlägenkinarisch geht. Und warte auch immer, was gesagt. Und bald noch, da hat angegeben, der Maimer. Also ich habe gehört von Händel.
Von Händel, ja?
Ah?
Ich habe gehört von Rabbi Händel.
Ja, wer ist eigentlich? Alle wissen, wie stammen die meiste Gründe, die Nachtfreier, ich gebe meiste Gründe, mein Reben, der Rebbe hat zugegeht, als ich zu sagen, der Maimer. Der Rebbe geht vor ein Hospital, der vor ein Hospital ist Acheli von der Maimer. Der Alter, die meisten mit dem alten Reben, ich doch die...
Da kein Maimer ein Dogma ist wegen Helfen Gashmis, und danach mittlerem ist wenn ich Ruchnis. Noch zum Erzählen ist noch einmal Gashmis, und der Rebbe Marash ist wenn ich Ruchnis. Und der Rebbe Rashab ist weiter Gashmis.
Ich bin nicht getracht.
Da haben es Roll dort sind absolut Beruchnis und Begashmis. Im alten Rebbe geraten wird Aiden Begashmis. Im mittleren Rebbe gerät wegen seiner History von jenem Saveres. Noch zum Erzählen weiter Begashmis. Gegeben noch der Rebbe Marash gefahren von Baltshuve. Der Rebbe Rashab gefahren wenn Gezeres. Wenn ich viele kennen, sagt das Sipurim ein Save wegen dem Sipurim. Sei Begash, sei Beruchnis. Das ist eine gute von Maimer, also darf tun beide. Der Maimer doch mamisch gewähnt wegen Schliches, der ganze Inne von Maimer ist umgehen. Der ganze Maimer ist doch wegen Schliches. Als vorne an oben.
Gedenk ich schon nicht. Sie gewähnt auf dem Bosselagani, sie auf dem zweiten Bosselagani. Hat der Rebbe gesagt, hast du nicht geblieben, sorry, du Poli von der Hanoche. Ein anderer Wärter mit dem reingegeben, die Hanoche, und der Rebbe hat das im Ganzen übergearbeitet. Aber ist geworden als Sophie, sie gewähnt auf dem Bosselagani Topshin Yud Aleph, sie auf dem Bosselagani Topshin Yud Beis. Ich muss noch fragen bei Yale, ob sie gedenkt noch. Gedenkt doch alles.
Rabbi Lipsker, before we go to the next speaker, what you said before about Amihobnish Kempchire, I just want to share with you the story that I started from my uncle Itche Chazan. Gishmak Emaise. My uncle Itche Chazan, I gave an Ingel. He was 15 years old in Russia. When I learned in school. Versteht sich ein former Bocher in school mit goyische Kinder, Mädlach, Englach, ist gewähnt größere Zorras, was gemacht haben. Schabes, nicht gegangen, hat nicht geschrieben, es gibt größere Zorras. Ist jenem Sommer gewähnt die Vacation von School. Jenem Sommer ist gewähnt sehr, sehr vertrogen, also darf gehen zurück. Es kann im School noch einmal, im September, es kann im School noch einmal. Und hat Mamisch gekannt schlafen, gewähnt Nacht noch eine Nacht, gewähnt Mamisch ist nervös. Und gehabt eine Nacht nach Holm und gesehen, ich wusste, wer seht, das ist Zadig. Und sagt ihm, was darfst du nicht deigenen? Es käme nicht gehen, es mehr nicht gehen zurück in School. Mehr nicht gehen zurück in Schule. Deigen nicht. Und so gestanden, erzählt den Stub, also geht nach Holm. Und ein paar Wochen später haben sie gekriegt die Permission, die Visa gehen nach Israel. Und ein paar Wochen später haben sie gekriegt die Visa, dem Reschuss auf gehen nach Israel von Russland.
Das sind wir einige Jahre.
Tavshichavov.
Oh.
Tavshichavov. Danach, gekommen nach Israel, hat gesehen, Remes Picture, hat gesagt, seine Brüder, dass ich bin der Rebbe, was kommen zu mir. Er hat nicht gehabt, kein Picture von Rebbe in Russland. Und danach ist gewesen, 3 Jahre später gefahren in Amerika zum Rebbe, und gewesen der erste Schliach in unserer Sprache. Und nachdem alles gefahren auf Schliach zu der Welt. Das heißt, und danach der ganze Fichides complaining, und er hat gesagt, du geh, der Rebbe hat den Poshet, der Seide doch nicht gewinnt, kein Lubavitcher offiziell. Der Rebbe ist gekommen zu ihm in Cholem, hat ihm Ezeklib, der Rebbe hat Ezeklib nach Chossi, der war ausgeschleppt von Russland mit der ganzen Sprache, die Gebrechen zu ihm, die gefickt auf Schliches in Rom. Und das seht ihr ihn, als der Rebbe hat uns, jeder eine von uns, der Rebbe hat uns ausgeklebt. Wir haben nicht kein Pchire bekannt, der Rebbe hat uns genommen und hat geschickt auf der, was Rabbi Lipski gesagt, früher, wir haben nicht kein Pchire, der Rebbe hat Ezeklib jenen. Der Rebbe kommt zu ihm, hat er nicht gewusst, der Rebbe ist, der Rebbe kommt zu ihm, hat ihm ausgeschleppt. Und der Rebbe hat es aufgegeben, das ist jeder eine von uns, das ist.
Ja, ja. Das Problem ist, dass Charlie zu mir losen sich. Zu mir lost sich genug.
Ja. Ich weiß voran noch einer von Montreal, dachte mir, aber Mendel Raskin ist auf dem Zoom. Efter können sagen Lechaim und sagen, also,
Mendel?
Mendel Raskin, ich dachte mir, auf dem Telefon, er ist da. Rabbi Raskin, are you here?
Mendel hat seine eigene Meluche.
Aber mir durch sich, als sitzt dort nirgends auf dem Telefon, mit Zetem, mit Zetem, ich weiß nicht, wer es da.
Er ist nicht bei mir in Stube, er ist nicht bei mir.
Er sitzt da jetzt in Stamme. No. Ich habe nicht, man darf ein Betten andere chassidische Eden. Sagen ein paar Wörter. Anyone there? Auf Garlitzki, I know that Rabbi Vrumi Garlitzki is da, if she can sagen ein paar Wörter. Witzig Wolf, mit so was kann sagen Lechaim dort. Ist Rabbi Grumblatt hier? Alle Anovim. Nur Rabbi Momischkin Brere, wird ihr sagen Lechaim noch einmal?
Heint ist mir doch jeder einer in sein Loch. Bei Nacht kann man nicht rausgehen. Man kann nicht rausgehen, ist der eine zu die andere.
Aber wir können doch durch einen Zoom verbringt man zusammen. Das ist doch die ganze Sache. So, wenn Sie die kommen lernen, sind es Semti, welche Jahr?
So, Purim Yud Gimel.
Oder geblieben da? Sie sind geblieben in 70, Purim Yud Gimel? Geblieben lernen 70.
Sie lernen in 70.
Was ich gelernt?
Der Rebbe hat nicht, die alle, was sind gekommen in Montreal, hat der Rebbe gehalten in Montreal gemacht, die Shiva Gdeile da. Jedem der Elam ist gekommen, ist gewähnt nur eine Highschool. Da sind auch gekommen, die Bochern von Paris, und noch ist geworden eine Shiva Gdeile. Der Rebbe hat gehalten, der Meilen da. Noch dem später, der Rebbe die Schickbocher mehr.
Aha. L'chaim.
Chaim Yivroch.
I think Reb Shalom Bella Witten is on the call. Maybe I can say L'chaim, Rabbi Levitin. Chaim, Momochkin. No, nobody's here.
That's what Rabbi Galitsky is not here.
Koponim, ich hab schon jetzt gemeint.
Nee, nicht jetzt gewinnen, ich darf noch verbringen, das heißt jetzt gewinnen. Mir hebt erst Ton zu verbringen. Ha?
Da jem Gott, aber noch da Arbeit.
Chaim Momochkin, Chaim Shekeach von verbringen. Chaim. L'chaim, aber Spalter, L'chaim. Just to say a word that I saw, es geht zum Maimer von der Tovshini Dalev, der Rebbe redet sehr stark in der Maimer, wegen der Minion von, in der Maimer, der Rebbe kocht sich, wegen, als jeder Reiner, als der Rebbe meint, als davon der Akkore, am in der Hashvi'i, das Chazach, was nicht gewinnt, kein Dor, der alte Rebbe hat nicht gesagt am Maimer und gesagt, am in der Rishon. Nicht gewinnt, als sagt. Der Rebbe, das ist der erste Mal, was man gehört hat, als Sache von der Rebbe, als davon die Idee und der Akkore, als wir sind der Hashvi'i. Wir da wissen, als wir sind der Hashvi'i und was ist unser Tafkid. Und der Rebbe sagt in der Maimer, als der Ine von Shvi, der Hashvi'i Lorischen, sie kommt nicht gehören wird, sie fertig erhält, nicht bei Pchiros Seino, nicht bei Vidas Seino, als sie kommt fertig erhält, Aber was der Rebbe sagt, als wir so wissen sein, oder viele, als es ein fertiger Red, sie können betulden, wir so wissen, als sie nicht talking in Jonen, was lehne ich Flas mit Männern, als jeder einer kann tun die Mine von der Hashvi'i, als jeder einer kann aufton, oder die in Jonen von Mose, Gio, Meister, Weisa, jeder einer kann aufton die Mine von der Hashvi'i. Punkt habe ich gesehen, Shabbos, ich denke, Farbrengen, Shmini Tov Shem Ches. Chal Shmini, der Farbrengen von Shmini, gewinnt sehr Geschmack, Farbrengen, Shabbos noch Pesach alle Jahren. Es gewinnt Shmini Tov Shem Ches, gewinnt sehr ergebene Farbrengen am Reben. Das Gedenken, und sie gewinnt der Rebbe Togim, als bald, mir lehnt 8 Mal, der Wort von der Pelische Sforim, als mir lehnt Shmini, Shmeina, als mir lehnt 8 Mal Shmini, der Jora, das hat Shmeina, das ist da eine Sache, das ist ein größer Schäfer in der Jahr. Der Rebbe jemand gesagt, dass der Inne von Shmini, der Wort Shmini, ist der Rosh Teves von Ches. Ches. Wort Rosh Teves, Chaim, Chayes. Der Farbrengen sein, ein lebendiger Farbrengen, nicht kein verschlafener Farbrengen, nicht kein Farbrengen al der Gerogel von Balabatim. Viele Balabatim Chshuvim, was eigen mit der Ches, noch sie darf sein, ein lebendiger Farbrengen. Und der lebendige Farbrengen darf sein, sei beim Verbringen allein, sei noch ein Verbringen, mit sehen, wie gesagt früher, mit sehen, die meisten Peel noch ein Verbringen, als wir ein lebendiger Verbringen, und sei der Over, der Achone zu verbringen. Da kann man sich in der Over, kann man nicht sagen in dem Over. Und der Rebbe gerne verbringen, der Rebbe eben das zu sicher, als man darf, der Verbringen dann ein lebendiger, lebendiger, man darf sehen, die Lebendigkeit. Die hat auch singen, an irgendeine, solche dann die Geule, und der Rebbe zugestellt, und sie gewinnen Bechlal, Achashel Pesach, mit dem Ches, gewinnen ergebene Achashel Pesach, der ganze Pesach, der Rebbe gesagt, dass sich jede Nacht, jemand Rebbe gerät wegen sich, wegen Moschiach, der Rebbe gesagt, nicht Geld von Schwer, nicht von Taten, viel von sich allein nicht Geld, der ergebene Pesach, und Achashel Pesach, der Rebbe geißen, mit so tanzen, was eben in 1000 Jahren, Tovshim im Ches, der erste Mal gewinnen, aber gewahrt 1000 Jahre auf Tovshim im Ches, da wird man sehen, mit Tanz, mit der Größe Simche, und der hat getanzt für 10, 15 Minuten, und der hat zugestellt, der hat getanzt für 10 Minuten allein. Mama ist allein gelange Zeit. Mama ist, noch ist Shmini, und der Rebbe getanzt weiter einmal. Das ist also, Chedisch noch die Tages von der Rebbe. Wir alle wissen, wie sie gewähnt der Matze, wie einmal beim Rebbe. Und einfach beginnen, ist Pesach gewähnt, noch Shmini. So später, beim Verbringen, der Rebbe angehen reden, wegen der Pirkei Avos. Der Rebbe gesagt, in der Mischne, was ist der Akdome zu Pirkei Avos? כל ישראל יש להם חלק למבוא. הרב גירת וגם אז כל ישראל יש להם חלק למבוא, אז שנצר מתו עם הסעיד ושהסבל גיבורן, הסעיד, אותו שחלק למבוא. הרב גירת זה צריך לחסיד את מין איפה חלק למבוא, וספרן לחסיד את הלושן לפני חז"ל, ואין אבל זה בני למבוא, ולא פרן אין אבל זה מזומר לחי למבוא. ומה זה מאוד חלק למבוא? אז חלק צריך לחסיד את הדין לפני הרבע, הפרטל. מספר רבי ישראל, היינו מלכוס, ספירס המלכוס, רגל הרביעי. noch faran benen am Abod, das ist so, was das da ben zu binnen. Noch faran mezumel khan Abod, das binnen allein, das elam Abod allein. Da habe gesagt, als da noch faran hechere Tage, als da beim der Amid steht, als elam khelek elam Abod, als redt sich sieht, dass ein hecher von elam Abod, als darf nicht am dem khelek afel, als hat hecher von elam Abod. Da habe gesagt, als sie dort bewusste Wort in mal reden, da hat Rebbe gesagt, auf seine Chassidim, als Zutre der Vechom, Chaim Mesim, man wusste meist, zweimal, einmal der Rebbe gerät wegen dem Chofof Tovshin Yud, der Rebbe gerät wegen dem Mine von Zutre der Vechom, Chaim Mesim, der Rebbe gerät als Wort, wo der Rebbe Friedrich gesagt, auf Chassidim von Friedrich, auf Chassidim von Bibel Parachas Talmidim, sind gewähnt, sagen, der Zutre der Chaim Mesim. Aber dort sagt der Rebbe gerät dem Wort, was sie dort in der Reshimes, Juman, als bewusste Meise mit Schmuel Munkes, bewusste Meise Schmuel Munkes, der hat gefunden, also gesagt, also Schmuel nicht wollte essen, der Essen mit sich gehabt, dass sie gewinnt treff, ob ein Gemasse zum Alter Rebbe, oder Schmuel Munkes hat Ruch HaKedesh. Der Alter Rebbe gesagt, Zutre der Bechum Mechaim Meisim. Es hat gemordet, erzählt der Meise mit Antinus, also mit Rebbe, also Antinus sie gewinnt dort, Antinus sie verkommen zu Rebbe jeden Tag lernen, und sie gewinnt Atnai, als Kinder sollen nicht sein dort. Es gewinnt einer von den Meroim, Rebbe Bacham gewinnt dort. Es hat gesagt, dass er nicht sein dort, hat Rebbe gesagt, dass er nicht kein Mensch, das heißt, er Malach. Hat gesagt, Antinus verhaken en jeden Tag dem Evet, was kommt mit ihm. Eber sei, soll if this is the case, let him bring him back. It's gonna one of his slaves who was dead out there, and he was laying there because he didn't want anyone to know that he goes to learn Torah. So he said, Eber Zamalech, let him bring him back to life. So Ramon Bechom went out and he saw the dead. He was should I walk away or be embarrassment? Should I come back and say it's not that who I am? Weiterbringen. He bad boy Rachme at the Davin and he was Mechayim Mesim. So Antino says Zutru de Bechu Mechayim Mesim. I knew that the youngest of the Eden of the Memorim is Mechayim Mesim. So the Alter Rebbe said on Shmuel Munkes. Mishabot erzählt mal Alter Rebbe, der Shmuel Munkes, Hezroch HaKedesh, der Alter Rebbe said, Zutru de Bechum Mechayim Mesim. Alter Rebbe said that word. Als man sieht der Rein hat übergehend den Pisgam vom Alten Rebbe, Zutru de Bechum Mechayim Mesim. The Rebbe said, as Mechayim Mesim, and then the Rebbe said, as B'shas Hayid, was jeder Ried hat Chelklem abo. B'shas wird der Talmud von Moshe Rabbeinu, selbst von Pirkei Moshe Kibbel Terem Messina, wird der Talmud von Moshe Rabbeinu, when he becomes the Talmud von Moshe Rabbeinu, he could reach to that level that Zutru de Bechum Mechayim Mesim. And then the Rebbe said, Ma Rebbe Tzboy ve'im hazeh, and the Rebbe took him the hand, and he pointed out, and he said, Jeder Reiner von euch can sein Mechayim Mesim. Zutru de Bechum Mechayim Mesim. And the Elam was in shock when the Rebbe said it. And then the Rebbe said, Mechayim Mesim beruchnius, made Mechayim Mesim echet begashmius, kipshutei. And then the Rebbe went on to say that there is another story. The Rebbe spoke about someone who goes around with Morosh Chered, is afraid about his inyanim, is afraid, and so on. And the Rebbe said, that when he was a young man and he had a child who was very sick, and the doctor said that he has a few hours to leave, and he came to the Chassidim, he was crying. So the Chassidim told him, go to Lubavitch. So he said, go to Lubavitch? There's only a few hours left until you get to Lubavitch. So the Chassidim said, the Malachim, the Militzi Yeshiv will hold down with the kid until you reach to the Rebbe. And then the Rebbe will say, the Tzemach Tzedek will say. So he went to the Tzemach Tzedek and he came in and Shasi gave the pidyon. He was afraid, he was crying that he told who knows what happened to the kid. And Tzedek said, Trach gut with sein gut, doch sehen sein Einiklach. So the Rebbe said, der Loschen Trach gut with sein gut is Echet benegir Tzah von Mechayim Mesim Kipshutei. So the Rebbe said by Farbrengen, Tov Shimem Ches, when we think about it. The Rebbe Taka said, Chafov Tov Shin Yud, also the same Nekud, that was Mechayim Mesim. As jeder Chassid had the keach to be Mechayim Mesim for another Yidden. But here in Tov Shimem Ches, the Rebbe said the word from Alter Rebbe, that Alter Rebbe said an Ish Chassidim, Zut Mechayim Mesim, the Rebbe said about us, and the Rebbe pointed with the finger, Ma Rebbe Tzboy ve'emer zeh, Zut Mechayim, jeder Reiner von Nach ke Mechayim Mesim sein. That means that we don't appreciate the keches that each one of us has, and I saw Shabbos also as Sicher for Rebbe Achash Shapes Tavshin Yutes, and the Rebbe says something, an amazing vote that the Rebbe says B'shas we are all told. The Rebbe told the story from Alter Rebbe when Alter Rebbe saw the first time Rebbe Yosef Kalber, and Rebbe Yosef Kalber said to the Alter Rebbe, he said, "What's your shachar Baal Shem Tov?" So he said, the Alter Rebbe said, as Gilui Baal Shem Tov is hecher from Gilui Liyom. So Rabbi Yosef Kalber said, what's the deraya? So he said, a Gemara Fureshes. So he knew the whole Shas. He said, I don't know which Gemara. Baal Shem Tov is hecher from Gilui Liyom. So he said, the Gemara said, when Eliyahu Hanavi told secrets, he was getting malchus for this. And the Baal Shem Tov was Megala, the biggest secret, and he's mamshich that secret to all the days later, and there was no, and that secret will bring Mashiach. So we see that the Baal Shem Tov is Zecher, Gilui Baal Shem Tov from Gilui Liyom. And then, so he said, what's your connection with the Baal Shem Tov? The Alter Rebbe said, the Bald, that there is, the Gemara says that Nitzek is Chibu, when you pour any liquid, so when you pour it, it becomes connected from where you pour to the Klid that receives it, because the Alter Rebbe gives Chassidus, and the Baal Shem Tov is revealing Chassidus through us, so we are connected. So the Rebbe said that that's a hero to each one of us. The B'shas be telling each person that we have the koach to mefit and mayones, to bring Mashiach. A person tells himself, how could I do it? I'm a simple person, how could I do it? The Rebbe says, B'shas milan Chassidus. And Chassidus is Gilui Etzem HaNeshama, which is Echad from Gilui Liyom. B'shas in Chassidus, and you're connected to the Rabbeim, se gistach durch dir, and mele, you're not going with your koyach, you're going with etzem neshama, and therefore you're able to change everything. So that nekuda is very important for each one of us to know. That's what the Rebbe said in the Maimer from Bosa Legani Yudalev. The Rebbe said beferish, was the from Bosa Legani from the Maimer, as jeder eine von uns darf wissen, as Leni Flasi, that each one of us in der Hashvi'i, we could do that work. Mos yagir meiser beisai. Rebbe said, da ist ein Gnad bei sich, machen Dele Matar, aber fort, das ist der Indian, and the Rebbe says in the end of the Maimer, as a person could say, how could miu ze veizu sheyerev libe lavedas Avram Avinu, the Arbeit von Avram, but the Rebbe said, Vashem Etzminu, there is in every chassid. So this is nekuda that we have to remember that in Tov Shimem Ches, the Rebbe points out to every one of us who stood up and Farbrengen, and the Rebbe says, Zutur de Bechum Mechayim Mesim, that each one of us could Mechayim Mesim dein Sich und a Zweiten und a Filo Begashmit, the Rebbe said. So that's for us, that was the Maimer Bosa Legani is that we should know that each one of us in der Hashvi'i, noch Gimel Tammuz, we could be Mechayim Mesim, Mechayim. I hope there is a few Chassidim here who could say L'chaim.
Rabbi Sharf here.
Oh, Rabbi Sharf?
Rabbi Sharf is there.
It's a hepech hakovid as such great Chassidim.
Oh.
Also solche great Chassidim. Aber was darf man mit einem jungen Mensch zu reden?
There's no
solche great Chassidim.
An alte.
The weiße Bird hat man heimgehört, von der weiße Bird hat man heimgehört, Beschufi. Ist gekommen, Herren von der Reiteberg. Der Zeit
If the weiße Bird is still awake,
I see a lot of Reiteberg.
If the weiße Bird are still awake, we'll be happy to hear from them.
You see, Rabbi Levitten is here, and some Hashvi'i.
Come on, Rabbi Sharf, Zot.
Meanwhile, you could say a few words and then we'll go back to them. Where's Rabbi Levitten? See him. I don't hear from him. Rabbi Levitten, are you here? From them.
What happened to Rabbi Sharf? Why do you close your...
Rabbi Sharf, what is Rabbi Sharf, no?
I'm right here. I didn't go anywhere.
Zog L'chaim. It's all good.
L'chaim. Ich glaube, was zum Essen sein. Stam just Lahoy was the Rebbe is gesagt in the Sicher, the Ha'ara in Kafshanun.
Yeah.
As the Indian hebt sich auch nicht mit Aleph. If you Aleph Shvat is a as the Rebbe hat dort sagen as noch die Stalkers von der Friedlichen Rebbe hebt sich an die Messias von der Friedlichen Rebbe in der Öffnung von der Hashvi'i.
Aber Sharf, wie will reden auf Englisch?
In tonight's already with Aleph Shvat, so just Lahoy, and then there's the Sicher from the Rebbe in Tov Shinun. I think it's Rosh Chodesh Shvat Tov Shinun, which is on a Shabbos Va'era, I think. And the Rebbe speaks over there. It's a very merdike werte that there's the till Yud Shvat Tov Shin Yud till the Stalkers of the Friedike Rebbe is the 8 Deires from the Baal Shem Tov. And then the Rebbe says that after Tov Shin Yud, after the Stalkers of the Friedike Rebbe, on Yud Shvat Tov Shin Yud, starts the Deir Hashvi'i of the Friedike Rebbe, La'achar Stalkers of the Friedike Rebbe, which is a very strong lashon. It's in the Mugadik Sicha, you can see it. It's printed in the Sefer HaSichis. And then in the Ha'ara the bottom, the Rebbe says that more beprotius, it really starts in Yud Aleph Shvat, because Yud Shvat is still verbunden with the previous day, because the Stalkers was on Yud Shvat. So in a way, the whole Indian starts after Yud Aleph Shvat.
And then also Dafshin in Topshin Yud Aleph, the Rebbe speaks about Hichos also in Topshin and Beis. The safe as Yud Aleph, this is just Lahoyer, not Zognish Chidushi. But Daf L'chaim.
L'chaim.
You know, there's just one more interesting thing that I saw that I noticed from the Maimer, that in the Maimer from Topshin Yud Aleph, from Yud Shvat Topshin Yud Aleph, Bosel Gani, the dreimal in the Maimer, the Rebbe sagt dem Loschen, Vezet Tevim. Und das Tage, und der Rebbe beworbt es gleich noch in Maimer Eichet. Also es ist da, man hat alles gerät, die alle in Jonim. Aber es darf sein, der Rebbe kommt mit der Tvier. Der Rebbe gießt alle Broches. Und der Rebbe sagt Tag in den letzten Eis, also von wann es mir selber Eis, also wie gesagt, und gleich noch dem ist der Rebbe Masber. Von was ist mein Scheich zu dem? Und wir haben die Kirches von dem Rebbe. Wir haben die alle Kirches, was nun gibt uns die alle Kirches. Aber zusammen damit, together the Rebbe gives all the Kirches, but together with it, the Rebbe comes with a Tvier, but that Tevim, ich call Echad ve'Echad meitonu, und the Ingen of Din Hashvi'i. Also man darf sich im Ganzen übergeben zum Rebbe. Und der Tag getan, wie der Rebbe will. Und wie es kommt jetzt beim Rebbe. Also der Rebbe hat in früherem Topshin Chai, der Rebbe gesagt, zu kamen Menschen. Also man darf sich weglegen auf der Seite. Man darf tun, wie es kommt jetzt beim Rebbe. Nicht, das ist die Avede, das ist die Avede von der Hashvi'i. Ich habe nicht gewählt früher und später, ich habe gehört von der Menschen. I heard from many people that Amal in the other days there was such a concept. And you can see it printed in the Sichos Amal from the Friedrich Rabbi Hashab. The Sach is given as a gather that by a Farbrengen, a Chassid would say a word, a Chassid would say an opinion, a Chassid would say. There was the concept of the. Als men redt dich durch mit de Chassidim, was zu tun. Im Rebbe ist nicht given as a Sach. Am Rebbe, der Rebbe geheißen, und man gedacht folgen. Ach, man nicht allem gefolgt, nicht einmal folgen mehr. Aber beim Rebbe darf sagen, es ist da Tvier. Der Rebbe sagt, es ist da Tvier. Und der Tvier ist, it's interesting, der Rebbe sagt, achenet von Vezet Tevim, die dritte Mal. Der Rebbe sagt, Vezet Tevim, kol Echad ve'Echad, als man soll wissen sein, als man in der Hashvi'i. Der Rebbe gleich gesagt, als man darf sich legen auf der Seite. Aber dort allein, der Rebbe says, the Loschen, that there's a demand that we need in the first line. There's a demand that we need to be aware of the fact that we're in Der Hashvi'i. We're in Der Hashvi'i, it's a whole different Nekuda. And what's the Tviya of Der Hashvi'i? The Tviya of Der Hashvi'i is to, as Moshiach will come in the Peil Mamish. Mamish is in the Shchina Lamato, and yet there that's on the Arbet. The Rebbe emphasizes again and again and again that every single one of us who are in Der Hashvi'i, der Rebbe hat ausgeklieben, jeder eine von den Neshamis in der Hashvi'i, der Rebbe ausgeklieben. Der Rebbe sagt, that it's not something special that we did, it's not something that we earned, it's not something that we chose. The Rebbe put us in der Hashvi'i, the Rebbe gave us the keiches of der Hashvi'i. And our job is to do what the Rebbe, we're here to achieve what the Rebbe wants us to do with those keiches. That's what we're here for. And and it's very clear already in the first Maimer what we have to do. And if that's not done, then we didn't do Der Hashvi'i, and it's getan as gute Sachen. Und Der Hashvi'i ist supported, der Rebbe gesagt, a klare Sache, also es darf sein, die Dira mit Achtoinim bepeil Mamish, the Union of B.S. Moshiach sit keinem bepeil Mamish, that is Der Hashvi'i. That is Der Hashvi'i. And as long as that's not achieved, it's gar nicht. Und wir sind auf der Rebbe gesagt, in verpresslichen Topshin und Aleph. Das ist der direkte Hemmschach, was der Rebbe sagt in der Maimer.
Yeah, right. L'chaim, Rabbi. L'chaim, sag L'chaim. L'chaim, Kemelish. L'chaim. Fine. Listen. Ich höre, wir haben da Rabbi Minkovich, would love to hear from Rabbi from Montreal. It's the Chabal Shmuel, and we would love to hear from him. Rabbi Minkovich here?
L'chaim.
Rabbi Minkovich.
L'chaim.
I know you weren't there at Yud Shin Aleph, but you know a lot about Yud Shin Aleph. So share with us what you heard from Moker Rishon Chassidim that you heard when we were there.
I can't compete with Yemei Breishis.
I know, but you could try.
But we know some Yemei Breishis. Das weiß von alles Yemei Breishis. Weiß von alle Sachen. Whatever's my mother.
You see, the Rebbe is Gala yet to talk. You see, Rabbi Krinsky's letter was just as
Yeah. Eitzes. Das Eitzes Otzra Avesav. That's what the Rebbe read. Eitzes Otzra Avesav. The Rebbe mentioned that in the Maimer Boshe Legani, the Friedrich Rebbe als verwirrt. And I can say that the Yeshlemim with the Rechefsher, I think, that the Maimer Rishon of Boshe Legani of 70 years ago is like it says in the beginning of Breishis Rabbah. The Rebbe brings it down many times. When the Eibusha created the world, he had the blueprints, how to create the world. And from that started the whole world. All the details are all there. Everything was through Torah. So I'm Rebbe in the Meshta Maimed, anybody can see that the Rebbe laid down exactly the diuk, what is the Aved of the Hashvi'i, very, very clearly. Vayikra, Vayakri, and the Rebbe said, he mentioned about the Mesiras Nefesh, Mesiras Nefesh and Avram Avinu, gesucht die Mesiras Nefesh, after Mesiras Nefesh and Mesiras Nefesh Eichet. Das Monten bei Jeden Einem. The Rebbe brought out all these Nekudis, Tikra, Vayikra, Vayakri, in one word, the word Vayikra, the Rebbe tabegelig the ganze Sach. As is the difference between Afrum Arid and the ganze Welt, and Afrum Arid, was the Rebbe Sachosid, is oder sie Vayikra, oder sie Vayakri. Und bei Bachsidim ist Tikra, der Rebbe gesagt, es meint beide Sachen, versteht sich. Nicht mit der nur in Vayakri, the Vayikra. Vayikra, Tikra meint beide. And that's the Aveda that the Rebbe established clear for the day of Hashvi'i, and it's till the coming of Mashiach with Pel Mamish. But the Rebbe mentions over there with Mesiras Nefesh. And the Mesiras Nefesh, the Rebbe said, is the day of Hashvi'i, Shvi'i L'Rishon, the Shvi'i Avram Avinu of Mesiras Nefesh. Now, the Pedic that we're learning now, Pedic Yud Aleph, it speaks very clearly about the Yin of Mesiras Nefesh, that we have to have after durchführen die alle Inyonim, nicht Midas Hanitzochen. Midas Hanitzochen, dass man tonen naiven, was Mamish, Maschle, Chayev, Meneged. Ad Melech allein, Maschle, Chayev, Meneged, da geht über die Eitzres, Otzra, Vesa, and alle Sachen, die alle Inyonim, everything comes down, in a pale Mamish, it comes down, but they should durchführen die Nitzochen. And the Maimed, the Rebbe said clearly, in that Maimed, the Mamorim take of Tov Shchof Aleph, that the Rebbe said Friday night after Kabbalah Shabbos, before Kegavno, and then the Rebbe repeated all the other things. The Rebbe repeated again at Tzoy Shabbos and the Maimer Basilagani again of Tov Shchof Aleph. The Rebbe brought out Claude that the Eitzes. What are the Eitzes? Otzra, Vesa. What are these Eitzes? Poshe Pnimius HaTeira. Before the coming of Mashiach, that Megalas and the alle Eitzes from Pnimius HaTeira, and the Rebbe said clearly that the daughter Dikvus, the Mashiach, that durchführen durch alle Inyonim, durch Pnimius HaTeira, das the Inyan von the Vechom, was we can durchführen, darf get through, and that's the whole Nitzochen. And Nitzochen has to be, before Mashiach's coming, muss sein the Nitzochen. And the Rebbe brought down the Bariches, the Siche, the Bavusta Siche, called Yisrael Mechamas Beis David, that the Rebbe Rashab said 120 years ago now, Tofre Samachalef, Simchas Torah Tofre Samachalef, Yisrael Mechamas Beis David, and the Rebbe Rashab, there it's known, he spoke clearly about two different types of Yidden and two different types of generations, you can say, it's brought in the Friedrich Abesichas and other places, that the union of Chirfu, there's two distinct times. There was a time of a Vecha Hashem Poshet, like that, the Friedrich Rebbe suffered over there from the Maskilim and from the Shekzi and Metalazach Poshet, Yidden that came out, Poshet, Glish Gleim in the Mebischen. Vecha Hashem, get and Kang the Mebischen. But then came in a way, in a worse thing, that the Rebbe Rashab already predicted then, the Benevius, he said already then, as just a different type of Avim. That they're coming out against the whole Inyan of Beis David, and Beis David, the Inyan of Mashiach, and that can only be taken care of through Mesiras Nefesh of Hashpas Achsidus. Now, Mesiras Nefesh, the Rebbe says, Mashle Chayiv Meneged, and the Hashpas Achsidus, the Hashpas Achsidus itself, that is, I can sagen, that itself was be'efen of Mesiras Nefesh. The Rebbe had Mesiras Nefesh, Kipshutei, and Afotza Mayonis, and Chsidus, mentioned once before that we're starting from Tovshin Yud. When it came up, right after Shvat Tovshin Yud, came up the question of a Chalukah, of an Andertel, a Yerusha, which means tens of thousands of Svarim, Kisvei Yad, and Talazachen. And the Rebbe said that now it came out in the open by Pashas Asforim from Mamhei invited. That's not Shaykhs to Chalukah. It's a gay person and Etzem Inyan and Etzem Nefesh and Etzem Chassidus Chabad. The ganze game bisschen Alten Rebbe, bisschen Baal Shem Tov, bis Moshe Rabbeinu, all the way back. But the Rebbe Bepashtus was a tremendous Mesiras Nefesh. Even a Poshet Arid understands the Mesiras Nefesh. We don't understand what it means the Etzem Zach Alein. But the Mesiras Nefesh that the Rebbe gave up at that time, basically had Kamat no access to all the ksovim that were in the building itself where the Rebbe is sitting, and Kisvei Yad from alle Rabbeim, so Rabbi Shem Tov, as the Rebbe mentioned, alle Sachen, tremendous Mesiras Nefesh. You can see it also, it's beyond our capacity to understand, but we saw also Yutas Kislev, Tov Lamed Zayin, when the Rebbe spoke about the printing of Dayan Beis. So the printing Dayan Beis, the Rebbe said very strange Lashonis. The Rebbe said, as a Chob Meira. That was the Rebbe's actual Lashon, a Chob Meira, it's a Druk. Now, I don't know anybody can understand in Das Tachten, was is Meira haben to print Chassidus. But that's what the Rebbe said. And he said, Charush gewesen, as doch Shoshes. The Rebbe said that clearly in that Farbrengen, that we saw that there are problems, that there are Shoshes. What could be the problem? Maybe some smarter people than me, some do know, basically, is beyond, I think, human comprehension to understand this. And the Rebbe was so careful that he said, but it has to be printed. Mesiras Nefesh has to be printed. And it was printed. So the Rebbe found a way how to do it. And everybody should participate. They have to give $1. But the answer, everybody knows the whole arichas. But the bottom line is, the Rebbe put himself on the line. The Rebbe carried the responsibility. And the Rebbe carried the responsibility of printing Chassidus, Mesiras Nefesh. And Agavurchadach was like printed. Again, if we can put two and two together, but everybody saw that right after that came Lamed Ches. So these are things beyond our comprehension. But the Metzias is that Lamed Zayin, Mesiras Nefesh, Mamhei Retmanish, the Mesiras Nefesh, everybody came out, the Golui, Mesiras Nefesh, and the Agmas Nefesh that the Rebbe had beyond the comprehension again. So this was a tremendous amount of Mesiras Nefesh that the Rebbe had for Chassidus. Nicht mit the Gesuchtos, but when it came up as Azay Muzayin. It's kind of sein anders. So the Rebbe took the Eitzres, She'otzra Avesa, the Rebbe said clearly that is the Eitzres that it is, and that's also this and giving out all these Eitzres. As the Rebbe mentioned the words Befedish and the Pashas Asforim, the Rebbe used the word Kitrug, Vechulu. The Rebbe put himself on the side, as it says in the Maimorim, in the Avduchfirn, the Nitzochen, Farbrengen Mashiach. But that is the Tzava Shor, that is the Shlichus of our generation, of the Hashvi'i, das muss man tun. So when it comes to the union of David and Beis David, so the Maimer, it says by Riches Tavshchav Aleph that there's those that are Cher Fixim Shechecha. And unfortunately, we know very well that how much the Rebbe had to suffer from those that came out against the Rebbe Benegei the meaning from Mashiach now, v'chulu. I heard a word from Wolf Gringlas. He told me he was once speaking to a Satmer in German. He told him, what is the month with Shreit, Mashiach now, Dechik Sakets, with alle Sachen, what kind of businesses? So Gringlas says, listen, I don't understand. You David hadn't talk. As some of David Avduch Meheros Atzmiach. Some Meheros Atzmiach, Mehera, not Satzmiach, Meheros Atzmiach. Has to be done now. She says, you say this every day. So sure I say it. He said, but ihr meint doch das. You mean it. We say it. The Rebbe made that we supposed to understand is of to feel as a dust of them leppen, as the ganze Schlichers of our generation is there in it. The whole thing is interessant. It's very interesting. I just saw recently, mamish recently, that there's a worldwide Mashiach event that's being organized for the entire world, being organized by Litvische, endorsed by Reb Kanevsky and andere from Nigdalim and andere Rabbonim from all over the world. And to the sun, the day they picked out is Tes Oder. Tes Oder, America is nicht anders. Fernando, take apart the ice, the third ice of America and the whole world. So Tes Oder, the entire world at the same time, they're making, I think in New York time, it's 11 o'clock, Israeli time, it's 6 o'clock, it's on a Sunday. Everybody, and they prepared a video, they show you the ganze Arichas. And in the video, you push it here, Mashiach now. They're using the same slogans. So with Mashiach, they came out against the Gacher for Ikvis Mashiach. We had to suffer from this, a ganze generation, you'd suffer from this. Starting from the Alta L'Shuva, the Alta L'Geula. And by the Rebbe Mashiach now, and who came out against it, b'chulu. And now it's happening, Poshet, the ganze Welt. Unfortunately, the 30, 40 years late, as everything else, like the Indian from the Hafotz, Karev Zainiden, and bringing Teda Tiden, they're also doing something along those lines. They call it Kirver Chekim, but Mechabtzach 20, 30, 40 years better. So now the holding of Mashiach, Poshet to Mon and Mashiach, we want Mashiach now, became now a thing from the ganze Welt. How is this? Because with Gigossen Chassidus, as the Rebbe said in the Maimer Tovshin Lamed, Bosi Legani Tovshin Lamed, Shnasa Esrim, and it was Limke Benichsi Oviv. The Rebbe said that Shnasa Esrim, 20 years, that's a shleimus. I think we see things by the Rebbe, many things started differently after Tovshin Lamed. So in that Maimer, the Rebbe said clearly, the Rebbe said that the Afotzes Amayonis, that is the Eitzvis. And the Rebbe said, Megis to Megis to Megis. The Rebbe said, this is Namaim Klora Diburi. The Rebbe was speaking about himself. And as we said before, there was the Mesiras Nefesh, all these things. Then we didn't know about before Lamed Zayin and before Memhei, but there was a Mesiras Nefesh, with all the Yonim that it entailed. And nevertheless, the Rebbe did it, Mashter Chayev Meneged, because it does that Menton. And that Maimer, the Rebbe also mentioned a Gvaldikim word, that the Melech is Mashle Chayev Meneged. He puts himself aside, and the Rebbe said over there in the Maimer that this idea that the Anshe Chayil have to know that the Melech is Maimid Asme B'Sakone and Mashle Chayev Meneged. This idea itself gives an encouragement that the Melech, the Rebbe said, the Melech Yefinzach Mid Zei. This gives a taste of Keach, the Shbimen Atseach, the Mohammed. This is the idea itself. The Rebbe is mit jeden einem. Betut the Rebbe Sinyonim is the Rebbe Mitzeh. The Rebbe laid down was that menton in one word. Vayikra and Vayakri. Das darf menton, the Liebe kehren auf Welt. Mamish Chomokim Shahu. Davor Mesiras Nefesh, dann Mesiras Nefesh. And there's no issues, no problems. And this is what the Rebbe Tavegestellt gleich from ersten Tag from Yud Shvat, Tovshin Yud Aleph, exactly what should be done. I want to mention also that you heard from the Revolve Gringlas, the Rebbe called him my Mekubal. So today's Shir Tanya of Yud Shvat, of the Chitas, the last three words is Mei Ayin Liyesh Tomid. So Revolve said like this: Mei Ayin is Rosh Tevis, Yud Al Funya Meyu Aleph Nis. Liyesh is Liyud Shvat, goes from Yud Aleph Nis to Yud Shvat that the Rebbe took over the Nesias. And then it goes Tomid. It goes Tomit, ständig, bis the coming of Mashiach und weiter. Das sind mit der Rebbe Dolamata, wo you go leno. That's the union of Tomit. Ma'ayin liyesh is Tomit. I just want to mention noch ein Wort. The Rebbe mentioned in the Maimer about Abbas Yisrael, and the Rebbe gave him Sholem, Dugmoyes, and Sipurim of all the Rabbein. There's when the Mashiach Sefer Torah was written, there was also a big Snagdus, the same one that Menagid against Mashiach, Menagid against the Mashiach Sefer Torah also. And the Rebbe was a lot of pain. The Rebbe spoke about it later in Parshas Kudit, Tov Lamed, a few weeks after Mashiach Sefer Torah. And the Rebbe said that Mele doesn't do it himself. He's upschwachen andere and upkilling andere. How can a person do such a thing? And the Rebbe brought out that a psak is not a psak. It's a thing that has to do with Pnimiyas HaTorah. The Rebbe brought up in Nigle, Rabbi Surish, Mubamamena, the Rosh writes, because each one was a Boki, and that Indian had to ganzen Gescheichos nicht. So the Rebbe said, since it's psak is not a psak, so then it goes what the Rambam writes in Babusta Rambam. The Rebbe brings down the Seif Luchos Perik Beis Luchos Gerushin that it's the onse. It's the onse. So MS he himself wants. Could you imagine? As you're talking about, I'm a nagid mamish openly against the Rebbe. Listen to the Rebbe's words. Mamish mind-boggling. The Abbas Yisrael is unbelievable. I'm a nagid mamish. So the Rebbe says, as it's the onse. Der Emes Rots, will sich mishtatev sein in der Sefer Torah. The Rebbe's words, Pasha, Kudi, Tov Lamed. Will sich mishtatev in Sefer Torah. Now the Rebbe said, Eva Avoy, about him, Eva Avoy, that they don't realize that hadn't them Gedel HaIlui, the Gedel HaIlui that it was of the Mashiach Sefer Torah. Then the Rebbe said, I don't think the Rebbe ever said it before or after. I never heard the Rebbe say this. The Rebbe said like this: Das ist der Uftu von Anossi. Dat nicht gucken, was mir will nicht. Von deswegen, wie bald guckt auf jeden bei ein Tev ein hohe Weirich. Kann machen, als bedarke neben darke Sholem, bejad Chazoke Yegorshem. And the Rebbe said, Zochim Odom Sholem Befonov, but you don't find Zochim Odom Bal Korche. How do you find such a thing? So the Rebbe said, Anossi, was Tev ein hohe Weirich, tut ruf the minions, me will yes, me will need, me nehmt rob the hisnagdos. He's missing the Nadiv Lev, the Rebbe said, the whole Arichas about this, nehmt rob the hisnagdos. And the Indian tutzachop. So could you imagine, this is the Abbas Yisrael, as Ayid, which is Mamish openly menagid, and the Rebbe suffered from him on Ashir. Somebody asked that question, who it is. I think everybody knows who it is, from Bnei Brak. And Bnei Brak, I remember the Chido and the Haggadah writes up Bnei Brak is Gematria Hasotin. You add it up. And that's where the Tanoim had to come there to be Mesaken, the Sotin that's found of Bnei Brak. They're left over a little bit for our generation also. Hein Baruch Hashem, as we see, was Nisbatl geworden. The Rebbe gist and see this. As I said before, the ganze Indian from Mashiach now became Nachlas Aklal, that we want Mashiach, not Mashiach. Somebody said Mashiach had come. I remember somebody once even wrote that it's for sure to say no, and no as das. You're fooling people by saying we want Mashiach now. We all know Mashiach is going to come. It'll be a big mishpat and a big judgment. Who wants it? It'll happen. We have no choice. We'll have to live up to. It's going to come. But to ask for it, a person should ask to be judged and to be punished. So finally, with Hashpoes Achsidus, just do gestopt. A Mashiach is Mashiach is Agili. This never happened. It became Nachlas Aklal. They don't even understand that it's Chassidus. It's all come from Chassidus. So the whole Ashkofer changes. So they take a help from so Zayin take me Ayin, Liyesh, Tomid, Mir Aleph Nissen, to your Shvat, and Tomid, and the Gesenzach, and the Rebbe, Dole Mato, and Masorat Forchim, and Akuf Gashmi, like the end of the Maimer, but who you go lane to take me at Mamish. L'chaim.
Actually, what you mentioned about Tes Oder, I just saw the Shabbos, the Toshim Hey, the Rebbe spoke about Tes Oder, the Takites Kislev. Just like before you Far Peterburg and Noch Peterburg, I uniform what's after Tes Oder, it's going to give a nice Seder, and it's pale no Kader Tachten, no Echen Kader Alien.
Could you imagine? It's exactly a month away. the ganze Welt, they publicity, they made videos, sag Stummel ist da hebt sich an der Tummel. Mit Videos, weiß in ganze Welt. Different languages, speaking Spanish and speaking Hebrew, speaking French and speaking English, and they're in the middle of the desert. Everybody is stopping. We gate, man, and I say this, we want Mashiach now. Says, could you imagine? Samogi can't call him on us.
Unbelievable.
It takes time. It takes
What's
a little
the
slow,
shot?
you know. I work in chinuch. Not every student catches
The
the
Rebbe
same
says
way.
Shiva
Some are
Shlemus in
slower
the
than the
sea.
others. No. Some are slower, a little bit slower.
The Rebbe said Shiva Shlemus in the seas.
Yeah.
As they, the Menaged, they allein schreien Mashiach. I think we...
Evav
Yes, and I
Yashlamit.
watched
It's
the
nicht
listening.
Evav. The Rebbe said not Evav. Zatinik shel nishba. The Rebbe said, could you imagine the Rebbe say such words? Mamish Mabil al Raya. I didn't see it anywhere else from the Rebbe, not before, not after. Zochin le'odom bal korchei, because not Anosi, I can do it, you can do it. Anosi, because he sees the neshama, he sees the etzem that Rambam writes in the Sefer Chosgesh and Sefer Pedig Beis that he writes that bemis yet that it will turn. I feel schreit anders, often heights. The gele halacha, when I get and alle Sachen. Yitzre onset, bemis yet that it will turn this, but. Aber als sagt offen, heißt er will nicht. Wir können Mesake sein. Lassen wir schon leben von. A Rebbe kennt das dann. Und der Rebbe selber Farbrengen offen, you can look it up. Gute Lamed, gute Topschen Lamed. L'chaim. Ashreinu Matem Chalkeinu. It's coming to the end. You see, everything is fitting into place. That's true. The Halche Mamish by the Shirayim. By the way, when the Rebbe mentioned his name, he said, "That's noch geblieben." He didn't say his name. He never said his name. After Mashiach Sabatei, the Rebbe said, "There's no more union of Chosr Meisim, Talzuf Getal, Lazachen, Becholo. It's noch geblieben. Sridei Cheshach. So the day Sherishumis said that Hashatevus. I'm even young. L'chaim Livrocha. Freiliche Sachen, wie der Rebbe said. The Rebbe said the Tevin yet Nieden und alles gebieten, alles bei sich. Steht Schnee Zerecha, Bechole Wovcha, zwei Besen. Was ist zwei Besen? Die fanden die Yetzer Tev, die Yetzer Hor, die fanden die anderen, die Klippers in der ganzen Welt. Bei sich. Baruch Hashem, we're up to there. Die Levovcha von der ganzen Welt, bei sich. Baruch Hashem. Chaim Levrocha.
Chaim, is okay. Can we ask Rabbi Galitsky to say L'chaim, Hashem with us avot? Rabbi Galitsky. Rabbi Brumi. Arav Galitsky. No? Say L'chaim and share with us something. Mit Chaim Damon wegen the Zochen not in Baal Koche, you could write all the people about this. Rabbi Galitsky, no, you won't share with us a vote wegen Shvat. We won't pressure you, Rabbi Galitsky. No?
Yoshke, Rabbi Galitsky deserves a lot of credit. I can tell you, I was in 770, Baruch Hashem, Tavshin Chavhei. Tavshin Chavhei was zeicher that the Rebbe verbracht every single Shabbos. Gerade by me was a Sophie to go to Montreal or to go to Saint 770. So then, after Shabbos Breishis, Shabbos Neyach, the Rebbe said, he told the Yaslovayim, but was to settle. He told him it strengthens my resolve of bringing every single Shabbos, because he said he's going to say the sickles on the radio. And the Rebbe said, I bring every single Shabbos. So I figured, listen, the Rebbe davens every single day. We never saw the Rebbe davening, by the way. You have to understand. As Bochrim, the Rebbe didn't daven Shachris with the Elam. So later years, Baruch Hashem every day. We never saw the Rebbe in Talis and Film middle of the week, except at Rishon, Yom Kippur, Shvat, and the Chafov. Basically, that was it. And Purim, that was it. A few times a year. We never saw it. And to get a chance to see the Rebbe push it in Talis and Film, and daven mit the Rebbe, but the Rebbe daven for the Yomit, and Farbrengen jeden Shabbos. But at that time, Rebbe Yael, as is known, so angesund and stark, he was busy with the Sefer Erchim, and the Rebbe put a lot of pressure on it. It's a thing for itself, because the Rebbe himself, by the way, the Rebbe, people don't understand why. The Rechagav, because there was money that they received from the claims conference. That's money that the German government gave after the Holocaust for Mezdes, for printing Sforim. So the Rebbe got a certain amount of money, and one of the things was Sefer Erchim. I think of the Sefer Erchim itself, it's printed. There's even a letter that's printed now in the Igris, and the Rebbe writes that, everything is ready. I think it was Tafshin Chavov take care. Everything is ready, but now they're waiting for me. I said the Rebbe, waiting for me to finish off a whole Inyan that has to go in. That's the Bavusta Sikha in Yonah Shalteres Achsidus, that the Rebbe put in hours and hours and hours and hours of work. So the Rebbe writes himself that they're waiting for me. In other words, the Sefer is finished. Trust me. It's not, nothing is side that it's not ready. It's all ready just for me. Al Kaponim, Rebbe was busy with that, and the Rebbe pushed a lot. There was a time he went into the Rebbe every Mitzvah Shabbos. The Rebbe gave Matroch and Al Inyonim. The bottom line is that Tovshin Chavhei, the Rebbe brought Rebbe Shabbos, there was no Hanochas. That's the bottom line. Even Chav Dalet, there's no Hanochas many times. Chav Gimel, I feel it stopped already. There's certain Maimorim that we don't even know the Dibur HaMaschel. Forget about the fact that we don't have the Maimon. We don't even know the Dibur HaMaschel of the Maimon. Because this Mamish Leyumaki is super. I'm sure knows about it clearly. He printed a contrast with all Maimorim from there. A whole bunch is never a question mark by my mind. Maybe can design. Is I have to say, I've Romigal my entire Chave. Baruch Hashem, I can tell you, we have the Sichos of Chavhei, we have the Sichos of later on. I think we were in Australia on Shlichus from Chav Zayin till Chav Tes, the first Kvutze, and over there, it's nicht gewesen behind them, we can machen as a Zoom, sitzen mit Teilach Chassidin, mit alle Sachen. Vergesst wegen a Zoom, there's no fax machines, instant messaging nicht gewesen. It's nicht gewesen, the alle Bobmeisters, telephones, we didn't call. 2 years we were away there, a telephone was like $200. Nobody called. 2 years, 25 months, didn't call. The only chayis, we didn't know what's going on in the Beis Chayim, mamish nothing. We found out that went with mail, with express, with special delivery, took 7 or 8 days. So it took us a dank. So we used to get the sichos, take a dank, Rabbi Galitsky. I want to thank him publicly, take as a dank, the person Mechaya Mason given. Zutter Bechut Mechaya Mason, we spoke before. Mit gesessen dort und ich habe Schlichus von Rebbe mit den ganzen, das heißt Minutek can completely cut off from everything, mamish everything. It came as Sichas, you come from Rebbe, Farbrengen, wow, mamish Mechaya Mason. So Rabbi Avram, I want to thank also Blazer Teitelbaum, Oliver Sholem, Atayra Chaber, he used to take care of the actual sending it, he took care of it. Posh, it's Gvaldik in Yon. So Rabbi Avram, you have a lot to say. You have a lot of even things with the Rebbe that Settler from the Rebbe, you know very well. Settler from the Rebbe that Rebbe Yale received, and that you've seen yourself with your own eyes. The Rebbe is like a kochzach in the sichas, and it's the Settler from the Rebbe. Rav Ram will tell you the Settler from the Rebbe used to ask a shaila. Rebbe Yale, no one can compare to Rebbe Yale, but from Rebbe you're dealing with the Rebbe. The Amol used to ask a shaila. I once saw it settled. The Rebbe answered on the settle. And the Shaila, he wrote Mavhil. Mavhil means shocking. But he didn't write Mavhil as a Klein Asius. He made a mem like this, a big mem. The mem was about a half an inch big, but like a printed mem, a printed base, a printed hay, a printed yud, a printed lamet. Okay. The obvious difference, as the Shaila, Baruch Hashem, I was can learn as I go in the Nigla, going to see this, all good Sachen. But you don't give it the Rebbe to say that's the thing. It's a very difficult position. A lot of these settlers nobody even sees, nobody even knows. Then it came out with the Sikh that Rebbe answered him. I remember once at Settler, I forgot what the Shaila was. The Rebbe wrote to Rebbe, L'daite, ma oso meish rabbeinu bahar arboim yeh. That was the answer, something like that. Okay, the rabbis. Avram knows. I can tell you also a lot. It's like a koch from the Sikhs. I mean, it's known that I think that Zalman Gorari, the Rebbe said, "Ein galis gezun." That koch from the Sikhs. So you have him right here. Zal l'chaim.
L'chaim, Yeshakayach.
Avram, sach picha, Avram.
Rabbi Garlitzky knew. If not, we'll have to go to your shvoger, Rabbi Levitin, Rabbi Shalom Ber, Dog L'chaim.
Rabbi Avram will open your mouth Balkorche. The Rebbe said Balkorche. We'll have to do Balkorche.
He ran away. Wait.
It's a honor to Okay, no.
Rabbi Levitin, Rabbi Shalom Ber Levitin, are you there? You say L'chaim? Or you're frozen? You for real there? Or it's a picture of you?
Chaim.
Oh.
Chaim.
Chaim. Shalom Ber L'chaim.
Chaim Yossel. Yossel, der Rege gehabt alles, was gewollt sagen. Yossel.
Okay. Prime Chazor.
Sag L'chaim.
My shochen in dem Kar.
Is this Rabbi Kunin there? Is this? Oh, Rabbi Moshe Lazar is here. Okay, well, we have a few people here. Great. So we're going to have a Geschmack Farbrengen. Is Rabbi Levitna, you starting, or we'll have Rabbi Moshe Lazar first?
You can give Rabbi Lazar to speak.
Rabbi Lazar, do you have a way to open your microphone? We'll ask the Rabbi Lazar to give him a Reb Yemot. He's going to open up the microphone for you. I'm asking this Yudi. Yudi, can you open the microphone for Rabbi Lazar? Okay, Rabbi Levit, can you say a few words until Yudi will open it up? Now, Rabbi Lazar, I wasn't sure if you've been there, Tov Shin Yud Aleph, or not. Can you share with us? Rabbi Lazar, you can't schon an ihm reden, man hört euch. No, now we don't hear you.
Okay.
Your microphone, now we hear you, yeah.
Hear me?
Yeah, now we hear.
Yud Shvat, Tavshin Yud, was a day to forget. I was very active in the yeshiva, not in learning, but in helping, doing things and so forth. And Yud Shvat, Pashas Bay by night, they were supposed to be in Lav Malka, and I was one of the organizers. And I was living in Williamsburg, and I came to the yeshiva in Bedford and Dean, Motzei Shabbos, and it was supposed to be a big Lav Malka, but there was hardly anybody there. And I asked, what's going on? And they told me the bitter news. I ran to 770, and I was there most of the night, but the Vechom took turns. My turn came between 6 and 8 in the morning. I came back at 6 o'clock and I was there till 8 o'clock. This was Yud Shvat. But when I came to 770 Motzei Shabbos the first time, and I found out what happened, I saw something which I would never like to see again in my life. All the elder Hasidim had come to 770 and were sitting in the hall in 770 on the floor, crying like little babies. It was something impossible to understand, but that was it. Then I came back at 6 o'clock and I went with another few Vechom into the Frierdiker Rebbe's room, and we were saying Tillim, and one of them, I don't know what time it was exactly, but there was a door leading from the middle room in 770 to the Rebbe's room, which was on the right-hand side, the Frierdiker Rebbe, and the door opened. Who was standing there? The Rebbe. And the look on his face was something I'll never forget, something impossible to explain. But it showed an inner hurt, which only a child can show that. But anyways, at 8 o'clock, about 7:30, the Chavre Kadisha came and they did the Tara. We went out of the room, of course. They did the Tara, and 8 o'clock the Levaya started. I was downstairs, and there was a crowd of thousands of people. In those years, Tavshin Yud, 1950, the Yidden had just come out of Russia, come out of the concentration camps. And there were very, very few leaders. Rebbe was one of the greatest leaders. And there were thousands of people by the Levaya. And that was Shvat Tavshin Yud. The whole year between Tavshin Yud and Shvat Tavshin Yud Aleph was a year of not knowing what's going to be. There's no Rebbe. But there were some Elter Chassidim who had known the Rebbe from Russia, and they were living there in Israel. And they got in touch with the Chassidim in America and explained that the person that would be the most righteous person to become the Rebbe would be the Ramash. Although the Ramash was not very known because the Rebbe was mamash hidden. He had his room, always kept after the daughter, which was the Rebbe's room. But it was as a director of Machne Yisrael, Merkaz Dion Chinuch, Kahas, all the different things that he was running. But his greatness, which we found out later, was impossible to know because he was so hidden. But anyways, people asked the Rebbe to Farbrengen, and he Farbrengen during the year, different times, mostly on Shabbos by Shel Shudas. And then the people had asked when it came to Shvat Tavshin Aleph that the Rebbe should Farbrengen, it's Shvat, and the Rebbe was masking. And it was a Farbrengen in the Zal upstairs. How many people were there? The Zal wasn't full, it wasn't packed. And there was said a few sichas, and there was an ultra chassid from London, a sender, and he got up and he said, Rebbe, sichas are very nice, but we want to hear Chassidus. The Rebbe closed his eyes and he made motion to one of the people there to sing the Hachonenegen, and he said the Maimah Basi Lagani. After he finished the Maimah, this representative got up. Chassidim Mehom HaRebbe. This was Yud Shvat Tavshin Yud Aleph.
How old were you then, Rabbi Lazar, if I may ask? How old were you then? Wie alt sind die gewesen? Were you 15, 16, 20?
How old was I?
Yeah.
So I have to tell you how old I'm today.
After Bar Mitzvah, before Bar Mitzvah?
Anyways, I was a bacher of 16 years old. 17, 18, whatever you want to call it.
Is that the first time you saw the Rebbe, or you saw the Rebbe before already, before the Nasi, before the Frierdiker Rebbe started?
I saw the Rebbe, a very strange story. But in the early 1940s, the Rebbe did not want to take money from Klolische Geld, so he was working in the Brooklyn Navy Yard, because the Rebbe had a diploma, whatever you want to call it, in naval engineering. And he went to work in the Brooklyn Navy Yard every morning. He took the Tompkins Avenue trolley car from his home, from Eastern Parkway, and came to Williamsburg, because in Williamsburg, at the end of Clymer Street in Brooklyn, was one of the entrances of the Brooklyn Navy Yard. And I was a little boy learning Yeshiva Torah V'das. That was close to my home. And I played with my friends. Who were my friends? Nishken Eden. Because in Williamsburg in those times, There were very few Yidden living there yet. All the Yidden were living on the east side in Manhattan. And who were my friends going? My friends, of course, were without hats or kippah. I had a kippah. And one day in the afternoon, the Rebbe is coming from the Navy Yard, must have been, and I see a man coming with a suit and a hat, but the strange thing that I saw was the beard. In those years, wearing a beard was a very negative aspect of the person. Why, you can't shave, you don't have a shaver. Anyways, the Rebbe was coming by, and I look at him with a beard, and he looks down at me, and he gives me a pat on the head. That was my first meeting with the Rebbe. When I came afterwards, this was in the summer of Tavshin Gimel. In Tavshin Dalet, I came to Lubavitch. I came to the yeshiva. And the yeshiva was on 1410 Union Street, right off Kingston Avenue, a little building. We were a very big yeshiva. For example, in my class, we were 7 boys. Can you imagine? And that was the whole Lubavitch. There were the 4 or 5 classes in that place and 2 stores where there were classes, and that was it. And in each class were 5, 6, 7 boys. Anyways, we used to go from Union Street to play in the yard in 770. Today, where they built the shul on the left-hand side of 770, there was a yard going down. There was like a driveway because there was a garage, which was turned into the library. And we used to go down there and play stickball. Why do you call it stickball, not baseball? Because very simply, we didn't have money to buy a bat. We used the broomstick. That was the time. And the Frierdiker Rebbe used to be sitting by his window in the corner window in the back and watching and smiling, seeing Yiddish Kinderlach playing in his yard. That was the times that we were in 770. And this was when we went to 770, we came and the Rebbe used to come out on the porch and look down and watch us sometimes. But anyways, one day we came running to 770, and I see this man with a hat and with a beard. And I say, oh, I know him. He pat me on the head. And I ran into 770 after him. And I asked the Bachrim, who is that just came in? And the Bachar says, that's the Ramash. That's how he went. The Ramash. Who's the Ramash? The Rashag was the whole director of the yeshiva. But the Ramash, nobody knew him. The Rebbe was so secret. But slowly, people started to understand who's putting out all this for him. And every sefer, even though it didn't have a signature of the Rebbe, but the people started to understand who the Rebbe was. And then came the beautiful day of Shvat Tavshin Yud Aleph. And when the Rebbe said the Maimer, and the sender got up and said, Chasidim Roma Rebbe, the whole world changed. The whole outlook of the future changed, because those years you have to remember right after the Shoah, right after the Holocaust, people had given up of Yiddishkeit. Where are all the Gedolei Yisrael that were killed in the Shoah? All the Rabbeim, all the Rebbes, and all the big tzaddikim, and all the Talmidei Chachamim. What's going to be with Yam Yisrael? And this is the difference between the Frierdiker Rebbe and the Rebbe. The Frierdiker Rebbe, his Indian was Sur Meira. He was living in Russia. In Russia, then it was time for the communism. He was fighting that the Yidden, that whoever was he was able to get in touch with should be surmeira. Don't follow communism. Don't go in the way of the communists. Because if you remember, if you learned, if you heard about it, the Communist Party was started by a Jew and was held up by Jews. And Friedrich Rebbe was fighting this communism. Surmeira. When the Rebbe came into power, when the Rebbe took over the Nesius, it became Asay Tov, the positive angle. But the Friedrich Rebbe, his sisba was Le'alta Le'tshuva, Le'alta Le'geula. Tshuva, Sur Meira. But the Rebbe was a Foratz Teyom of Akedma, Asay Tov. This is what we have to understand. We are the Deir Hashvi'i, and the Rebbe gave us this most important tafkid of Asay Tov, but not Asay Tov, just you. Asay, make the other person Tov. Make the other person do Tov. And this is what we have to do. This is what we have to take keiches from Shvat. From Shvat, we have to take keiches in the Asay Tov. This is our tafkid, our responsibility. And no one can say, I am not up to it, I am not worthy, I am not important, and so forth and so on. Everyone, the Rebbe took each and every one, whoever came in and made him a shliach. Please do this for me. People who had nothing to do with Hamayonis, Satira, and the Rebbe made them into shluchim. Who am I? Who was I? A little American boy, just came over from Europe. And here the Rebbe says, go and become a shliach. This is what we have to understand. We have to tell everyone. Every Yid is a shliach of the Rebbe, Nasi Hadir, to be mikar of all the other Yidden who are not close to Yiddishkeit, and bring them and prepare them to the Hisgalus and Bias Mashiach that came of him, Heri V'Ameinu, Amen.
Amen, Yashakach. Rabbi Lazar, you didn't tell us when was your first Yechidus by the Rebbe.
When was what?
When was your first Yechidus by the Rebbe?
I can't.
Yechidus. When did you go into the Yechidus? A rein auf Yechidus zum Rebbe. Yechidus, Bar Mitzvah. When was your first Yechidus?
Yechidus afterwards. My Shvat was the Rebbe's Kabbalah's on the Seas, and we heard that we were able to go into Yechidus on our birthday. My birthday is in Sivan, so that was the Sivan Tafshin Yud Aleph. I was able to go into Yechidus for the first time. I can't remember exactly what the Rebbe told me, but afterwards, every year on my Yom Huledes, I used to go in with my mother. And my mother, of course, as a Yiddish mama, would ask the Rebbe, Panosa, Moshe Davtachav Panosa, sit and learn. And the Rebbe convinced her, and he told her, don't worry, Moshe is going to get married to Septimus. There was a big accountant in Williamsburg, a very rich person. Everybody knew him. And this way he calmed down my mother. I was able to sit and learn yet. But then I was a person who tried to do things. And one time, Rabbi Chadikov tells me that the Rebbe wants to speak to me. So I said, I have to go into Yechidus? So Chadikov said, no, just wait by the Rebbe's door. When he comes out from Mincha, he goes back to his room, the Rebbe wants to speak to you. So I'm standing there shaking like a leaf. What does the Rebbe want to tell me? I hope there was something good. And these words that became, he saw me by the door, and he told me, and he always called me Moshe. Ich habe gepeilt bei der Mama, du sollst noch sitzen und lernen 2 Jahre. Zum Seif hast sich äußig gewähnt, solche Zibur. Als ich wollte sich setzen und lernen, wird die Mama nicht sein zufrieden. Du darfst sitzen und lernen. Excuse me, are those words of a Rebbe or words of a Tata? The Rebbe was our father. The Rebbe treated us like his children. Every little thing, everything that I had to do, that I wanted to do, I asked the Rebbe, and the Rebbe gave me instructions, mamish like a Tata. This is why a little Brooklyn boy came to the Rebbe and said he wants to start a camp, and the Rebbe gave him the koiches to start a camp, which started off with 92 campers, not Lubavitcher's Dafka. And today, Baruch Hashem, that little Gan Yisrael that was started then by a little Brooklyn boy, last year had 150,000 campers in the world. So this we have to learn, that even somebody who is nothing can be able to do something. So whoever thinks that he is not in the level of being a shliach and doing should know that the Rebbe's koiches are with him, and whatever he's going to do is going to become a universal project, which is going to take the whole world. And the David to helfen that we should be matzliach, and the Rebbe should have nachas. That's the only thing we always wanted, that the Rebbe should have nachas ruach. And I remember the first time that I felt that I really gave the Rebbe nachas ruach when he came out to camp. All Chassidim remember when they came to the Rebbe. I remember 3 times that the Rebbe came to me in Gan Yisrael. 3 times that we were after Yud Beis Tammuz, we got a telephone call, the Rebbe's coming out to camp. The first time was the Rebbe came to see the place in Ellenville because it was under his achrayas. So he wanted to see if everything was good. And we took him 2 cars. We came, the Rebbe with 1 car, and the other car, and we came to Ellenville to the camp. And the Rebbe, I took the Rebbe around to all the whole camp, and he gave me instructions to do this, do that. By the lake, he told me to put a place where the children make like a rope in the lake that the children should go where it's too deep, and different things that the Rebbe told me. This is how I am close to the Rebbe. The Rebbe is my tata. And I miss him more than a father, because he gave me instructions in life. My father gave me my physical life, Baruch Hashem, but the Rebbe gave me my Chaim, Teiras Chaim, the way of life, the way I should do, what I should do. And when the Rebbe told us to go to Milano, what's Milano? Italy. What was it? Italy in the war was with the Germans, with the Nazis. There are Jews in Italy. Anyways, this is what the Rebbe wanted that we should do, and we did it. We didn't ask questions. We just married. And the Rebbe came out to camp on Tafshin Chav, the year we were married, and it was something special because he had come out to camp, he had seen the camp. But I felt that since he was not Mesad Kedushin, we felt that since he was not Mesad Kedushin, the Rebbe wanted to give us how would you call it, something to, but I'm with you. He wasn't Mesad Kedushin because he couldn't, because he said he wasn't going to be Mesad Kedushin anymore. We were the second couple that he wasn't Mesad Kedushin. But he came out to camp, and we got a telephone call while we were in camp asking us if we would go to Milan. The telephone call was from the Rebbe Singorelik, And we found out later that our name was given to her, and she called us, and of course, we said yes right away, because when we got married, we wrote into the Rebbe that we were ready to go out and shlichus wherever the Rebbe would send us. So as soon as we were asked to go on shlichus, we went on shlichus. But it was supposed to be just for a shlichus for a year or 2 years. And after we were there, in the second year, my wife had many problems in Gashmias. Kosher food, we had to go to Switzerland, to Lugano, and so forth. And she wrote into the Rebbe, that's very hard. She got an answer, which all shluchim have to understand. Kol hascholas koshers. We understood that this shlichus is for a lifetime. This is what shlichus is for your lifetime. When you're brought out to shlichus, know that you'll be there, and this is your tafkid b'chaim. So Dave should help, and that we should all be granted this nachas ruch to the Rebbe, like when the Rebbe got it, when he came out to camp, and he came out the second time when we had the new camp in Swan Lake, and there was getting into the car, he turns to me, Moshe, ich habe sich nicht vorgestellt als ein Reichtum.
Wow.
This was nachas ruch that I gave the Rebbe, and Baruch Hashem, every one of us should hope to always give nachas ruch, do things that the Rebbe wouldn't even have imagined that we were able to do. Not that the Rebbe imagined it could be done, but that we were able to do it. Because who are we? But the Rebbe shluchim. Yes.
I'm sorry. Something. Well, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I don't hear.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I can't answer your question because I don't hear well.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Now, you were middle of the story about Ken, what the Rebbe told you. As the Reichtum.
With what?
What you just said before about the Rebbe told you. Continue. Someone interrupted. Continue. It was just noise. So maybe you could tell us the story, what happened with the Yechidus before the Chasana, when you came in before the Chasana. Before your Chasana, you went in for Yechidus, right?
Yechidus with my parents, and we had asked the Rebbe to start the Kedushin, and the Rebbe said he won't be able to. And my mother, a Yiddish mama, starts telling the Rebbe's not going to be Misad the Kedushin by Moshe. Moshe, he made the library, he made the camp, he made this, he made that. I was working in the Merkers office. And the Rebbe said very simply, Moshe, I'll take care of him. I can't be without the Kedushin. And therefore, we feel that he came out a few months later to camp where he had been already, and the Rebbe didn't have time to travel around out of New York. The only time he went out of New York was to go to camp. And he came the second time to Swan Lake, where the campers were the first time and now the second time. We felt that he was coming to give us a present since he wasn't able to be Misad the Kedushin. Told David to help him that we should all get these little presents from the Rebbe. And the Rebbe should be close to us. Begashmius, Beruchnius, he said, of course it's close to each and every one of us. And we have to feel it, we have to live it. But we want the Rebbe, L'mata Masar Tvachim. We want to have the Rebbe and be able to say L'chaim and Chaim Amitim, Chaim Nitzchim, Be'erev Yameinu.
Amen. Just one question. Do you ever been Shabbosim in 770 before the Nasias, before Tovshin Yud? Were you Shabbos in 770? You ever been Shabbos in 770? Because you said you lived in Williamsburg. You ever walked to 770?
We came to 770 in Tovshin Yud from Williamsburg on Shabbos, because the Rebbe on Tovshin Yud, before Tovshin Yud Aleph, was Farbrengen and Shabbos afternoon. So we were 4 or 5 people who had something to do with Lubavitch, who walked from Williamsburg to Crown Heights to by the Farbrengen. And the Rebbe used to sit, I don't know if in the Zal upstairs, in the Zal, there's a little window in the middle,
right?
Two big windows on each side. And the Rebbe used to sit on the head of the left-hand table. And my place was by the little window. I had a Makom Kavua by the Rebbe's table. So you imagine how many Chassidim there were. And one Shabbos in Vechom, we were there, and the Rebbe started to Farbrengen not just an hour or 2 hours, but it was going on Kemat the whole Shabbos afternoon. And one Shabbos afternoon, the wife of Rabbi Popak comes running in to the back of the Medrash. Avram, the Schont werd kalt. It was in the time when the Rebbe was Farbrengen upstairs, before Tovshin Yud Aleph. It was all David to helfen, as I said. That we shouldn't tell stories of the Rebbe, but we should be together with the Rebbe.
Amen. Yes, okay. Very geschmack, Rabbi Lazar. You mamish yet ongewärmt uns. L'chaim, l'chaim.
Chaim, l'chaim, l'chaim. By me, it's still before davening, so I'm sorry I can't answer you.
It's okay, you could say l'chaim still. L'chaim, l'chaim. Say l'chaim on water also. There would come on gesagt l'chaim on water. Erev Pesach, right by Farbrengen. Say l'chaim on water. Rabbi Lazar, so this, what you told the stories about the first Farbrengen with Rabbi Popak and everything. So when you said the Rebbe said even by the table, you mean where the Rashag is to say a Maimer, the same situation, that table there, at the head of the table they was to sit, at the head of the table, of the long table. That's what you mean? Can you hear me, Rabbi Lazar? Can you hear me, Rabbi Lazar? Just trying to understand where exactly the Rebbe was sitting by the Farbrengens in the first year. Where was he sitting by the Farbrengens? You said by the table to the left. Was he sitting at the head of the table? Because I remember hearing that the Rebbe used to sit by the window by the Farbrengens, by the middle window.
After they put a table in and we built a little bit of a platform, and the Rebbe used to sit under the window, that connects with the Chedesheni.
Right. Okay.
You can imagine there were 2 tables, 2 long tables. All the Chassidim were sitting by the two tables, and there was plenty of space to stand on the side. That was Lubavitch. That was Chassidim. You can't imagine. I mean, just to give you a little example of what we knew of Chassidus. When I became Bar Mitzvah and I was learning in the Lubavitch Yeshiva, Rabbi Mentler came over to me and asked me, would you like to go in for Yechidus, for a bracha by the Frierdiker Rebbe? What did I answer? I'm not interested. You can't imagine. What was the Rebbe? Nothing. We were boys in the yeshiva. That was it, the Brooklyn boys. Today, what Lubavitch is, we were 7 boys in the class. That was already a big class. And from these 7 boys, 2 remained in Lubavitch. The other 5, gone. This was what Chassidus was. What did the Rebbe do? He made Chassidus a worldwide movement. Today, is there a Jew in the world who doesn't know what Lubavitch is, what Chassidus is? I mean, it's something which you can't understand what we lived through. I personally saw Hitler twice in Vienna. And from this idea of Hitler to the Rebbe, what's going on today, it's a different world. It has nothing to do with the world that I grew up in. Even in Williamsburg, how many Jews were there? In the whole Brooklyn, the only place where there were Jews living were in Brownsville, a little bit in East New York. And Yidden weren't. What the Rebbe did, impossible to understand how it was possible. But this was the keiches of the Rebbe. That's what we have to understand. The Rebbe wasn't just a great person. He was the Moshe Rabbeinu of our day. He took Am Yisrael out of Mitzrayim and brought him to Har Sinai and brought him to the boundaries of Eretz Yisrael. And this is what the Rebbe did. He took us out of Mitzrayim, took us out of the golus of ignorance, and he took us to Har Sinai. He taught us the Torah. He gave us Chassidus. He gave us Yiddishkeit. And he brought us Al Gvul Eretz Canaan to be able to go into Eretz Yisrael, into the Geula Shalema.
Ja, Shakayach, L'chaim, L'chaim.
Have a nice Farbrengen.
Thank you. When you finish davening, you could come back. We'll still be sitting here waiting. So we'll Farbrengen. So when you go daven and come back, and you'll say L'chaim again with us. L'chaim, L'chaim. L'chaim Rabbi Lazar, L'chaim. Wow, this was amazing. Rabbi Lazar was amazing. So I think we have Rabbi Baruch Hertz with us, one of the Chassidish Rabbanim. They have the great of Shemim Chedvig Chassidish Rabbanim. We have Rabbi Baruch Hertz. We have Rabbi Baruch Hertz could say L'chaim, Rabbi Hertz. Rabbi Levitin, we didn't forget about you, but we don't see you. Rabbi Levitin, are you still there? Rabbi Levitin, Rabbi Hertz, who is anyone alive there? Rabbi Shalom Ber. No? Dog L'chaim, Shalom Ber. No? In Kelvin Eine. Where is Rabbi Baruch Hertz? Rabbi Hertz. Talking about Chassidish and Nigen, that's the Bible. Go ahead. Chaim. Till Rabbi Hertz will come on, or some of the other Elder Chassidim, they would like to share with us a vote. Rabbi Kenter is here. Anyone, the Elder Chassidim? So just say a vote that I saw. Oh, Rabbi Hertz is there. Rabbi Hertz, sag L'chaim, Rabbi Hertz. Huh? We can't nicht hören. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Oh, we have to open up the... Well, 1 second, Yudi will open up for you. 1 second, Rabbi Hertz is going to open for you. So Rabbi Hertz, as till we wait till Yudi open up the microphone for you, I'll just share with you a vote. You know, there is a famous sikh from Chofav Lamed Aleph, there Geschmacke Farbrengen. And one of the, not again a longer scene, one of the kudas the Rebbe mentioned there is about the Inen from the Yankev Lei Meis. So the Rebbe says that as the Rebbe asked Amelik Shaila, why Dafke Yankev? Why not Avraham Yitzchak? Give him the obvious, Kreshim. Why Dafke Yankev Lei Meis? And the Rebbe answers as because that by Avraham is Yotzamenu Ishmael, and by Yitzchak Yotzamenu Esav, and therefore, because by those two, from their goof, is there was a piece of Ishmael and a piece of Esav, because the kid is from the father. Levin, Shemena, Tzamah, Gideon, Tzipanaim, and Mele, because there is a piece in Ishmael and Yankov and Esav that's died, the Mele, Yankov's, Avraham Yitzchak's goof, their neshama is nitzchi. But their goof cannot be nitzchi b'chaim begashmi is because there is a piece of the goof which is dead with Ishmael and Esav. Ashenki by Yankov mitos shleima. So the Rebbe asked the question, Ebazei, why do we need to have the Gemara says as mikra nideresh mahu b'chaim avzare b'chaim if Yankov lay meis? So why do we need a mikra nideresh? What happened with the Gemara is asking a question? The Gemara asking the question, why is it did the Levi and everything if Yankov lay meis? So the Gemara answered, Mikra nideresh, one from the pasuk. What about the people who did the Chanita? They were cutting in his body. They felt he's alive or not? The Rebbe answers, as be'emes, they felt that he's alive. But why is they did the Chanita? Because the Mitzrim was smart. And they said that the whole condition why Yankov lemeis is because Zare B'chaim, all the kids are going in this derech. It doesn't have Ishmael, doesn't have Esav. But the Rebbe said that they asked, what will be with the great-grandchildren of Yankov? Are all the great-grandchildren of Yankov, B'chol HaDerech, are all going to be B'chaim? They're all going to be in Yankov's derech? How could it be? So there'll be Eden will follow the derech. So they will be because of that, Yankov will also be the goof mace like Avraham and Yitzchak. Therefore, he said they said we should do the Chanita, we should make the goof to preserve their body. So the Rebbe said, but they did not know as Mikra Nideresh that the Pasuk says, as the Pasuk compares Yankov, Eden Meshiv, that the Eibishter said that he's bringing Yankov Meret Shivya and Zari Meret Shivyam. So the Pasuk Merochek with the Zara Meret Shivyam, the Pasuk is comparing Yankov to his great-grandchildren. Just like Mashiach will come, the Eden will go out of Golos, will be alive, Kipshutei, physical alive. The same thing when the Eibishter says, when Yankov will come, when Mashiach will come, Yankov will still be alive, just like his children. The Rebbe said that the Mitzrim did not know that the Torah promised, Ifticho Torah, as every Jew is connected. And therefore, who B'chaim, why is Yankov B'chaim? Because Zara B'chaim. The Ashgocha Protis was that this Sikha from Chofav Lamed Aleph, they made a Likud, the Likud Sikhas, and Pashas Vayechi, Tov Shin and Aleph. That was the Likud. Punkt B'Ashgocha Protis that week, there was the very famous Zoken Ashmai from Bnei Brak, opened his mouth. This was during the Achonis to the Gulf War, and the whole world was scared. But Saddam Hussein is going to send the missiles against Israel if America will start the war. And everyone was afraid. The Rebbe said nothing will happen, and he was opening a mouth that the Eibishter, it's going to be another Holocaust on the Eden because everyone is sinning, v'chulu. And Punkt that Shabbos came out as Likud. And that Shabbos Vayechi, Tov Shin and Aleph, the Rebbe spoke about very sharp, that a new thing, there's news. What is the news? That till now we knew that the Eibishter tells us what to do. Now Mitamol is the person who tells the Eibishter what to do. That was very sharp about it. And the Rebbe spoke that, the Rebbe mentioned the uniform from Yankov. The Rebbe asked the question, why the Gemara has to say that we learn from the Pasuk, Mikra Nideresh, that Yankov is alive because his children are alive. But there is a pasuk mefurish in Vayechi. It says in Vayechi that by Yankov we don't say the Lashon Misa. So we know that Yankov is alive. By Avraham it says Misa. By Yitzchak it says Misa. By Yankov doesn't say Misa. It says Vayigvad. So we know that Yankov is alive. So why do we have to have the pasuk later when the Novi says when he gets to Yankov and his children? And the Rebbe said that from that we see that how do we know that who B'chaim, when do we know Yankov B'chaim? It's not enough because the pasuk in Vayechi says that Yankov is alive. When do we know that Yankov is alive? Is because Zare B'chaim. Only because the Torah promised that every Jew will be B'chaim, therefore we know that Yankov is alive. So the Rebbe brings out the Nekudah that when someone says, Haytochen, we see a Jew he was not from. He's not B'chaim. How could you say that he's B'chaim? He's not Torah Shem and Torah Mitzvah. So the Rebbe says, just like Rashi says about Yankov, as nidme lohem shu meis, that they thought that he is dead, but be'emes he was chai. The same thing when you see a Jew in the street and he doesn't look like connected to Yiddishkeit, he's nidme lecho. You think that it looks to you that he's not a chai. But be'emes the Torah promised that every Jew is alpha pishachot Israel is be'emes connected. And therefore the Rebbe said, instead of going and talking against Yid, what you have to do is mekarev zayin to bring them to begale what be'emes they are. Because the only way, if you speak against a Yid and you say he's not frum, he's not connected to Yiddishkeit, you're saying that Yankov is not alive. So therefore the Rebbe was talking very sharp about this guy that the Rebbe spoke, that the Eibishter, he said that the Eibishter is sitting and planning all those terrible things about the Yidden. So the Rebbe said, we know the Gemara said what the Eibishter does. Yeshu mezavik zivugim. That's what the Eibishter does. He does simchas by Yidden. The Rebbe spoke about, there was a chosen there. The Rebbe said the chosen to chavek shtaf and tish, and he should say l'chaim. That's what the Eibishter does, not talking terrible things about Yidden. But the Nekudah, from what we see from this Sikha, there in from Zare B'chaim, that sometimes we have Chassidim, grandchildren of Chassidim, who don't feel a connection to the Rebbe. And we look on them like, they don't feel a connection. They have not been by Rebbe. They don't feel connected. And sometimes we could give up on them. So with the Sikha is the Rebbe telling us, Azare B'chaim is B'chaim. That the reason, because the Rebbe Memei said, because the Rebbe is B'chaim, therefore Zare is B'chaim. Yeah, the Chassid, every grandchild of every Chassid, he's B'chaim, is connected to Rebbe. It's only that you have to be Megala Zayin das Bahem. But it's already there, because there is no other way, if Tichot Teira is Hu B'chaim, there's no question about it, the Zare B'chaim, every one of the Chassidim is B'chaim. So even we ourselves, as I said before about Shmini Memches, the Rebbe said as Zutru the Bechum Mechayim Mesim, that every Chassid, the smallest, youngest Chassid, the longest kid who didn't see the Rebbe, he has to know that Zutru the Bechum Mechayim Mesim, that he could make himself alive and make life others. L'chaim, L'chaim, Rabbi Hertz, I see you there, so please say a word. L'chaim, L'chaim. So Yudi, can you open up for Rabbi Hertz?
Yeah, Yaska.
Yeah.
L'chaim.
Say L'chaim, L'chaim.
L'chaim. Nothing to add. I just want to say, heard tonight, you hear such sacredness from your Dalif.
Yeah.
So the thing is, your mama is like Geluyim Adirim. Razar spoke now, and us we didn't see those levels of Geluyim. So I want to maybe share something, say a Hashvi'i, which really maybe relates to which I thought about the last over the Shvat. We're coming now. I was sitting today the whole day in Chicago with Farbrengen till Ma'ariv, and then I'm now with the oil. I took a plane, the last flight out from Chicago. I made it a minute before the flight took off. 2 minutes, I got on the plane, and I'm here with the oil. I was thinking so I was talking to people today. I was sitting with the oilim today, talking about Chal, and it's the first time we sat like it's opened up by us a lot, and people sat Pashut the whole day, which hasn't happened in a long time. The Hagbolas Vechom. Reminding myself of Farbrengen of this is everyone's talking about the big Geluim. We're coming out to Purim. Remember Ches, the first Purim after you talk. I see you mentioned them Ches, Tishri and the Geluim Achshel Pesach. But I remember Ches Purim, it was not such big Geluim. The Gashmis. Pshat is that suddenly there was no Farbrengen, and the Rebbe spoke a Sikha, and in a way it was a big shock to myself and many others. It wasn't the same thing. And you see on the video people went by the Rebbe for dollars, but the truth is that it was in the Rebbe's house, and the Olam stood. A small crowd was in the house, and a massive crowd stood on President Street, and basically it was not the same way. Then came Purim and Tes. And Purim and Tes, Bechlal was no Farbrengen. I remember I came to Ma'ariv in 770, Motzei Purim, and there was basically a very small crowd. There was a very small crowd, and they never walked in. And there was even that night, there was no Sikha. But what I do remember was that the way that ever walked in, and he came downstairs 770, down the steps, and there was a few strong tnuas, like starke tnuas that ever, like Simchas Torah tnuas. It was maybe for 2 minutes, for a minute as ever walked in, and they were turned around by his place, but it felt a little bit Simchas Torah. Came weiter Purim Toshinon, and also there was because Mentes, there wasn't a big crowd. I was there, Ma'ariv, also Motzei Purim in 770. There wasn't a big crowd. I remember right after Ma'ariv, the Rebbe turned around to the crowd and he started saying a Sikha. And a lot of the people were then in the middle of the Suda. The Ma'ariv was Chal B'Zman, very early. And as the Olam started coming, as the Sikha was going, people said, I was right in the front, people came in. And the Rebbe said, the Sikha was, I remember, very strong, the Shainas, Achashverosh, Achas Reish Shaloi, that a Yid has bias to the whole world. Achas, in beginning, the Reishis, the beginning and the end. Why am I saying this? Because now I'm thinking now it's Shvat and it's Shas Shivim, and this is a major thing. It's not Shivim, the Maimah, and I'm going to the Shivim, the first Maimah. And the Rebbe speaks about there, Bechlal, the famous Sikha, which the Rebbe said, which was then, I remember, Shaitai, Nun Aleph, and the Rebbe spoke that Sikha of Shmois, Ve'ela Shmois B'nei Yisrael, Shem Gelasan, and already Kevin Shivim Shana, and the Rebbe then spoke on Nasi and Shivim, and explained Lahavi L'meis Mashiach, Lahavi to bring Mashiach, and the two Nyanim of the Nasi is, Ben Zayma was, the first thing is to make Leilas Kayamim, and then Lahavi Mashiach, very strong Mashiach and Shivim. Like I mean, the shyness there, unbelievable. About Prikrebu Shivim and Donamelch Shivim and the Nazi Shivim. So Chal was standing a very other hand with him is an unbelievable Farbrengen. So to a lot of people sitting in this matzav, how does it relate? So this is the word. Sometimes I think the misprab in the kud is you don't that sometimes there's a head of air you're missing a way. You don't see the Geluyim so strong. But if a person is able to sort of connect in a way, and I was learning today, today's Kam B'Shalach, very famous Sikha that Rebbe has the Machlokes in Gemara, and explains that it says Oz Yashim Moshe started the Shira, and then Yidden came and afterwards and continued the Shira. So the Rebbe goes in 3 days and explains in that whole Sikha, it's an unbelievable Sikha, that Nehemiah's Shitta, which says that Moshe began the Shira and the whole Yidden said it together, is really the emes in of Moshe. Why? Because Moshe was able to pile in the whole Klal Yisrael, they can say Shira themselves. This is the Tkufa we're now, that on one hand, it's the Gilead of Moshe. We don't see all these. You hear Geluim of tonight was an unbelievable Farbrengen. I mean, I was in and out of a plane, but the piece I heard, Pasha Geluim Adirim, you heard different things, which not everything was all said over the years. You ask, maybe gracious, but not everyone knows every detail. And
even I did not know. There was a chidushim for me.
Okay, that is Taki Chidushim. So no, it's unbelievable stuff. Tonight was unbelievable things from the Inisias. The question is, in a way, it's unbelievable. On the other hand, what does it say to us? It says to us that the Emes and Moshe is that the Rebbe instilled in us unbelievable kaiches. And I was thinking about it a lot this year. I sat with a crowd today who, people didn't, because they didn't have Farbrengen for so long, Pasha sat a whole day, a huge oilam, because we finally opened up the channels, and this is a Rapa Gbalat Abyssal. And it's a whole different tenor because sometimes when the header is there, the greater thing comes out. So I just want to say is the Nakud is I mean we have to think ahead, and the Shleishim Yom we're coming to Purim. I know obviously Shvat, Hashvi'i, we should see the Rebbe in the Basa. The thing is that I just want to encourage Pasha to learn through listen to the entire Farbrengen of Purim. And I said, you want to feel a Tanua the Rebbe, you want to feel one Tanua. If you come to Purim after so many Farbrengens, you listen to Farbrengen, and you then even if it's not a big Tanua, it's one like the Rebbe walked into Ma'ariv one time with a hand. I remember that one time on Mem Test, which was mamish, it was so powerful. It was a little bit hakafas from Ches, where the Rebbe walked in B'Shmona Atzeres. It had that kind of that energy there. I was for a minute, but the pile that minute was very. I remember the way the Rebbe walked in. It looked like a regular Meyer, but it was Matzah Purim. And the word is that if we prepare ourselves, so I think even though we tonight heard so many unbelievable stuff, but it doesn't mean to say we have a and Bizman Azeh, and this is the mind of the Tzachen. The Tzachen means Pasha to learn the Farbrengens, and I can tell you that Lachreina, that if you push it, there's so much available, and if you can listen to entire Farbrengen and push it, relive the Farbrengens, so that I got under Purim, and that's my piece. I was thinking about it tonight and Shabbos a lot.
I heard you saw the story that came out with this young man from Chicago with this Dubinsky.
Yeah.
I
remember when it happened.
Huh? What do you say?
I remember when it happened. Yeah.
The Geschmack part of the story is that Rabbi Schusterman at the field, what the Rebbe wanted him to do.
So he passed him that way.
No, it wasn't clear. From the Dallas, it wasn't clear. And they didn't have a tape to see it then. They flew to Chicago, and he understood, he felt that the Rebbe will not zu legen an Namen. But the show how the Rebbe works through his shluchim, as was man darf feel they. It's like, it's amazing how 6 a.m, they added the name the next morning. And when you look on the video now, the way the Rebbe said it and how it was going on, the whole there was no way to really understand what happened there. And it just the head, the Rebbe gewollt us all the stones to give on it. The mice is a American story. Anyway, L'chaim.
It is almost L'chaim. Yeah.
I thought it's an amazing story. When I listen to the video and I see how the Rebbe's every word there, what the Rebbe spoke there, the response to the story, it's just like unbelievable.
But you should know one thing. You see, Pasha, the Eisers, Rebbe said the Vazmas the Eisers, every Farbrengen, new Gedolim comes out. I don't know, a little bit I know, but a lot of stuff said tonight, some things are new. So there's no end. Pasha, it's like a Mayan. There's no end to information. Every Farbrengen, new Eisers come out. It's unbelievable. It's Pasha, unbelievable. About it's a Anaya Gila Pasha, new things. I know. That's how I thought you knew all these things. But if you're saying it's new to you also,
no, I didn't. The myriad things that came out today that I never heard before. L'chaim. Do we have any Chassidish Eden here that would like to share with us? Rabbi Levitin still around? Rabbi Levitin, are you there? No? Rabbi Levitin, are you sleeping or are you there still? Sean Bell, sag l'chaim, no? Ob es das auch First of all, am Beretsch wegen Zechenes, kannst du sicher erzählen von dem Seiden, wo du es gehört, von jener Tkufe. So why can't you share with us? Sean Bell. I will tell you what you told me, and then you'll start talking. I'll remind you, no? Yudi, can you open up for Schallenberg? 1 second, Schallenberg, he'll open up for you. Yudi, what's going on there? Can you please open up? Oh, Schallenberg, sag l'chaim.
Bin alt gehört.
Was ist alles gehört? Gar nicht gehört. Du erzählst, du hast gehört von Taten, von Seiden. The real stuff. You've been there.
Ich doch an eine Kude. Jossel und Kova sind doch früher.
Yeah.
Bei Yikra und Yakri. Alle Deles bis ist zu gewinnen Yikra. Ich gewinne sich. Der Hashvi'i ist jenem. Das haben da ganz Ariches. Geht in eine Kude.
Sag l'chaim, nu. Zazei poshet, sag l'chaim. Bin ehrlich, zazei poshet. Eben zazei poshet schon am was gedacht warten 70 Jahre. Zazei poshet. Sie nicht poshet. So dann Herr, was du hast, it's when was the first time, Take, when the first time that you went, do you remember the Rebbe Schallenberg?
Das für mich geht plenty more.
I don't remember, when is the first time you saw the Rebbe?
A kleine Engel. Der Rebbe ist bei der Rebbe.
Which years?
Samen even you base samen.
The base. So, and the Chidus, what was it?
The Rebbe in the stube. The Rebbe in the apartment. A president and
what were you doing in the Rebbe stube?
Tate kommen in der Rebbetzin. Mitgenommen.
Uh-huh.
We gelost von downstairs in the hall. I was waiting.
You mean in the new house, in the Rebbe's house now, or in the
apartment?
In the apartment, okay.
Then ik ben alleen als single. De Rebbe is reingekommen. And then geht der Reis again. The door opened up in a tall. The Rebbe kommt dagegen. This is the first was gedenkt. Wat hebben we dan hebben? Ken ik dan hebben früher. But I have a vivid memory of it.
No.
Der Rebbe kommt rein und ich stehe dort allein Engel. I was sitting next to the mailbox, with a mailbox there.
Yeah.
Der Rebbe guckt mir, geht mal Schmeichel. Noch der Rebbe geöffnet die mailbox. Noch der Rebbe kegert uns zu mir und da schon gewinnt ein anderer. I was shaken. Der Rebbe war sehr ernst. Und mir gegeben etwas, was kommen in der Mail und gesagt, na. Aber genommen, der Rebbe mir gegeben. It was a Haggadah. Ungefähr Pesach. Ankommen in Mail Haggadah von der Rebbe. Pesach, die Haggadah ist die alte Haggadah.
Uh-huh.
Die von der Maxwell House, von die was vermachene Matzes. You know,
yeah.
Matzes. Wenn der Rebbe mir gegeben das. Nah, that's the first. The Rebbe going with an elevator. The Tata was going with an elevator. The Rebbe don't him gain if the trap. Out of gain, the Rebbe get the Tata going in the elevator for the Rebbetzin. We get getting more intense. Get the Rebbe. I had this. I go in the erste Tag for the erste Mal gedenkt the Rebbe vividly.
Wow. And then you probably went every Shabbos at 770 as a little kid, no? Daven.
Ik ben een kleine ilum. Maar even dag we gehad, wat de Tate, plenty time, daar heb ik Tate gehad, gedankt om Taten allemaal, was Shalom. Heb ik gelijk benoemen of je gids mee hebt. Jene Jan, de eerste Jan, had me gelost. I feel als Engel. Jemol alle Jahren bin ich wenn ich Yechidus Chasevis. Ja, die haben mir reingelost. Viele später haben sie nicht gelost. I was grandfathered in. Again, if I ain't for Yechidus. Abrocha.
So your father would go in probably every year for Yechidus? With the Pope?
Für reingehen mit mir, für mehr reinnehmen.
Uh-huh. I think once I heard the Shlomo Zarchi was as a little kid, was standing on the Rebbe's chair for a whole sikha. You remember?
When I went in the back, the English thing, went back upstairs. This is going to get English.
So you remember the Farbrengen in Zal upstairs?
Yeah, warte. It went a room, there was room.
And you remember that Kofes also upstairs?
Yeah, you think of Kofes. You think of Kofes, you think of the keys.
Upstairs.
Yeah.
It must be very pushy upstairs at kids.
There was room for me to stand. I thought on a table. Table that the Ashak don't have Ashak for Davin and yet a teach. We were standing.
Yeah.
Boys. Ik denk nog bij Rebbe in het Zimmer zat met Rein Erev Yom Kippur. De Brocha. Die goede eerste jaar, I remember that vaguely. When I rang in some Rebbe, the Brocha. Ik ben in het Zimmer. I remember that vaguely.
So it used to be groups used to go in together, right?
Ik weet niet, wanneer je denkt, de eerste moment in één groep. I don't remember. Can they both man even bezunder? Ik ga met een taten. Ik denk bij Kaporis. Ik ben there, ik ben 5 mensen. Ik ben vader school downstairs. Kaporis, ik ben downstairs. Ik ben 5, 6 people. Ik ben the little boy. Taten me genoemd.
Was your grandfather there for Kaporas?
Dede given, the Tate given, even the Sheikh given, Marakova given. And noch hab's Abocha Tzvei, that was it, I remember. 5, 6, 7 people. By the Seder given, the Ashton Yon, the Seder given, with the door was open. Given plenty of room. Better given geen verder geworden, je kent er aangehen. De laatste jaar dat hebben ze niet gestaan bij hier.
When you say the last year, what do you mean? Which year?
Ja, wat ik ben weer de stoepen is, ik ben staan.
Of Shalamet?
No, Lamet zijn niet gelost.
Of Tes?
Of Tes.
Of Tes, okay.
Ik ben weer aangestoept, ja, maar is David, the Rebbetzin came out that time, that year. We staan met David. We eerst van de Tee gelost een beetje, gemaakt het Tee, en de Rebbetzin gestaan leven Tee. Of Tes heb misschien niet gelost. Of Tes heb ik gelost, dus mijn covers, de sloegen van Australië hebben we erin gelost. Of Tes, ik ben de laatste jaar wat ik ben offen Tee. Ja, maar ze brachten, de tisjes te brachten. Gehalten am Tisch.
A shagfell or something?
Nee, met de person ben angestopt. De tisje, het feet collapsed en de bochen ben kwam gehalten am Tisch. Maar daar hebben ze niet gestaan. Ze gestaan bij een tier. Jij vindt vermacht. Rebbe hat gekommen von Tag in 770. Das denke ich. Dann ich gehe in den Finger.
When?
Ja, bis nicht frei.
Uh-huh.
Haben noch 5, 6 Säge. Wenn ich stand einmal der Rebbe rein mit der Tag und der Rebbe guckt auf die Säge. Noch der Effekt, der Rebbe durchgegangen in den Saal. Chof B, Chof. Oh, das ist einfach kommen oft.
But that's before the time for the Zal, for the Seder, if it's 6 in the morning.
Father say that. 6:36. Dann der Rebbe vertogen noch Yechidus. Dann sagt er, him gehen allein. Er kommt in 770 allein, das sind später Jahre. Und noch eine ganze Nacht Yechidus, der Rebbe der Reise gegangen. Ach mal, in der Gang 770, für Chassidus, der Rebbe gegangen bei der Dimmer Säge, noch eine ganze Nacht. Er hingehen allein.
So you remember the Rebbe used to go home after the Seder? You remember that, yeah?
But no game.
Yeah.
Vier game met de mama. Dit Chavdal voor hem met de mama. Chavdal de laatste jaar gewen met de heb nog gaan gewen. Gaan misschien de eerste jaar zal. De hebben ze gezegd daarop komen. De hebben ze er ook gegaan. De kapte van hebben ze tisch. De hebben gegeven. Of hebben ze tier. Dat gedenkt dat hebben gegeven de tier met aangestaan in de tanzen zaal in de kleine. Nog om de hebben ze eruit. Chavdal de hebben ze eruit. Hand in hand mit der Rebbe Simchana. Die Rebbe da rausgegangen und wir haben alle getanzt darum und gedenkt, Jeel, der kochen auf a bench. In a bench. Hat der Rebbe mit der Schmeichel gemacht mit der Hand, so der Rebbe zu Jeel. Hier steht, zu Jeel, der Rebbe gemacht das zu Jeel. Noch der Rebbe da raus mit einem Gang getanzt noch, then we stopped by the steps, bottom steps. And the Rebbeson came out of Union Street. Met
So how this whole idea of going on shlichus came about, your shlichus, to go after Seattle, how it started, to go to the Northwest?
ganz viel Chiddes. Aber der Pepel, man hat eben doen geschickt mit einer Chiddes. Ich bin ganz viel Chiddes. Wenn ich schliche, noch das nicht we hebben gedacht, maar reis gaan ze eraf gaan komen, dan was het daar. Dat went de los van hem, dan was het daar. Kharkov, we komen morgen in de vier, dat Kharkov, het gewaad. Reingang, dat heb ik dan vergeten, dat heb ik gedacht, maar dan komen dan was het daar. Ik dacht, je moet twee het zoals, twee steden. Seattle en Baltimore. Dat is een tisch. Ik heb van Seattle, you know, Baltimore gehad. Freud geland Baltimore. Goed, heb me aangeschreven met zettel. We gaan ik overeind met het zettel, dat is Seattle en Baltimore. Beide zaken, het meer geschreven. rein zum Rebbe. Und raus 15 Minuten später. Der Rebbe soll ich schreiben mit der Pen, weißt du, der Pencil. Der Rebbe underlined Seattle with 2 arrows to Seattle. 2 arrows, underlined. Vergessen schreiben der Freus Nomen. Hij called Rebbe, had come with the cost getuigje. Natuurlijk, van Seattle. Seattle was Golo. En toen heb ik gekocht met hij gewendet sluggers. Ik denk dat is met de smegel. Yes, das ist genau Lachaim, yes. Was ist das Doxtillen? Du Doxtillen die ganze Nacht.
Ich warte auf dir. Ich erzähle doch Lachaim, und dann doch Lachaim. Warum erzählt, hat man einem erzählt ein bisschen. Was ich weiß doch. Doch Lachaim, andere. Chaim schauen wir, Lachaim.
Wegen der Welt. Schlicht ist es für die Welt, die ganze Welt. Wenn wir rein müssen, bin ich näher, gefällt reden. Tell me, Joschka, meist, was für mich käme, was du hast.
Tell me. Tell me.
Ich weiß, die meisten akkurat.
Ja.
Von einer. Wenn irgendwo verplatzt, ein Schliach, wenn hat ein Indien, a Kaponim, der Meister wegen der Rebbes, deine von Rebbens, the TV. Sagt der Rebbe gedacht, die muss sein auf der Farbrengen von sein auf Cable.
Ja, ja.
Weet je, bij Rebbe, ik ben schade wegen der Cable. Da ergens auf der Welt, wenn ein Schliach, da ein Schliach. Was gewinnt in a tough spot. In jener Platz, da a Goy, Havdel, was gewinnt from the federal government, go a regional position in Shmirah, in security. With the top person from the federal government in the whole area.
Yeah, yeah.
A whole chelik from states. The shliach, remember, that der guy gefragt by the shliach in them time, what I think happened, are you a follower of Rabbi Schneerson?
Oh.
Hat the shliach gesagt, ja. Direct the shliach b'em, and how do you know from Rabbi Schneerson? Sagt I see the rabbi on cable. And I look forward to seeing him. He's a very holy and spiritual person. And they sagt the goy. Jahren später, der Mensch, der senior Mensch, listen mit der Sprache. Ja, noch jemand Thomas. Das ist gewesen, paar jemand Thomas. Jahren später, a gute 20 Jahre später, sitzt der Goy, was ist, was said it? Hat gesagt, hat kommen an 9/11, vor 9/11. Sagt man weiß, hat mir verdient, Anklappen in Amerika, wir können derweil gar nicht tun. Bis wir das tun, jemand kennen tun. He predicted it. Hat gesagt, you know, Rabbi, what my biggest regret in life is, allein gesagt, I didn't go to New York to see Rabbi Schneerson. I didn't go to New York to see Rabbi Schneerson. That's my biggest regret in life. Der senior Mensch. Das sind die reminiscing. So eine andere Sort Welt, der Rebbe's, der Achreis, was wir tragen, der Rebbe ist veralt, für die ganze Welt. Der Hashvi'i steht in der Bosse Lagani, weil Jakob hat Jossel früher gesagt, ist die Welt. Das ist doch jetzt bei der, nämlich in der Pandemie, mit der litwische Elam, redig mit der politischen Geleit. Aber dann Reste, wer kann für euch sein, als kommt Epidemie, jetzt sind Schluchen über die ganze Welt. Wer hält auf die Welt? Wer hält auf Jüdischkeit? Wer hält auf die Welt? Wer geht Chizuk? Who is the underpinnings? It's all about to have a Schluchen. And that pandemic, and that Matziv, wer geht Chais, wer geht Mut? Wer steht auf dem Front über die ganze Welt? Wir wissen, wir haben wir verkehren. Die haben gesagt, yeah, you're right. You're right. Wie dem gesagt, mir von die Größe von der litwische Chef hat mir gesagt, von der Führer. Allein gesagt, mir, weißt du, er sagt, mir meinte, mir, Liter. Haben nicht gesehen, was der Lubavitcher Rebbe hat gesehen. Er hat gesagt, wir gaben mir Yehudi. Wir haben nicht gesehen, was der Lubavitcher Rebbe hat gesehen. Was meinte mir Yehudi? It's the Zetman. Die Welt. So eine Welt, so eine litwische Welt, eine andere chassidische Welt, da haben wir da einen von mit Neach. Ein anderes Sort Schliches, ein anderes Sort Achrayes, was man tragt. Ein anderes Sort Keuches, was man gibt auf der Achrayes. Ich gehe mal da nach Yechidus. Sie gewähnen das schon gewähnen in Seattle. In Seattle gewähnen a cult, a größer Kult. Das zweite größte Kult in Amerika, Love Israel. I told you yesterday the story.
Yeah.
The Love Israel Kult, die gehad a größer Kult, a größer Klippe. A sach jüdische Kinder dort. Hat a Platz in Alaska, hat a Platz in, had property all over. Ich habe einen Call von einer Reform Rabbi in Chicago, der hat 2 Englisch dort, und das habe ich got in touch. Das ist noch ein Medallet. Dann gehen wir durch in den Kult. Ganz am meisten, wir gehen dort mit Samuels. Dort eingefahren, Wochen dort nicht. Wenn du Gechowski mit dich habe eine erste Kitte und von Kult. Einmal für Chidis, Medallet, habe ich den Mann abgebrochen für die Kinder. Abgebrochen für die. Ich bin im Wald. Ja, ein paar Wochen, was ich geschrieben habe, der Rebbe hat sich auch gestellt auf dem, auf der Kult. Der Rebbe hat angehend frei, der Rebbe wollte wissen, Proten wegen der. Fakt Proten. Ich sage, was, das Punkt auf der Kult hat der Rebbe sich auch gestellt. Das der Rebbe wollte Tage Proten. Wer sein, was für Kult das? Was für Kult? Das ist der Mahal von der Kult.
Das ist wie ein Medallet.
Medallet. Mit andere Sachen geschrieben, derjenige, der gewollt. Und Proten. Das ist unser Kreis, Rabbi Greenberg. Der Kreis ist die Welt.
Da Fahrer sitzen da alle die ganze Nacht. Kedem soll sich kein anwärmen, gehen morgen zu der Welt. Das ist die ganze Sache.
Rabbi Greenberg Dol Chaim, have Drena Kop.
Chaim. I see also Rabbi Kramer. I think I see Rabbi Kramer here. Rabbi Kramer, maybe you'll say L'chaim. Rabbi Kramer, you there? Let me ask someone to open up your line. The Macher. I hope he's awake. Should open up any minute, Rabbi Kramer. He's still with us? Dalam geworden. Entlaufen. Shalom Ber, sag l'chaim, Shalom Ber. If you say, close your mic, what's going on? They didn't open the mic for the right person? Shalom Ber, they opened the mic for you or not yet? Chaim, Shalom Ber, Chaim. Shalom Ber, no? Chaim.
Das kann der Chaim noch nicht gesagt. Ich habe echt nicht den Chaim gesagt. Beide gesagt an Lachaim, wir retten mit Schmus, so wie noch ein Schont. Da können wir reden, alles können wir reden, weiß ich, da können wir reden, als weiß Balabatisch geredet.
Lass mich da können verbringen.
Balabatisch reden, die gesagt. Frandi was halb. David de Mogen gesagt, da wird zu mir. Jetzt bei einem Gede Sheni, bei dein Gede, da weißt du, wir haben dem gerufen, die Junganholle. Immer von der Junganholle. Bei der ist das sind die Ältere, das sind Junganholle. Warum sind die Junganholle? Hat gesagt, mir Wort, hat gesagt, Frandi was sagen. Hat gesagt mir. Mama ist Frandi was ist. Das ist die ganze Sache, ist der Tag für die Uhren wir tun. Die Uhren wir tun. Das ist der eine von Uhren wir tun. Das ist ein Quach, das ist I Uhren wir tun.
No.
Was ist no?
That's what David told you?
David mir gesagt die Wort. Frandi das ist Uhren wir tun.
No.
Lachaim, was ist denn du?
Chaim.
Erst verbeißen, dann kommst du auch Lachaim.
Chaim schon, aber Chaim.
Frandi wird sagen, das hat hier immer so. Lachaim.
Ich habe mich sehr zu verstehen, ein Wort, der Tiefkeit von David Raskins Wort, darf ich jetzt der Maßbe sein, was du gemein mit Urim und Tumim? Ich will sehr zu verstehen, sein Maßbe, Atome, wo ist Schimmelkehr? Gib Atome, was da gibt?
Auf dem darf man haben Schimmel. Die Straußmöttchen wird es sagen, in Haskola ist es. Schimmel wird es geben, an Weder ist es.
What was he trying to say? Anna sagen, also mit dem Nu.
Was nu?
What are you trying to say? I understand what's the meiste Nikude von also wie
was?
Die Maschine, was man mir get Brochers. What are you trying to say? Mich Brochers.
Lena Lempsat. Ich will von dir mal.
I'm trying to understand it. David Raskin is a hele kid. I've gesagt, Reb David. What? Tell me what's it gemeint? I want to know.
Als sie gewinnen, als die Achone von der Rebbe's Mefsoim. Alle Inyonim, alle Deires, all das nicht der Pshat ist, für einen Weg, als es da, eine Welt, was man darf tun, ein Meiler darf man tun, für einen Meiler. Das wissen, dass das ist die ganze Motor von der ganzen Sache. Reish kol Tagen, Asef kol Tagen, ist von der Rebbe's Mefsoim. Alle andere Sachen, das alte Hachone, a Toffel, die Ike ist, legen wir da jetzt film. Klappen am Mezuzah. Alles, was man geht durch die alle Yeshivas, alle Bochen, was gehen durch die Yeshivas, das ist ein Tag. Alles gute Sachen. Lernen alle Sachen, Vechom. Alles, es legen wir da jetzt film. Das ist die Kavona. Und nicht der Pshat ist, das ist, wie bald, dass da jeden Tag mit der Legend füllen. Und voran, wie bald, voran die Heide, was haben nicht gepasst. Wie bald, da, man muss mit der Kommt, das ist bei jedem, aber das doch schon, aber es ist so. Die ganze Matore, die ganze Sache von Reish kol Tagen ist, Ton der Rebbe's Mefsoim. Als ist legen mit einem Film. Aber da will gewähne eine Welt, was man darf nicht mit legen Film, und doch gewähne eine Welt, was Mashiach ist schon da. Das ist die ganze Sache. Der ganze Chinuch ist auf dem. Der ganze Chinuch ist das. Hacken, legen am Mezuzah Vatir. Und da wetten, also in dem meisten, was man meiste erheben, Achmana l'Islam, man kann es legen mit der Eid füllen, with that social distance. Das ist eine Klippe. Der was gesagt, kalben da Onmaske, da der wie die Kommunisten haben nicht gelost, mit Juden. Aber Lot verstand der Rebbe's Mefsoim, a das eine Klippe. Yeah, you have to be creative today. You can is a raise gain of a route, legen mit Juden füllen, that social distance. Can don't have Kishme of a phone, Vechom. Das ist der Hell und Beheste. Ich kann nicht, leg mir eat film. Ich kann nicht eat film. Als ist der Rebbe's Mefsoim. Der who kol ha'inyan. Das ist es. Lernen Samach Vov, und ein Beit, und Tzadik Dalet, und Samach Aleph. Vechule. Als der Hachona of gain leg mir eat film. Haben wir einen Geschmack, legen wir da jetzt film. Vielen an Achreis, legen wir da jetzt film. Kehren über die Welt, so legen wir da jetzt film. Mit allem auf Säulen. Die ganze Chinuch, die ganze Avede mit allen Farbrengen, ist von der Rebbe's Mefsoim. Ich fahre mir gefahren auf Schliches. Fahre mir da rausgefahren. Meise. Der Rebbe gegeben Tanja. Yechidus.
Ja.
Der Rebbe gesagt, mit dem Mit bin ich gestartet und er fährt zusammen Jonas. Der Rebbe ist dann gegeben eine Sidde. Gesagt, das ist wegen dem von Tillem. Welche nutzen sie jeden Abend? In Israel, ich kann euch beten, alles gut für sich, für den Mann, für die Kinder. Wenn die Kude ist, er ist gehen auf die Gassen. Meister, du hast schon gehört von dem Meister 10 Mal, aber du hast einfach noch nicht gehört, den Meister.
Was war Meister?
Auf dem Bachem Sheish Zayom im Chaneke Chovches.
Ja.
Der Rebbe jemand gesagt, er ist gehen, wegen Füllen. Wir gehen 6 Wochen mit der Biel. Wegen vorne in Manhattan. Der Biel gefahren mit uns. Er gefahren mit uns, allein mit ihnen Füllen. In the Far District. In the Far District, faces noch da Schul. The Sache arranged. Wenn drei was für die Gas, drei dann gegangen in die Schule mit ihr. Die Tischen legen Film mit, und wenn die Chappes, sagt er, reinnehmen die Cheve legen Film. Freezing. Mit der ein, Pel Mama ist genommen 100 Chevre. Die ganzen Cheve, wenn Hitler jemand lange, wie geschleppt bis die Skier. Denke ich, der letzte Mama schon gewinnt, die Skier schon gewinnt. Der geht der Reis von Schule, von der dann wohl der Chaid, der Lein gab es a Vision zu haben, man. Steht auf der Treppe auf top. Und ich gehe mit der junge Geverman, come on, you got a second, it's late, take a second. And he had, I said, I'll watch you for, you go in. And I can't, he lifted up the trap. That's a bruch in English. A survivor. Doctor, go, come, I go, come on and put in the film, put on the film. Helft mir reinschleppen in Yid. I don't know who he is, ich weiß nicht, wer ist Bachlal. Leeft reeds von der Schule. Später herrig. Ich hatte mir rein, die drei mit der Bild dann rein in die Schule, weggestellt der Tischlach. Dann reinkommen Menschen legen Film, der Hippie ist lang gehoi, kurze Haar, wo kommen ihnen? Don't geben Sitt und der Chevre. Was? Nicht gewaschen der Hand. Don't geben. Joel sagt für der Chevre, entfert dem nicht. Don't answer, entfert dem nicht. Mit eingeschleppt, mit dem Maul einkommen und der don't geben, sagen, Ich habe mir gesagt, gewollt, will das keine Dog nach College noch eine Tat und kommt rein und hebt wen und mein Tat wird mir gesehen. Der Jid sitzt, Kage gemacht 4 Show. Und ich gesehen, wo der kommt vor. Ist, so da gebe ich an meinem Musik, zu das voll werden von mein Davenbarich zu dein Davenbarich, Joske, go gehe ich Sofik. Gesehen 4 Show, wie mit gelegt, mit ihm, und geworden about Tshuva, heißt. Der Jid, der Vision Yid, hat gesessen gelernt mit der Gemara. Und gesittelte Chevre. Und jeder hat gesagt, einfach dem nicht. 4 Jahre später ist auch gelassen auf der Treppe. Helfen mir reinnehmen, ein junger Chevre-Mann liegen zu viel. Das heißt, das ist der Rebbe. Ist gelaufen, helfen, reinschleppen, einer liegen zu viel. In Los Angeles, bin ich komme zuvor noch der Gassen, ich bin dort nach paar ungarische Chevre, ja, der Chevre. Dann gehen wir, Campus, wegen Camp, können jeder mal, eine Schleimer, I kenne him noch, I had him gesagt. He reminded me the story, 40 years later. Ich bin ein neuer Chevre in Stuttgart, dann finally took him and said, Herr Schleimer, lass mir reden für die Sache. Du glaubst doch, Mashiach kommen, einmal Mashiach kommen, ja, glaubst? Ja, du hast allein gelistet Quote. Du sollst nehmen alle deine Quotes. Das ist Mamish Rishoyim, you have a long list of quotes. Und ich habe a long list of quotes. Ich sage, wie ich hatte Israel, okay? Willst du nehmen deine Quotes? Und ich will nehmen meine Quotes. Und zugehen zum Mashiach und fangen, du hast Quotes, ich habe Quotes. Du Pasken, ja, am Beinu Rabbeinu. So Quotes. Das gesagt mir. Was kann da sein? Was kann da sein? Es schon wer kann sein, was ich gewinne, der Tag nicht. Ich hatte schon, ich bin nicht gerecht. Was ich gewinne, my mistake. Too much love. I love too much. I embrace too much. I did, I getan, mein hatte gewinne, hatte ich bei der, I was in a too much love. Love is a love. We love. Okay. Ich hatte schon, du bist nicht gerecht. Ist was du gewinnt, dein Mistake? Too much what? Sag ich ihm, Schleimer, too much what? Huh? Too much hate. I'll take the risk. Als mein Abel wird sein too much love. Und was ist dein, your bottom. 40 Jahre später habe ich ihn gesehen, gewinnt mein Reben, der Chevre-Mann.
Oh, wow.
Ja, ich komme zum Reben von Farbrengen. Mit der halt sich wie die gesagt, die immer so. Hat mir gesagt, gedenkt ganz gut. Das ist der Rebbe's Baal Tshuvas, die Chevre. Durch die Mepsoim. Chaim Yosko. Was sagst du? How many days are you behind a Rambam? 20, 30, 50? How many days?
Baruch Hashem, I said this year,
yeah.
You should know
that
I myself made a shturim, you know, the shturim in the gave from the Rebbe Sich with this Chanukah involved. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Sicher wegen the Zeis Chanukah involved, no?
Yeah.
Begimel Aloches, Begimatri Machla. This year I made a big shturim about that, and Baruch Hashem, I didn't fulfill within one day.
Oh.
And not only that, Baruch Hashem, today there is in Lubavitch, there is already from Wilhelm a Pirush of Rambam, and there is from the Mizrochnikes a Pirush of Rambam, and there is the Rav Kook Pirush of Rambam. So jeder einer kann lernen Rambam, und Tage Sholish Prokim, agam ich habe gesehen, heint das sicher vor ihm, der Rebbe sagt, als die, was lernen ein Perig, soll nicht fehlen soll nicht fühlen schlecht, soll wissen, dass das Heilig in der Takone, dass sie nicht auch gefallen bei sich. Aber von der anderen Seite, I remember a few months ago, a Shliach called me, and we talked about something. And then he tells me, he says, you know, I don't have time to learn Shlosha Prokim. Didn't the Rebbe give permission to learn one perek? So I told him the truth. I'll tell you the truth. I said, I'll tell you, I was a few months ago in Crown Heights. I don't want to say who and what. And I was sitting in a house of a Rov in Crown Heights. Nicht von der Rabboni von Crown Heights, but as a Rov in Crown Heights. And he tells me, I can't learn 3 Prokim Rambam. I don't have time for 3 Prokim. Who has time for 3 Prokim? I learn 1 perek. And when he said it to me, I was thinking to myself, this guy is a Baal Nigla. Is a Rov. If nicht lernen Rambam, wer wird lernen Rambam? So I told the Shliach, I said to him, this Shliach is a friend of mine. I told them, listen, if du willst nicht lernen Rambam, wer wird lernen Rambam? Die alte Iden, sie lernen 3 Prokim. Wer? Die Weiber, die Kinder, wer wird lernen Rambam? To whom the Rebbe spoke. Wer wird lernen 3 Prokim? If you learn Perek Echad. So he said, you know what, you're right. I'm going to continue with Shlosheh Prokim. So you mentioned a very important thing, and Tage wie bald, als Tumult sich jetzt in der Welt noch einmal wegen der, weißt doch, dass uns damit gehört, wegen der Mutation, der ganze Parche, wegen der Mutation. So Tumult sich in der Welt noch einmal die ganze Indien, darf man wissen sein, dass der Rebbe gesagt hat, dass es kann kommen, Wurf. Du weißt, was ich meine, das ist sicher. Als Favor, sie fahren P-Gimel Aloches in Rambam. Der Rebbe gesagt, dass es Kol HaMachal, was man kann, Shem Vechom. In der Machal begematria P-Gimel. B'shas man lernt Rambam, das die beste Hagone von der ganzen Linie von Machlas, der Potter von aller Machlas. So Mele, if there was ever a time, am so machen a Sturm, wegen Rambam ist Dafke die Jahr, der Rebbe hat allein gesagt, meferisch. Der Rebbe finished that Sikh, he said, dass Idud, zu mefassen sei der Limit Rambam. Das beter Idud v'chizr. So, Mele darf man sicher machen a Sturm wegen dem, hat der Rebbe zugesagt, als Leosim Alecha, die von Machles P. Gimel. Und die Gemorre sagt, als B'shas man nimmt, B'shas man dort in der Parshachis, das Matzel von aller Machel, und der Rebbe sagt, dass der Ihnen Tere Beruchni ist, als man erst, als man lernt, die Ihnen von Mosen Ruchni, das Ihnen von Rambam, Dafke Halocha, Shebetera. Und der Vater Ram geschrieben P. Gimel Alochas. So it's very important. So Shalom Ber, thank you for mentioning it. L'chaim Shalom Ber. Wir nicht nur mit so lernen dem Rambam, wir sollten auch lernen und verstehen dem Rambam. Das ist gewähne Kavone von dem Limud der Rambam. Nicht lernen das, nur auch lernen und verstehen das. L'chaim Shalom Ber. I just saw a shliach from Etzisrol. He's still here. Rabbi Reitzes. I should say L'chaim Rabbi Reitzes. Baumgarten, I think I saw a shliach from Chaim Tzvi Groner. Is he still there? Chaim Tzvi Groner from Australia. Oh, Rabbi Reitzes. Sagen L'chaim Rabbi Reitzes. I'll ask them to open up for you. They're going to open up in a minute. Give it a minute. Prepare your mashke. You should be able to say L'chaim. But give it a minute, he'll open up for you. Okay, Rabbi Reitzes, no?
L'chaim. Wo bist du in Alaska?
I'm in Alaska now. Sean Bear's in Seattle. We all over the world, but alle zusammen von Zoom.
Fine.
Zoom alle bisschen Svadas. No?
Mazel tov an Shidduch mit Golan Heights.
Thank you. Ja,
unsere Schreinim.
Ja, Mama Schreinim, man. Very nice. Baruch Hashem. Yeah, Baruch Hashem. Baruch Simcha.
Amen.
So Rabbi Reitzes, I think that you're an American boy, so you share with us what you heard from your parents about Tavshin Aleph and whatever you remember from the erste Jahr.
From the erste Jahr, I don't remember. I I was first born in Tofshin Yudalit, so I don't remember the Erste Jahren. So.
What you heard from your parents is also good, and what you remember from the Chaf is also good. So, whatever you want to say. Chaim, Dr. Chaim.
Today is for us is a special day. Today, Yud Aleph Shvat is the day that we went to Eretz Yisrael. Yud Aleph Shvat Tov Lamed Vav was the time when the first kvutze of Shluchim to Eretz Yisrael was sent to Eretz Yisrael. It started today, Yud Aleph Shvat Tov Lamed Vav, exactly 45 years ago.
I remember that. Was Yossi Echt in your kvutze?
No, Yossi Echt was the kvutze a year later, Tov Lamed Zayin.
So who was in your kvutze?
Our kvutze was the first kvutze, Tov Lamed Vav.
I remember that there was somehow, not the Ingelite. The Ingelite didn't come Lamed Vav?
No, Ingelite also came Lamed Vav. We were 14 Bochrim and 8 Ingelite.
But I was in the airport.
11 and 11. Huh?
We all came to the airport to welcome you.
Yeah.
I was an 11-year-old boy.
Yeah.
I remember one of you spoke. Who spoke from your kvutze? Who spoke and who was the speaker?
Where? By the airport?
The airport.
Rabbi Mentlik spoke. Rabbi Mentlik came with us. Rabbi Mentlik was the Rabbi sent him with us. So Rabbi Mentlik spoke. Who else spoke? I don't remember. But it was something very special then because it was everyone looked at it and said it's very interesting. It was Yud Aleph Shvat. It was Yud Aleph Shvat, and the Rebbe sent Yud Aleph Shluchim to Tzfas, Yud Aleph Shluchim to Yerushalayim. It was Yud Aleph Shvat, and the Rebbe gave us, each one of us, the Rebbe gave us Yamalt, Chelik Yud Aleph of Lekut Siches. Chelik Yud Aleph of Lekut Siches just came out then. It wasn't even ready yet. So the Rebbe wanted he should give it to us. So it wasn't bound yet. It was a binding, a very not a regular binding yet, and they made it, and the Rebbe gave us Chelik Yud Aleph, each one of us. So it was Yud Aleph Shvat, and Yud Aleph Shluchim, and Chelik Yud Aleph. It was something very special, something very interesting. It's also verbunden mit Yud Aleph Shvat Tofshin Yud Aleph, als Yud Aleph. The Rebbe toch masbegin as Yud Aleph is the Iyam von the Rebbe toch masbegin as the Iyam von Yud Aleph is L'mayla von Shleimus. Yud is Shleimus. Yud Aleph is doch die frotz et kol ha-migbalot. Das der Rebbe masbegin Tofshin Mem Tes, nun doch so. So that was Tofshin Yud Aleph Shvat. Yud Shvat by the Farbrengen, the Rebbe spoke about it. The Rebbe said that the Tzeis Chamesholim wird sein Yud Shvat. And Yud Aleph Shvat, right after Mincha, we stood there in Gan Eden Tachten. And afterwards, the Rebbe gave each one of us, he says there was men, women, and children, and it was Bochrim. Most were Bochrim. And the Rebbe gave us Yamult, amongst other things. The Rebbe gave us Yamult also Lekut Siches Chelik Yud Aleph that just came out then. And an hour later, the Rebbe came out to see us off when we left to the airport. So this was our shlichus was a very special shlichus because we were Bachrim, we were sent. We thought we were going for a year or two. Pel Mamish, we all later realized that we went for life. It was a life sentence. and we went as Bachrim and we got married in Eretz Yisrael. Yeah. That's 45 years ago.
Dalf Shvat. I remember almost every kvutze who came. I remember one kvutze Yossi Echt spoke, another kvutze Yossi Garlitzky spoke.
That was the third kvutze. Garlitzky was the third kvutze, and we were the first kvutze. I think Greisman probably spoke by us when we came to us.
Yeah, maybe Semigaidan.
Probably Greisman, I think. Yeah. That was the first kvutze. And Mendlik spoke, of course, also himself. Also.
Taka the Shluchim Taka brought the Rebbe to Israel. I remember that.
Yeah, this was from then, the rest from them, we're here. Yeah. The truth of the matter, the interesting thing, the first time I heard a remez about our shlichus to Eretz Yisrael was many years before that. It was the first time I heard a remez about our shlichus to Eretz Yisrael. I'm just kidding. It was by my bar mitzvah. I went into Yechidus, and by my bar mitzvah, until my bar mitzvah, I didn't go to Limudei Chayil. The other kids we learned in Bedford, in the yeshiva in Bedford. All the kids went to Limudei Chayil, almost all the kids, but I didn't go. My father said, the Rebbe said, as l'chol ha'pachas far bar mitzvah zol nicht gehen. L'chol ha'pachas nicht learning in Limudei Chayil far bar mitzvah. So by bar mitzvah, so we decided that then I'm going to start going to Limudei Chayil and by bar mitzvah. So I was a kid bar mitzvah then, but Bumi was the elder Bocher in 770 then, and Bumi is going to shtigl my mashpia. So Bumi heard from me that I'm planning to go start learning English after bar mitzvah. So Bumi tells me, I was fragen the Rebbe. So I told him, but the Rebbe himself said, my father told me, the Rebbe said that until bar mitzvah, when he's learning. So he told me, ask the Rebbe anyway. So I went into Yechidus. When I went into Yechidus for my bar mitzvah, so I wrote a zettel. I didn't even tell my father I'm writing it. I just wrote a zettel there. And there I wrote, I'm planning to, now after bar mitzvah, the Rebbe said, so I'm planning to start learning English. I'm asking the Rebbe about it. So the Rebbe said to me, by Yechidus, this is Tafshin Chof Zayin, the Rebbe said to me, das, wo du schreibst wegen Limudei Chayil, Zeib, du siehst Wichtigkeit darin, I'm sorry, the Rebbe said, Eib, du siehst eine Chitzes darin, that's the Rebbe said, the Rebbe's words. Eib, du siehst eine Chitzes darin, kannst du auch nicht lernen, aber nicht, this was in Elul, nicht in Elul, nicht in Tishrei, nor in Cheshvan, nicht Far Cheshvan. That's what the Rebbe told me. So when I came out of Yechidus then, so Bumi asks me, everyone knows Bumi is. Bumi is from Nachle. Yeah, Harav Bumi, Harav Agoin Bumi. So he asked me, what did the Rebbe tell you? So I told him what the Rebbe told me. So he says, no, that's the Nechitzis in them? He asked me. So I said, yes. He said, why? So I said, because I want to be a shliach in California one day. In those days, in Tafshin Chof Zayin, the whole tumult was California Yamut. I said, I want to be a shliach in California, so I have to learn. So Bumi told me, how do you know you'll be a shliach in California? Maybe the Rebbe will send you to Eretz Yisrael. That's what Bumi told me. This is the first remez that I had.
That's a Kiddush from Bumi.
Yeah, Mamish Hazeh, he told me these words. These are the words he told me.
No, Bumi used to come to Bnei Brak for Shabbosim by Rebbe Zalman Levi Stulim by the Shver. So once he used to daven ba'aveda. Once I remember he daven ba'aveda Shabbos afternoon, it was like 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So I go over to just to look at him. I was a little kid. So I see in middle by Brichas Krishma, he has a book of the story of Mesilas Nefesh in the Inquisition. You know the Inquisition stories from Lehman. You know the books from Lehman, Inquisition stories. So he reads the Inquisition story as a Achona to Krishma. Bumi.
Das ist ein Meister von der Chosid, ein Meister von Bumi.
So your parents were in Crown Heights in the
Yeah, I lived in Crown Heights. Yeah, I wasn't born in Crown Heights. I was born in Brownsville, but later we moved to Crown Heights. Yeah.
So you probably heard from your father about Yud Shvat of Shnei Aleph.
No, my father wasn't there. My father hadn't come to America yet. No. My father wasn't in America yet. My father came first, Tafshin, probably the end of Tafshin Yud Aleph. He came to America. My father was still then in Germany, in the Poking. Yeah, that's it. We were all there. The Amsterdam, we were all there.
Warte.
Darf doch gedenken über das, ja.
We had the Maimer. You heard the tape from the Maimer. I remember that when the Maimer came out, it wasn't the MEMS. I remember the instructions. There wasn't some 70 when the Maimer, the tape came out. So we were mamish Ketzeis Hashemesh Begvorose, the Sonne geleuchten, the Rebbe mit uns, but for their mimer, there is something unique about it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's unusual. It's just when you hear this mimer, you push it, you melt away.
Once upon a time, it was hardly clear. You couldn't hear it. You couldn't understand. You couldn't hear it really.
Right.
It's very, very clear now. It's very clear.
Mamish Mekimi. Mamish hear everything. Nur Reb Shalom Ber, du schläfst schon. Sag L'chaim, Shalom Ber. Shalom Ber, sag L'chaim, Shalom Ber. Oh, Rav Kenter. Oh, finally. Schon aufgestanden ist, Rav Chaim. You woke up. Ist schon da. Stein vermacht den ganzen Shabbos and now you woke up. Ist da. Sag L'chaim, nu, Kenter. Haben Sie geöffnet? Judith, תפתח לקנטר.
Ja, פתח. חיים.
חיים רבי קנטר, סג לחיים. ספורט בשבט, נו? ספורט...
בזבוז העצרס.
No. Yes.
You need more than that? It's code words. Bzbuz ha'etzes. Wenn man gesagt, bei uns ist alles offen, so now it's niskayim bepeil. Used to be that, see, like this. This ice this year is about bzbuz ha'etzes. For the soldaten, for the soldiers, you have to give everything. I remember when I was a kid, I would clean my father's svarim for Pesach. And there was a part in the closet underneath that was very exciting. There were things that couldn't find everywhere. The Schweizer Bichalach with carbon copies. Most of it I didn't understand. It said Dach. I wasn't sure exactly what's going on there. The Shimis and Sovim and nothing that belongs in a museum. But I'm saying, that because my father was in 770, so you had access to different kind of stuff. But then the Rebbe came and printed everything. There's nothing. Came Tavshin Pei Aleph. It used to be that you wanted to hear Yoske Greenberg 3 o'clock in the morning, 3:55 in the morning. Yud Shvat Bam Rebbe, you had to stay up. And you had to make sure you didn't fall asleep. Mit gesagt L'chaim, du kannst halten sich, to hold yourself clear, klar.
Kenter, you woke up and you push it. You nicht gesagt L'chaim, du redest mamisch wie ein Nichter,
you have to listen to the whispers that's going on. B'chadrei chadarim. And then came Tavshin Pei. Last Yud Shvat still wasn't like this. Last Yud Shvat was still Elam Keminhagin.
We were all there, no? We were all there together.
We were there together. And then comes the Tavshin Pei Aleph, and that's it. Bzbuz ha'etzes. The whole world, you don't even know who's listening. The whole world is on custom live streaming. Und die ganze Welt hat jede gute Sache, was man redt, und jede Buchs verrechet. That's the Pshat Bzbuz ha'etzes. You know why? Because maybe something will go into the Ben HaMelech. Efshet the Psarangin. One drop's going to get in there. The ganze Sache is wert. That's mamish a new dog in Bzbuz ha'etzes.
No, you're right. Sag L'chaim, no?
Ich sag es bechiyuv, nicht beschlille.
Bechiyuv, aber warte bechiyuv. The chiyuv is that you'll be positive about saying L'chaim. Lass uns sehen, no? Chiyuv, okay.
Chaim.
Sag L'chaim.
No, what you get about the mimer that in Tavshin Chafal, the Rebbe starts with the house, with the.
Wat noch eens gered wegen gar nicht. Du sag was.
No.
Tachsische Farbrengen. Du sag was liegt auf dir auf dem Herzen.
Yeah, but it's a double approach.
Menschen kommen, die gehen schlafen. Neue Menschen kommen weg zu in Thailand. Sag, red.
in the Maimon in Tavshin Chaf Aleph, you see, Mamish, I think, I don't know how they understood it till Tavshin Pei Aleph, and in Pei Aleph, you could understand it. The Rebbe says a radically different pshat in Vasli Mikdash V'Shachanti B'Seicham B'Teich Alecha V'Echa, that you want to get to the Mikdash, to the Ashras Ashkin on the Mikdash, you have to have B'Teich Alecha V'Echa. First, usually pshat is that the zip file comes down to the Beis HaMikdash, and from there, every year, it makes a Beis HaMikdash in his house. You know, you in Heintige Zeit, you have the main internet thing, and everybody pulls wires and cables into their home. And here the Rebbe says, complete opposite. That first, that how does the Shechina come to the Mishkan HaKlali? Every Yid makes b'teich chalecha v'echav, and every Yid makes by him a Beis HaMikdash. Memela, then there becomes the Shechina HaKlalis comes in the Mikdash. Till now, whatever it sounded, I don't know how it was understood till now. But this year, usually things start in the klal, and then we come together each Shvat, and we come some Rebbe, and then we go home, and each person takes it to his place. Today's a seder for last year, a different seder. First of all, everybody starts it in his place. We have a little. It says after la'achar mea ve'esrim, we get how big is the thing? We have a lamcha tire b'chayecha already. We fit into a box. Usually, this is mamish compact. We go into a place. I don't know how big am I on your screen, Yoska? You want to tell me? Wie groß bin ich bei dir?
You're very big.
Oh, by me? 1 second. You see, by me, I can make like this. I can hide self-view. By mir bin ich existiere nicht. I'm not on my screen. You're very small by me, like this, mamish. I see everybody in cubes. So today we're going in the box. It's this Yeden is bazich. We make the Harirodas Ashchina Lamata, and together we come together and Sever Hamikdash Haklali. And that's the Aveda. There's no way around it. And I was speaking to a young man at Yisrael as Meisters. He says that the people in his Meisters say that huge Shvat that this year, in a way more than any other year. The teachers went out of the way, the kids, it came into houses, we had to make an effort to do it in a way that we never did it before. And you see that in Tavshin Chaf Aleph, the first mimer, that the Hadgosha is the B'teich Kol Echad Ve'echad. And once you have B'teich Kol Echad Ve'echad, everybody makes a carbon. Adam ki yakim mikem. Everybody git von sich on his the private iskafi and his habcha, and then you can have the carbon aklali. That we can bring carbonis, we can bring a behemoth. Doesn't start with the ox this year. This year it starts with us. Von dem kommt zu der ox, was wir dann bringen a sher, a geschmacke Korben, a größer, gesunde. Machen einfach a Korben, a sher nagach mit a Zehn, anyway. So happy to see you.
You're running away? What's the mission?
No, I'm not running away. I'm just turning off my microphone. There's a big mile here, like this. Hey, somebody can control the microphones. I'm not used to I speak now in my shul, it's very hard. Mute. No problem. Shabbos, I'm not allowed to press mute, but anyway, there's no mute in my shul. Was heißt?
We'll give you some moments to say L'chaim. We'll ask Rabbi Garlitsky. Yossi Garlitsky is I think on. Maybe we could ask him to say a few words. Rabbi Yossi Garlitsky is here. Rabbi Garlitsky, yeah. Is he here or not? What about? Oh, Rabbi Garlitsky, yeah. Yudi, tiftach lo ta mic, no? Give it a minute. They'll open the mic for you.
Oh, it's open. Yeah, that's him in the.
Garlitsky, Dog L'chaim.
Yeah. Okay. Ja, ich gehört früher ab Reizes wegen reingehen dort nach Zimmer, weil da lernt man die Kehl per Skenen. Ich gehört früher ab Reizes, erzählt von Bumi, Mädchen von Bumi, hat öfters seiner Schleich in Eretz Akedisch. Aber der Mann sagt, hat sich gestede Topshin Chavod. Du bist in Jamel geboren worden, aber Greenberg.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a year.
Zum gestede Topshin Chavod hat der Rebbe gerät a ganze Siche an Kegen College. Das heißt, am Lernen Teire und und Kichoch Maschen, wie Naschen, allein gesichert und Bumi gestanden auf die, heißt es, auf die rechte Seite von Reben, zwischen den Bochum. Und jemals sein Tate, schon von Toronto gekommen auf Jontif, auf Simfestede. Und noch die Siche, wie der Rebbe gendig die Siche, gesagt, Chaim, hat der Rebbe geschrien zu seinen Taten. No more college, no more college. Ich bin gestanden, Rebbe Bumi, Herr, sein Tate sagt ihm, okay, Bumi, not this year, next year. I'll call upon him. Yeah, Bumi ben von der Furniture given. Heißt, aber Lariches schon Davis von der Furniture von 770. Ich sage, komme von Montreal mit der Bus, und dann kommen 6 Sägen in die Früh, auf Shvat, Vechom, ist Bumi ist given 770. Das gelernt, ich geschlafen auf der Bank. I'll call upon him, ich wollte sagen noch ein Wort. Wir sehen letztens ein Brief, ein Brief, was in Isgal geworden letztens, das muss nicht ständig ist, als der Rebbe sagt, als Rebbe Hillel, schreibt zu Aiden jetzt zurück, als Rebbe Hillel hat Mahade gewinnt bei Mitzvahs, Haraba Tzadik, Haraba Chosid, Haraba Goen, auf Rebbe Hillel Paritsche, Kidei, als soll sich beim Ablegen auf Wort Chassidus. Sheyuna Chetzlei, auf Wort Chassidus. Schreibt der Rebbe 3 Wörter, Zayin Aleph, Zeise Meres, Hafotzas Hamayonis Chutza. Das heißt, das ist sicher bei der Hillel. Und befragt ist, der Rebbe schreibt das rein, als die Hider in Mitzvahs, dass der Hillel getan, Kidei, soll sich beim Ablegen auf Wort Chassidus. Das ist Meres, was meint das? Das meint Hafotzas Hamayonis Chutza. Mehr in die Wort. Das ist einmal von dem Reden. Heute wird der Hill, also beim Ablegen, ist ein Wort von ein Wort von Siddes. Sagt der Rebbe, was meint das? Das ist ein Meres, Hafotzas Hamayonis Chutza. Ich forsche noch, da mit der ist geendigt davenen, I'll call von ihm, ich hätte von einer Breitzeche früher, Punkte begriffen, als gesagt, als ich will nicht machen, er sagt, I was sentenced for life. Ich will den Mann und alle Schluchen, der Rebbe hat jemand gesagt, allein als Savari, bei der erste nicht kommen zu gehen, sagen, Chazuda Soi, aber jemand bei der Farbrengen von der erste Kurze gesagt, als nimmt der Kreis allein als Savari. Und Baruch Hashem, der Rebbe hat gesagt, jemand bei der erste Kind, Schluchen, der Bruches von Rebbe, in Bonne, Chaim, Zene, wir kommen in die Wiche. Asur Chas for Khalili Planet, he wasn't sentenced.
Rabbi Galitsky, you probably heard from your father a lot about Tov Shin Yud Aleph. Montreal, you probably, I don't know, how old are you? Were you there or were you?
No, I wasn't born yet. I'm the same age like Rabbi Reitze. I was born Tov Shin Yud Aleph.
Okay.
Aber was ich gedenke dir als ein Engel, dein Tatel war schon, ich mir rufen, Joske, ich darf hupen am Manche, ich darf hupen so reden, ich komme zu gehen, ich komme in das, du kannst laufen mit der Hering, bringen auf den Tisch, Emes, du, deine Brüder, und der Tatel sagt, sagt, uns probieren sie die Mikrofon Arbeit, gedenkst du? Was soll ich sagen?
Wie näher, man,
Und ich denke es nicht, okay, ich weiß, wir können sagen, wir haben, aber ich würde sagen, Kischentuch, ich würde sagen, ich bin in der Ramkel, sind Sie zur Arbeit? I'll call upon him, yeah, ich bin, sagt er, wir rufen ein paar Tage vor Shvat, Kim zu gehen, wir haben Farbrengen, Kim zu gehen, und nicht sein am Ancher, oder sogar verwertet, ja. Ja, was ich denke von Shvat, ist mir fragen, fahren zum Reben, mit der Rakevet. Die Rakevet, sagt er, ist fahren von Montreal, und fahren bis die Penn Station, 34th. Und vorhin habe 11 Show, 12 Shows, allein gehen sie, ja, und die Chronot, etliche Chronot sind gewähnt von Chassidim von Montreal, Bochrim, Anash, Mishpoches, und vorhin in zum Reben. Und der Wolf Gringos, und sagt ihm, sagen Rabbi Gringos, sagt er, sagen, Rabbi Greinem hat mich nicht gerufen, Rabbi Estermann, hat nicht geliebt gehabt, sagt er, Wolf, und wir rufen Wolf. Ich einfach Farbrengen mit Woche, mit Anash und Leira Baker, sagt man, sie noch neben Tanzen in die Kronot, ein etliche Kronot von Anash, wir können tanzen zwischen die Kronot, das heißt, herum und herum. Und ja, ich denke, der erste Mal, wir kommen in 770, noch nicht gewähnt, wenn der erste Mal, was der Rebbe verbracht, wird das Kislev in 770. Weil bis Jahr hat man genommen nach Hall, auf Nostern, auf Albany, und da hat schon angegeben sein, 770, wird schon angegeben, Boeing, die Saal unten. Und es ist noch nicht gewähnt im Dach, es ist noch gewähnt, ist der Dach. Und die Plywoods, noch gewähnt, ich denke, die Levains, die gewähnt Bricks, noch nicht gesehen, noch nicht gewähnt zugedeckt, die Plywood. Und das Seder gewähnt, ja, wir kommen zu Jud Shvat. Und noch Jud Shvat, sagt mir reingehen, ich hielt es die Mischpaches, alle Mischpaches Material, die Rebbe sagt, verherren die Kinder, als Sachmut, die geben $1 Silber. Sehr gut, und ich gebe $1 Silber. Das heißt, Amadbeye von Amadbeye, nicht kein Dollar, Amadbeye von $1, Amadbeye von $1, Silber, Coin. Und später, auf morgen, sie haben all dieselbe Tag, ich bin in Chidis. Das heißt, in der Kurte Sicher, sie da Muge, etliche Jahre, Chof Aleph, Chof Beis, Chof Gimel, Chof Dalet, Katub, le Talmide, Yeshivas, Teim Chetmim in Montreal, Maschkaze. Also ich stehe in der Biel, fängt reingehen mit uns. Das ist, wenn das offizielle Sicher, wo der einfach sagen zu Kindern. Und wenn ich weiß, 25 Kinder, 30 Kinder, Maschkaze, alle reingehen für Chidis. Und ich habe gesagt einmal, wenn non zu tun beschwarten, halt in den wachsen, die gut sich werden nächten. Und da wird es geht der Rebbe soll nachher, und speziell die Chiddes für Kinder, die haben
also nicht gewähnt Bachem, sie gewähnt kleine Kinder, nicht gewähnt Bachem.
Kinder bis Bar Mitzvah.
Like Tzivus Hashem idea.
Ja, das heißt, ich Chiddes, speziell der Menail fängt da reingehen, der Menail von Yeshiva, dachte aber Fegelstock, aber was soll da reingehen. Und die Eltern nicht, nur die Kinder, und der Biel, und dachte sich mir, als 1 Jahr, sie gewinnen Chazim, ja, und gewonnen Chazim, 4 Chazim offiziell, ich dachte mir, als 1 Jahr ist rein mit uns Label Shapira, sehr gedenke ich. Ich dachte mir, hey, Maschkazen, noch ein paar Mitzvah, ist Label rein mit uns, und einmal gedenke ich auf die Chiddes mit den Eltern, ist der Rebbe gesagt, ihr seid auf November Farbrengen, heißt es, ich bin mit meinem Bruder. Wir waren nach Farbrengen, mein Ingeruder. Hat gesagt, ihr seid im November Farbrengen, ihr seid das kommende Material, so viel Chazrin, die sich, was ihr gehört, zu einem Lamdim und zu den Chaverim, was ein nicht gewinnt. Das war sehr, ich bin beschockt. Aber wir kommen dann noch, ja, und wir haben gemacht, also ein Siebe mit den Kindern, mit den Kindern gehazert, wenn das hängt von Jahren.
Sehr Geschmack, okay.
Ich denke, mal reinkommen, der erste Mal in 770, ich bin eingestanden bei Utica, bei Vetter, so ein Kopf ist mir gebracht, wir schlafen, wir gehen bei München, im Gange zu legen, kommen in Mitten Farbrengen und wir reingestopft in 770, und ich denke, das ist der erste Mal, der hat mir gerade das schwarze Bord auf den Kopf, und gesungen, der erste Nigen, was ich gedenke, ist gesungen, den Nigen, was der Rebbe sehr gelebt hat. Der erzählt, dass Purim Judays, der Rebbe gelegt, die Kopf, die Reisha auf der Hand, mit der zweiten Hand hat gemacht. Also inmitten ist das wenn der Nigen, das denke, das wenn der erste Nigen, was ich gehört, ja.
Which year was that?
Das Sigram ist damit Topshin Chof. Topshin Chof, da ist noch nicht. Das ist eine interessante Sache. Ishit. Ayom, wie sagt Rav Kante, sagt uns, Megala alle Eitzes. In Jan Ishi, was ich mein Einkommen, ich weiß, dass ich bin Chof, ich habe ein Jahr, 2 später, mein Einkommen mit meinen Eltern und meine Schwester und sie hat Brumme gesehen, kann sein, ja, meine Eltern bei ich gewesen. Und wenn es dann Jahren sind mit sie, zu fahren mit sie. Ein Kopf an ihm, sind wir reingekommen zu Reben Und mein Tate, die geben dem Rebbe die Pan in Hand. Der Rebbe tankt ihm Leinen, weil sie gehen sie mit, ihr geht über Dafach, nicht Dafach, ich sage schon 2 Monate, 3 Monate. Und der Rebbe points to my father und sagt ihm mit dem Finger, was hat nicht geschrieben, sein Namen? Und points to me. Der Rebbe sagt, mein Taten, was nicht geschrieben? Mein Tate hat ihm zittern und sagt, Morgen weiß was wie kann sein, dass hat der Rebbe ihm gegeben in Hand, Kilo, gib a guck, was zu sehen. Und mein Tate nicht gewollt nehmen. Hat der Rebbe gefragt, wie der Namen ist, das heißt, ich habe gesagt, ich habe 3 Namen. Hat der Rebbe genommen ein kleines Pencil, also ja, man ist ein kleines Pencil, weiß mit selber, Karton, und auf dem Pan von neben zugeschrieben. Alle 3 Namen meine. Mein Tate gewinnt ist bewundert, weil man sagen, der Rebbe sagt, es fällt, es dort 3 sind, und es fällt ein Namen. Es ist wie, es ist Kapelle, die gesagt. Das erste Mal sagt man, wie Chidis, es fällt ein Namen, sagen, es fällt ein Namen. Aber der Rebbe pointed right away to me and said, was denn nicht geschrieben? I was standing across the Rebbe, manchmal by the table, and Tom was standing on the left side. Was denn nicht geschrieben, sein Namen, also mit dem Finger, weißt du, und nur ein kleines Pencil zugeschrieben, das Gedenke für die Chidis, von der erste, zweite Mal die Chidis. Joske, wie viel Säge bei in Alaska?
It's early, it's midnight, Chatzeis, Malta Batika Chatzeis.
Oh, Mamish, was heißt?
It's very, that's why I'm awake and you're awake. The New Yorkers are already sleeping.
Bei uns ist nicht bald Chatzeis, aber Chatzeis jeden. Ja. Ja, Zeis Meres, Hafot Samayones Chutza. Aide Mahade bemitzes, dass ich gedei, hab ma Gefühl in Hafot Samayones Chutza. Und setzt Christ und Brief, das ist echt wegen dem Hill allein. Und das hat Mahadig, wenn er mitzes, schreibt das in Dachkafunz. Und das ist ein Hill, Mahadig, wenn er mitzes, ich will sich ablegen, auf was ich sehe das, was meint das, Zeis Meres, Hafot Samayones Chutza. Ja, okay, Tamshichu, nicht
Rebild doch getan das. Da gewinnt ein schwierige Bild.
Ja.
Dorflach.
Geseit Ruchnis und Keizig wenn Gashmis.
Und getan ich ein Postid.
Er hat das gehalten, alle Kehlen von Samazelig. So, ja, Takzib Gadol, so, ja, Pashut. So, ja, Takzivim, כמו שיש פה היום, כן.
Der größte Rebild, darum gefallen, kleinen Geld.
Ja.
Und damit mit Postiden. Pusche Schliches. Chaim.
Der Rebbe doch gedruckt seine Chsidis, das war noch verschütt. Jemand hat es bei der Sude eben, und der Ascha gesagt, als ein Lubavitch hat nur nicht geht es, wenn der Rebbe nicht, der Rebbe gedruckt seine Chsidis, weiß ich, ja. Ja.
Man sagt doch, als jemand so gesagt, im Reben bei Yechide, dachte der Peretz Motschkin, als Fremnissenen, als Bill Paratscher kommt. Der Rebbe gesagt, wer ist Bill Paratscher? Der Rebbe gesagt, noch weit von Bill Paratscher.
The Lose, ja. Aber der Peretz, sie gewinnt sehr nont mit der Nissen. Ich denke, man Trior, der Nissen soll kommen verbringen. Der Peretz sagt, wenn er Sache älter für ihn. Aber der Peretz sagt, sitzen mit Bittel und Herren und nicht losen, lesen, so sperren, bis er sehr, der Nissen. Aber der Peretz sagt, kostet von Erden mit allen Sachen.
Bell Mochkin is told the story about the Cholem at Gad. Very interesting.
Wer hat Gad Cholem?
Der Peretz Mochkin got a Cholem. Der Rebbe Peretz Mochkin hat verbracht, Sukkes Tovshin Yudalav verbracht sehr stark wegen des Krasches zum neuen Rebbe, zum Rebbe. Noch Fahr in Shvat Tovshin Yudalav. Got a Cholem, der Rebbe Rashav, and the Frierdiker Rebbe came to him and they said to him, Yashaker for deine Rede. So he wrote it to the Rebbe, And the Rebbe wrote back, Shuas Chaim for Mashikese Mashero.
Es ist גם andere, der Rebbe auch geschart, und bei ihm der Rebbe gesagt, ja, Shekeach. Der Rebbe hat gesagt, ihm ist ein Fichidis, als da Chossid, der Peretz, was selten von mir, und hört mir, und folgt mir, und ist sehr, Kilo, sehr Meshaber gewesen, ja. Mit doch wenn der erste Mal die Zettel wegen Maschke, weißt du, das ist ein stinke Maschke, also in Russland, mit darf trinke Maschke, was wenn eine schwere Matze, aber heinte das Sibirik im Ganzen. Das noch wenn Sache fertig seide. Und geschrieben, als heinte da Limdach Sidis, und man darf ein Karb sein anderes, und nicht Geninien, sehr, ein bewusster Zettel, ja.
Der Rebbe wrote to the parents.
Ja. Wir haben mit dem, wir müssen alle gedenken, wissen, der Rebbe hat gesagt, wir sollen nehmen zu Shazar, als wie geht und steht. Hat gewöhnt leben die Yeshiva auf Westbury. Westbury, Kornepalmen, gewöhnt leben die Yeshiva, und sie gegangen am Schlachas zu Shazar, und der Rebbe hat gesagt, wir sollen nehmen der Peretz, als wie geht und steht, das heißt, wir sollen nicht zugreifen früher. Und der Peretz wird machen Wein. Ich denke, Freitag, weil ich reingehen zu ihm helfen, übergießen von der Barrels in den älteren Eid, weil ich kann zu irgendwo helfen, und reingießen in der Butlach, hat man genommen, sie werden angetan mit einem schmutzigen Satuk, mit Geschmack von dem Wein, von den Weintrauben, von den Grapes. Und er seht nicht mehr genommen, und ihm ist was gefallen mit dem, sagt in Karten nicht, ich kann sitzen, ab dem, genau, sei recht von den Wein, von den, das, a Kopanim, ihre Peretz, die kommen zu Shazar, und gatten sich a Buttel Maschke in Keschene, und Shazar hat ihm gesehen, hat ihm weggesetzt, gedacht, er ist reingehen, er hat ein paar Minuten. Shazar hat sich vergessen und warten auf den Menschen mit Melochen. Wir sahen uns gehen auf den 17. Stock in dem Mount Royal Hotel in Montreal. Und er hat ihm weggesetzt mit ihm und hat ihm singen und reden, und er Peretz hat ihm gesagt, dem Schuss, was hat er Kesche zum Reben, genommen ein Buttel Maschke, und sagt, sie werden Maschke. Und das hat der Rebbe gesagt, wir sollen nehmen, wie geht, und er hat ihm demand von Amol, wie Iden und Lies gesehen, Amol, das ist gewähnt, die Kavone von Rebbe, das ist. Hat es gesehen, eine neue Sache, als die Shazare gekommen zum Rebbe, Tovshin Lamed Gimel, hat Radikal vorgestellt, alle Nitzigim, der Rebbe hat gesagt, wenn man jetzt noch vorstellen, die Gäste sind gekommen von Chutzlaritz, von London, und von Australien, und von der Begadetzki von Europa, und geht das sagen, auf Radikal, von Eretz HaKodesh darf man nicht vorstellen können, weil bei uns seid ihr unser Vertreter. Atami hat Sexual auf Eretz HaKodesh. Und der Rebbe gesessen dort, lo pashut. Ihr seid unser Vertreter. Atami hat Sexual. Hast du gesehen das? Nein, hast du.
I didn't see it, but I remember the all, I saw the Sikha, but I don't remember that part.
Ihr seid unser Vertreter. Das hat mir gesagt.
I think there is a recording from that. I didn't listen to it yet, but I heard that there is a lot of things they didn't put in there nachher. That they're out in Soloveitchik or something. There's a whole thing there.
Yeah. Es ist schon gewähnt Alter, es ist schon gewähnt ein bisschen kacha. Der hat Gilliga Teinis, also Perle, und lieber ich hatte es etlich mal, also er Rissi geben, es hallig Loznik, Kopf Samat Beis, und noch, sie frem am Morgen, es hat geholfen, er bekommen die Kiste, ja, du weißt, und dann auf Soloveitchik hat es nicht, und wir haben gesagt, mir ist Perle, wir haben dort eine Nasche, es gehen reinzähmen, und hält sich mit Seins. Wie kann das sein, dass das nicht bekommen, wie kann sein, Shalom Asirum. So, ich habe sie etlich gewollt, nicht an sie,
I didn't listen to
it. Wir dürfen haben, hein da, Lois Arenu. Man hat nicht an sie, ja. Und wir haben geschrieben sein, die haben die Dobschinale, das sein, von Afrika, werden Lois Arenu.
Yeah, it's everywhere in the world. Die ganze Welt darf es haben.
Ja, halt, jetzt in Lechaim habe ich nicht da, aber bald sind, hab ich gesagt.
Gut Shvat, kann ich kriegen Lechaim im ganzen Zisroel.
Sie da. Na, Poshet, nicht mehr, ich gehe nicht da, wenn ich so sage.
Chassidische Jiden, mit David Judal auf Shvat, das ist ein bisschen Maschke dort.
Da bist
du
du Maschke.
Moski wird gewähnt dort, und das ist nicht gewähnt, das Problem. Lechaim. I think we have here Rabbi Greisman, Rabbi Shmuel Greisman, Rav Shmuel Greisman, the Shliach for Rebbe. Is he here still? Or he ran away? Rav Greisman. Rav Greisman is here. Nicht mehr, wir haben da Grieße Chassidim, einer nach dem Zweiten. There is here Rabbi Gutnik. Rabbi Gutnik, would you say Lechaim? Rav Gutnik Schlitter. I'll ask him to open up. Gutnik. Oh,
Chaim.
Chaim, Rav Gutnik.
Can I tell over the story from Rabbi Kazanovsky and his dreams correctly?
Please, tell it over, please.
One Friday night, my wife is his granddaughter. So one Shabbos I was at his house and it was close to Shvat. And we were walking home and he was old. He sat down on the fence and I started to ask him about Shvat, originally what happened. And he wanted to tell me something, and he told me about his dream. It was the Shabbos before Shvat. It was after the.
Well, what's the noise? Oh, 1 second, they closed you. What's going on? Something is noisy here. Well, 1 second, he'll figure out. Okay, yeah, now you open.
Now it's better?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
So it was the Friday night before Shvat Toshin Yud Aleph, and he told me he went to sleep Friday night, and he had a dream, and woke up. He went back to sleep. He had the dream a second time and woke up. He went back to sleep and had the same dream a third time. What was the dream? He was standing at the desk of the Frierdiker Rebbe. The Frierdiker Rebbe was sitting down and the Rebbe was standing at the desk. And the Frierdiker Rebbe said to the Rebbe, Matitzak Elai, Dabel b'nei Yisrael v'Yisrael, Zokte ma mechsidis und es wird werden warm und lichtig. And he said he had this dream 3 times. Those words, 3 times the dream. Sunday morning was a meeting between himself, Shmuel Levitin, I'm not sure who else. There was a special Vad whose job it was to try and encourage the Rebbe to be Kabbalah in the Siyas. And the Vad was having a meeting Sunday morning. Shvat was coming, but they weren't sure, they were hopeful, but they weren't sure what was going to happen. On the way into 770 to that meeting, and the Vad would sit in what we now know as the Yichud room, which all the Chassanim and Kalas use for Yichud. That was Shmuel Levitin's room, and that's where the meeting was. They all sitting around a little table, going back and forth. As he came in to 770, he was so inspired by the dream he had that he wrote the dream down in full, and he gave it to the Rebbe. Sorry, he gave it to Rabbi Chodakov to give to the Rebbe. And then he went to his meeting. The meeting had already started. They were talking back and forth, and Rabbi Chodakov opened the door and said the Rebbe wants to see him. And he quickly came to the Rebbe's room, and he came into the Rebbe's room, and he said the Rebbe was standing by his desk, and the Rebbe had his, what the Rebbe used to wrap around his hand by a mimer, the Rebbe had that wrapped around his hand. And the Rebbe asked him to repeat the dream. And so he repeated the dream, and the Rebbe said to him, Yasher Koyach, and then the Rebbe called him over. And as we all know, the Rebbe had a drawer, and that drawer that the Rebbe had was a portal to every part of the world, and all olamos. Whenever the Rebbe needed something, whatever it was, he opened the drawer, and there was the thing. So he called him over, and the Rebbe opened the drawer. And sitting on the top of the drawer was a letter from Rav Herzog, who was then the chief rabbi of Israel. There was a letter from Rav Herzog congratulating the Rebbe on being Makabel and Asiyas of Chabad. And he called over Rabbi Kazanovsky and pointed to the letter. So Rabbi Kazanovsky read the letter, and then he left the room. Rabbi Kazanovsky ran back to the meeting, and he told everybody there the Rebbe is going to be Makabel and Asiyas. And he told them the story, and he said the fact that the Rebbe showed him the letter from Rav Herzog wishing Mazel Tov to the Rebbe being Makabel and Asiyas, for him that was a sign the Rebbe is going to do it. And not everybody knows, but Rabbi Kazanovsky became known as the Baal HaChalomus. Anytime he would come to Shvat to Farbrengen in 770, he would always chaz over the dream, and they would say, "Hine Baal HaChalomus boy." That was the story. So it wasn't just a dream. The fact that the Rebbe wanted him to chazr it over, the fact that the Rebbe had the tichel around his hand, and
when you said the tichel, which color tichel? You said was it?
I don't know. I think white, the one he used to wrap around for a mimer. Because Kazanovsky remembered what that was. I don't know if then and there he realized that's what the Rebbe put his hand on a mimer, or it took a while when he saw the Rebbe saying Mamorim with a tichel, that this is the same tichel. But that's what he told me, that it was the same tichel that the Rebbe would use later on for when he would say a mimer. And so he felt anyway the dream was real. But the fact that the Rebbe asked him to come into Yechidus and to chazer over the dream for him, that made him, he was absolutely certain that was the dream. And the fact that the dream was real, and the fact that the Rebbe said Yasher Koyach, and especially after seeing the letter. And the Rebbe pointed to the letter from Rav Herzog. So that was for him.
Can you just repeat again the dream, because there are several versions of the dream. Can you repeat again? He walked in. What he remembers in the dream? The Rebbe was in the Frierdiker Rebbe's room.
The Rebbe was in the Frierdiker Rebbe's room. The Frierdiker Rebbe was sitting at his chair that he sat for Yechidus. The Rebbe was standing in front of the Rebbe's room, in front of the Frierdiker Rebbe, and Rabbi Kazanovsky was standing on the side. It was like a position that you see in the pictures of the
famous picture,
the citizenship. That's the way they look. Yeah. So and then he heard the Frierdiker Rebbe say to the Rebbe, I don't know if there was other words, but these are just the words that he told me at the time when he told me that's the story. Matitzak Elai, Dabba b'nei Yisrael v'Yisrael, Dr. Ma'amich Chassidus, und es wird werden warm und lichtig. That was the dream, the way I heard it from Rabbi Kazanovsky.
That's absolutely amazing. Thank you.
Pleasure.
He was. You saw the new thing that came out from what he wrote about himself for the Sefer Chassidim, his accomplishments.
Yes, the whole list. I saw that. So that's
beautiful stuff there. It's like the whole history of Lubavitch, the last 2 generations is there. He was instrumental in everything.
I don't remember. I don't remember now the protim. The way he told it to me. The Rebbe mentioned the story when Reb Oshem Nikolaev, when he fasted a full week, right? So he knew it because he was there. The whole story from the beginning until for the whole 7 days. And the
Reb Osher is this Shver, yeah.
Reb Osher is his Shver, yeah.
And was Reb Osher the Shadchan of the Rebbe's Shidduch, Reb Osher Nikolaev?
I don't know.
But he was very close to Reb Levi Yitzchak, the Rebbe's father, because Reb Levi Yitzchak was in Nikolaev the first few years.
Well, they all lived in that area.
Well, the Rebbe's father lived in Nikolaev till he became a Rav in Yekaterinoslav. So a good few years.
Yeah.
From his wedding till Samachtes, it's a good 10 years he was there.
I know that he died relatively young, Reb Osher. And he gave 500 ruble note he gave to the Rebbe Rashab, that when his daughter gets married, could the Rebbe Rashab please give the money to the daughter? And the Rebbe Rashab, I'm not sure. I know that the Nadin was a $500 note, 500 ruble note. I don't know if it was that actual note that he gave to the Rebbe Rashab, but the Rebbe Rashab passed it on to the Frierdiker Rebbe. The chasana of Shlomo Aaron was a short while after the stalkus of the Rebbe Rashab, and the Frierdiker Rebbe gave him the 500 ruble note, which was the Nadin passed through the Rebbe Rashab and the Frierdiker Rebbe, and I've seen the 500 ruble note.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen the 500 ruble note.
So the Rebbe Moshe was passed away already by then. That's
Moshe passed away. Moshe passed away young. Moshe, I don't know, young. Moshe passed away, but before he passed away, he gave this money to the Rebbe Rashab to please give as a nadin for his daughter. Before the Rebbe Rashab passed away, he passed it on to the Frierdiker Rebbe. The Frierdiker Rebbe then gave it to Reb Shlomo Aaron, and the note still exists.
Amazing.
You know, we talk about $1, $2, a $10 note. This is a 500 ruble note from the Rebbe Rashab and the Frierdiker Rebbe.
You also knew Reb Shmuel Grossman, Reb Moshe's son?
No, I didn't know him because I was too young. But he was married to my grandmother's sister.
Mm-hmm. Because he has a lot of amazing stories about the Rebbe. He lived in England.
Yep.
Wow, that's amazing. Shakayach, l'chaim. Kazanovsky also had another story with the Frierdiker. He used to tell much Yom Kippur. He used to tell about the story with the Tzemach Tzedek. No, it used to be a Farbrengen every month Yom Kippur. He used to say a story with the Frierdiker Rebbe with the books of the Tzemach Tzedek. No, with the printing of the Tzemach Tzedek.
Yes, there was a story with the printing of the Tzemach Tzedek, but I don't know the pratim. I know another story. A story lahafli from Rabbi Kazanovsky. When the Frierdiker Rebbe's mother passed away, the Frierdiker Rebbe was in, I think, Lakewood,
in Chicago.
And he had to come back to so Rabbi Kazanovsky made all the preparations. I think he bought the land. He got, that's where the oil is now, that area. And the Rebbe gave him the Frierdiker Rebbe gave to the Rebbe a letter for the Rebbe to give to Rabbi Kazanovsky to put in the hand of the Rebbetzin. And Rabbi Kazanovsky was like, he was like scared, but the Rebbe Gehasen, so therefore he's going to do it. He says when he came in, I heard this from him with my own ears. When he came into the place where the mess was, and he put the letter near the hand, he says this is what he felt happened, is that she took the letter from his hand. That's why he would tell over the story. He put the letter and she took the letter from his hand. I mean, Bechal, what's the story of the letter? Nobody knows. This was something that she wanted to be buried with, and the Frierdiker Rebbe gave it to the Rebbe to give to him to put in her hand in order to fulfill her wish that this is what. And the Rebbe gave her as horror. Under no circumstances are you to open the envelope and to see what's inside. Right? Just give it into her hand, and that's it. And he gave it into her hand, and it's from his perception of what happened at the time was that she, as he put it in her hand, she grabbed it and took it.
Wow. Amazing. I never heard the story. Wow.
I don't know how public it is, but I heard it from him.
You ever heard the story from him about when he asked the Frierdiker Rebbe an opinion, and then he asked the Rebbe, and the Rebbe said differently, and he went to the Frierdiker Rebbe? You know that story?
No, I don't know.
Never heard from him?
No.
So
I can tell you, he was a soldat. It wasn't, you know, sometimes he was with all his learning and everything, and his chassidus, and I once heard him, again, one of those Shabbosim that I stayed by him, so I walked with him to shul. I heard the way he made a bracha putting on a talis. Right? It was just beautiful to hear. The way he said, you know, bracha nafshi, the way he said the bracha was just incredible to hear. But he was an absolute soldier of the Rebbe. He gave the keys to 770 to the Frierdiker Rebbe. That day it was somewhere in Ov. I can't remember the exact date. And he would make his own personal Farbrengen each year on that day. He would give his own Farbrengen, and so when he went to him on that day, he would have said L'chaim. He didn't say Tachnun. It was the year I got engaged. We came into the house, and he's like a big Lufendik. He's had mashki, giving everybody l'chaim. What's he excited about? He's excited about the fact that he wrote into the Rebbe that he's been keeping his own private Yom Tov of the day he bought 770, and the Rebbe answered him. Right? Bazman Groma, Kamasiru Bashla Chodesh Menachem Ov. The fact that he got an answer, he was like dancing for joy that the Rebbe was being mishtatev in his simcha.
My Shver always tells the story that he once asked the Frierdiker Rebbe about something very complicated issue he had. The Frierdiker Rebbe told him what to do. And then I think the Frierdiker Rebbe told him to go to the Rebbe, or he on his own. He went to the Rebbe and he didn't tell the Rebbe that the Frierdiker Rebbe told him what to do. So he went to ask the Rebbe. So the Rebbe told him, the Rebbe thought about it, told him an idea what to do. It was just the opposite of the Frierdiker Rebbe said. So he went back to the Frierdiker Rebbe. He told the Frierdiker Rebbe what the Rebbe said. The Frierdiker Rebbe was sitting with the hand like this, thinking, and then he said, Shoro, Muko, Rechova, is going andere Tuvosert gewesen. So he went to the Rebbe, and he told the Rebbe the story. So the Rebbe was so upset that he never answered him. The Rebbe never answered him again of any question. I was like, I don't remember the whole detail, but that was the Nikud of the story. That the Rebbe said he'll never answer him again.
Well, as the years went on, the Rebbe answered him again. Once he was,
Yeah, I'm sure he did. He was very close to that. He was like, he's one of the people who really was close to the Rebbe and to the Frierdiker Rebbe in an amazing way. Really.
Yeah.
He saved the Frierdiker Rebbe twice. Aside from jail and aside from the Nazis.
But he never, it was never in a way that, it was with total bittul. It was never in a way that he's someone special. He's not someone special. He's a soldier of the Rebbe. That's mamish the way it was.
Yeah, you could see by the Farbrengen the way he sits behind the Rebbe when he was already. I remember him still, and I came in the last year of his life, the way he was sitting there like almost like a bacher, even though he was old, but he was like his love to the Rebbe. You could see the way he was like listening to every word.
If you remember the Purim, it was Purim Tovshin Membeis, and that was when and went on and on and on and on and on. The Rebbe made me a kid. So he got so caught up in it that he went over to Beryl Levy, and he took Beryl Levy and made Beryl Levy stand up to dance with him in front of the Rebbe. And then at one stage he went over to the Rebbe. I don't remember the exact words he used, but he told me, he sort of asked the Rebbe, I don't know what words you use, but is this Shas Kosher? Is it going to be Purim Toshin Chai again? Right? Words to that effect. Like he was so into it.
That's when the Rebbe said, Mashiach can is Galavan have 770s to pack with it, Toshin and Beis.
Correct. And he said Purim, he said the date. But it was the dancing was incredible. All the kids down below, but just giving someone to say l'chaim and to make a kula, and not l'chaim, to finish, to be motzi everybody with Adel Yada, and he did a kula, and then they started this nigun, and then the nigun was unbelievable the way the Rebbe was leveraging for that nigun, and then the nigun switched from nigun without words to we want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now. The kids in front of the Rebbe started singing, we want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now. They went on to we want Mashiach now. It was incredible. Absolutely incredible.
One of those, yeah, true. It was amazing.
One of those.
I remember in Farbrengen the whole night, and there was one guy who became Yamot Lubavitcher, Haran Hussein, if you know him, from the Vechters Talmidim. He ran right after the Farbrengen to buy the tape from Chaim Borch, and he played the tape the whole night in 770 upstairs. So the Rebbe says, Mashiach in his Galavan of 770s to pack. He couldn't contain himself. It was like,
yep. You know, the thing is, by us Talmidim, everybody you speak to, the people who were there in the Yuds, the Yuds were the best years by the Rebbe. The people there for the Chofs, the Chofs were the best. If you were there for the Mems, the Mems were the best. Right? For everybody, their years were the best. Was that a word?
Yeah, they were all good.
Yep. Yeah.
True. Amazing. L'chaim of a good thing. I think there's another one from Australia, Rabbi Groner. Rabbi Chaim Tzvi Groner. Would you say l'chaim, Rabbi Groner?
Chaim.
Chaim.
I just came back in from Mincha just now. When did the Rebbe say yes, Mashiach? I remember the Sikha. Mashiach is this Galavan Hein Benach Do of 770. What year was that?
Purim and Beis.
Ich gedenk das. Yeah. L'chaim. So sein the Ore von Rebbe in Kuntris B'choi Vorich Yisrael, Chob bei Shvat und Beis, wegen der Kesher zwischen Yud Aleph Shvat und Yud Aleph Nissen. You know what I'm talking about, yeah?
Yeah.
Das der Rebbe sagt dort, as Yud Aleph Nissen is the Leida and Yud Aleph Shvat is the Seas Begilui. Yeah?
No.
Who the Lashon? Anyway, it's all that, yeah. Yeah, das auch der, zum Sof. V'yom ha'chadasa b'chedesh ha'chadasa kosher shleimus ha'gili shel ha'chadasa b'efen shel ha'sis b'gili. L'hoim ha'shaychis l'chedesh ha'chadasa l'b'yom ha'shteyasa yom l'chedesh ha'rishon ha'sli b'nei Hashem. L'adei ha'shaychis l'anasim l'chot she'ashana u'kisidram b'chanuk ha'mishkan. Yeah. Okay, so all the Amazechah sein, so this Galus miyad mamash now, l'chaim.
Amen, l'chaim. Mistami, you heard from your father about Shvat of Shin Yud, Yud Aleph, from your uncle.
So my father was already Avshlichus. He was in Buffalo. And had erzählt when he heard the first of all Yud Shvat of Shin Yud. What's the Shabbos? He got a phone call from Label. You know what happened? Is he reingefahren gleich? He says it was stormy weather. Anyway, but so come upon him. He told him, but so then he was in Shlichus. He wasn't in New York the whole time. When he came, he says he always told over the story when he went in to give the Rebbe's Ksavis Kashrus, and at the same time went in with him Rav Avromela Axelrod von Baltimore, von der Tmimim von Lubavitch über Lubavitch. I mean, he told it over many times. He say when it was exactly, what day, das gedenk ich nicht. Aber die alle Sipurim von der Farbrengen allein, I think he's on, you see from
what happened? One second. What happened? Because to me,
he didn't say. And no, is rein zum
I
Reben.
know Avramele Axelrod was a little bit. So I was wondering when this happened.
I don't
early in the
remember.
game?
I don't remember him saying exactly when it was.
So he went in with Avramele? Avramele lived in the same city where he lived, or what?
No, he lived in Baltimore.
And
he lived in Baltimore.
Boston.
My father's in Buffalo.
And what happened? And what happened? Buffalo. And what happened?
He didn't say anything what happened. No gesagt, dass it is rein zusammen. I don't know why. Ich weiß nicht. I don't know. Maybe other family members know more. But das habe ich gehört, kamen upon me wegen Stamm. He didn't say, as the Rebbe has gesagt, just that I remember him saying. When exactly? Weiß ich nicht. How often did he come in from Buffalo in those days? He says, so Shvat, he was here, Yud Shvat. He was given Yud Shvat, Tovshin Yud. He always used to tell the story as the Levaya given Yud Aleph and Shachris, Monday morning, Yud Bei Shvat, the Brems Daven Farnomid. He said, when the Rebbe came to Yehi Chvoid, he said the walls were melting from Bechiyas. The Rebbe's Bechiyas were so stark. Montik Yud Bei Shvat, Tavshin Yud. Anyway, he was by the Farbrengen. He was by the Farbrengen, the Yud Shvat Tavshin Yud Aleph. I think you even see him on the video. It's a short video, quick, but you see him standing on the side over there. Aber mit Geld, das sag meistens von.
I don't think we have a video now, unless you have something that nobody has.
What? There's no video from Tavshin Yud Aleph?
Yud Shvat Yud Aleph, we don't have a video. As much
it's only the tape.
No, yeah, but no, the video that there is, the early videos, they say it's not Yud Shvat Yud Aleph. Maybe it is. They say it's not.
All right, okay. So from one of those early Farbrengens upstairs in the Klein Zal, which we call upstairs Klein Zal, so you see my father standing there on the side. Aber die alle, stam een interessante Sache. We had my uncle Label here a few years ago. We had him here, Yud Shvat. We brought him down, I think maybe 4 years ago. And so at Verbracht, one of the things, a lot of these mice are the detail. One thing was that detailed as af morgen, das heißt Yud Aleph Shvat Tage in the free, and noch the officielle Kabbalah von the Seers. So I don't remember who was the one who, but maybe it was Nissen Mendel or so. That they have to make now stationary for Rebbe. Now official stationary have to make. So label was Matzia, as was on them in the Friedrich Rebbe stationary, as it is, and just change the name and make it the Rebbe's name. So he says that one thing the Rebbe Meir gewesen, that dort gestanden, I wanted to look it up there again, but in the Friedrich Rebbe stationary it says, after the Friedrich Rebbe's name, Schneerson Milubavitch. If you look on the Rebbe stationary, state Lubavitch. The Rebbe's Namen, Schneerson Lubavitch. The Rebbe said, ich bin keinmal nicht gewesen in Lubavitch, kennet stehen Milubavitch.
Wow.
Now I looked, that in the Scharblatt from the Rebbe's forum state, in Rebbe's state Milubavitch. I have in front of me Sefer Siches Mem Zayin Lamoshel. State Takamir, but he said on the stationary, hat gesagt, wir können schreiben Milubavitch, weil keinmal nicht gewesen in Lubavitch. That was something I remember. That's labeled. It's andere Meises. Sure, people know. He says that Azevi. You have to know exactly. This is a Sharfe Meise. The Azevi label was a Bachrul then still. Tavshin Yud Aleph. Label was 20 years old. Label was Bun Tzadik Aleph. Aber schon gewesen beim Rebbe, And Azevi, the Rebbe gave Prav in Yechidus, and people were going to come. So the Rebbe had an old clock in the office. His Adayim Azeh. So he's at the tail to Barabim, the Meister come upon him. So he went and he bought a new clock. Dus gefragt beim Rebbe, and he changed the clock. Took off the old clock, put the new clock. Gewollt, als Rebbe's Tisch soll sein, eine schöne clock. Das ist Rebbe's Tisch. And the Rebbe told him off. The Rebbe gefragt, wo ist der? And the Rebbe said, the Lashon of Mashu Kazeh, it's not Bediuk. I can't say it's not Bediuk, but the Rebbe gesagt, was meinst du nicht folgen ist, als mir reißt ab jenem dem Nose? Something like that. So scharfe Lashon. Was meinst du nicht folgen is uprighting by jenem dem Nose, or something like that. It's not shot that he asked and the Rebbe said no, and he still went and did it. Er hat nicht gefragt, er hat getracht, als darf machen, als der Rebbe's Tisch soll sein schön. Anyway, those are some of the stories which happened, in the days after Yud Shvat of Yud Aleph. I want to share something, a word was mit gesagt da, bei Farbrengen Yud Aleph Shvat, ein paar Yud Shvat, ein paar Jahre zurück. Von bei uns eine von der Hashvi'i Mashpim in Stadt Rav Avram Glick soll sein gesund. And he introduced it with a Maise, a very dicke word that the Rebbe said to my father. You had before you had the Rabbi Yosef Minkowitz. Das gewesen von der ersten Kutzedorf von Shluchim in Australia. I remember when they arrived, when they were here, Ingele, Tafshinchof Zayin, they came. Anyway, so Yodua that when the third kvutza, so the second kvutza, Choftes, they came, the first kvutza was still here. And they were overlapped for a few days together. But when the third kvutza came, das ist the kvutza von Tafshin Lamed Aleph, and das ist the kvutza von Itche Volshansky, und von Hirschel Sache was the second kvutza. Itche Volshansky mit seinem kvutza. Shimon Reitschik, Yossi Schusterman, yeah. So so when they went, when that Kvutza was leaving New York at the Rebbe Geisen, Rav Chodekov soll reinrufen, so they were in the Rebbe's room Yechidus already, and the Rebbe gesagt, we soll rufen the Friedrich Kvutza Eichet. And that means the Rebbe waited. So that Kvutza which was leaving was standing in the Rebbe's room, and the Rebbe said, soll rufen the Friedrich Kvutza, and then the Rebbe said to him, was Jalevit hier gemeint der erste Kvutza Eichet. Right? Anyway, the word is, that was the first, so in Lamed Aleph, so that's what the Rebbe gesagt, dass the Shlichus in Australia is apulen im Sheches bis Mashiach und noch weiter. So when it came Lamed Gimel and that Kvutza left, Lamed Gimel is again the Kvutza von Yossi Chitrik and Lahavdul Chaim Aaron Lezer Zeitlin, Yankel Reitzes, who was on before. So schon gewusst früher, as the day they're leaving, so Take Minkowitz found out in the morning, gelaufen gleich in the airport from Montreal gekommen zu die Yechidus. In Lamed Hey, let's go next to you, Lamed Hey, so the day that Kvutz of Shluchim were leaving, so my father arrived, they were leaving, it was in the beginning of Chedesh Sivan. My father arrived in New York, so I remember him of Shavuos. And Mamash, the day he arrived, I remember I came with him to 770, Far Mincha, and Label gesagt, als die Shluchim zu Australia gehen rein auf Yechidus nach Mincha, und der Rebbe hat gesagt, als du sollst da reinkommen mit sei Eichet. Together with the Bochrim HaShluchim. And anyway, so in that Yechidus, this is a Mugidik Yechidus, which the Rebbe Lechatchila did not allow to be printed. Only for the Shluchim. Anyway, but then the Rebbe said during the Yechidus is do harav groner, vet men mechadish zayin shlichus soy mechodosh. I'm very dikka isprach. As he went and Tafshin Yutes, in the gleich noch Yutes Kislev.
Which year was
Abdul Geshem Mendel went right before Yutes Kislev that week. And so then this is Lamed Hey, the Rebbe gesagt, is da Rav Grone, vet men mechadish zayin shlichus soy mechodosh. And when they printed then the Sikha, and they had the list of Shluchim, the Talmidim Shluchim, they also wrote my father's name in it. As there's Nichlal done. Anyway, the word is, so Rav Glick hat gesagt, so kommt zu gehen Yud Aleph Shvat. Yud Aleph Shvat das ist das Mann von des Chatshus HaShliches. Der Rebbe hat gegeben des Shliches zu der Hashvi'i in der ersten Mai mit Bossele gar nicht aufstehen Yud Aleph. Das ist das Mann von Chidush HaShliches. Das ist like der Tag von des Kashrus. Aber es ist echt, das bedeutet, im Rems erloschen, mechadisch sein die Shliches alle Jahr in dem Tag von Yud Aleph Shvat. Soll man sicher sein, zu mir keim sein, des Schliches. Und da habe ich gesagt, wir schon alles getan. And the Rebbe gibt the Koiches, there's no question about it. The Rebbe gibt the Koiches. There's a word from the Friedrich Rebbe, and it's printed in Sefer Mamorim Tafshin Yud Aleph. So there's a Sicha von Beis and Tafshin Gimel. Why it's printed there, weiß ich nicht. Und der Friedrich Rebbe sagt, sag kurz sicher. Also wir da wissen, der Koiches, was wir haben. Also wir wollt wissen, no, 1 second, I have it right here. So made the Geisius. Now it's just 2 paragraphs. It's in Sefer Mamorim Tafshin Yud Aleph in the Friedrich Rebbe, page 214. Wir da wissen, der Koiches, was wir haben, dem Koich von Taten von aller Rabbeim. Wenn man soll wissen, die Koiches, weil sich anders gedavent, anders gelernt, anders geschlafen. Wir da wissen, die Koiches, was wir haben, und der Rebbe soll helfen. I just want to say, the Rebbe, the Koiches, was the Rebbe gibt, Shluchim, and I just tell a little story, because it's hat a Sheiches Eichet, it's hat a Sheiches mit the Pasha's boy. I was Eichet to be a Shliach in Yeshivas Teres Emes Tafshin Lamed Zayin. And I remember when the second kvutz, I remember when the first kvutz, when Yankel writes his kvutz went Taki Yud Aleph Shvat Tafshin Lamed Vov, and I was Tafshin Lamed Zayin in Yisrael when the second kvutz came. That was the kvutz of Yossi Hecht, Vechulu. Anyway, so we were Shluchim Tafshin Lamed Zayin in Teres Emes, and we left New York, Chodesh Kislev. We stood by the Rebbe's door when we left. The Rebbe gave us a bracha. The Rebbe gave us mashke by the Farbrengen the Shabbos before. And he said that the whole kvutze should come over. My uncle Abel said, because Dov Dratzgen Shalom sent in a bottle for our kvutze, and then when my uncle Abel gave the bottle for the shluchim was for him to SMS, the Rebbe said, "Zollen Sie zukommen, sagen l'chaim." So Abel said, "Alle sollen zukommen." Yeah, they said, "Alle sollen zukommen," which was a chiddush. All of us Bachrim came flying from all over around. 10 Bachrim came, and the Rebbe gave each one of us l'chaim by that Farbrengen, which was a chiddush, because we had made a geidel that one Bachrim, he should go up and take the bottle. We all zeichet to get the other Akdesha l'chaim for Rebbe. And then the next day, I think it was on Monday, we stood by the Rebbe's door, that we gave us a bracha, was gefahren. Pesach, most of us came back to Zayin Bam Rebbe Pesach. And then when we were going back after Pesach to Eretz Yisrael. So we stood by the Rebbe's door after Mincha, and the Rebbe, he gave him a bracha, and then we left. Label went into the Rebbe, as they always did after Mincha, and then he came out right away, and he said, someone was still there, he says, where are the Chevra? The Rebbe wants to give you something. Come back. Everybody should come back. And the Rebbe is going to give you something. So when we all got back, and the Rebbe came out, and I remember the Rebbe had copies of the Michtav Kloli in Yud Aleph Nissen, and the big papers, and it was hanging over the Rebbe's hand. It wasn't those days that label would pass him, and he had some dollars, and he gave each one of us, Yodei Akdesha, a copy of that letter from Yud Aleph Nissen Tafshin Lamed Zayin, and $1. So I made a dickes chus, and that letter, the Michtav Kloli read wegen Dinim from Pesach Matzah Moreh, was on the Pasha from Boy, and Indian from Chinuch von Kinder and Chinuch von Erwachsene. Yeah, what's the main? What's the Pesach Matzah Moreh? Anyway, and this is, Bachrim, junge Bachrim, Shluchim, was the Rebbe gibt, and what the Rebbe gegossen, as somebody mentioned before, Megist, Yeah, that was the Rabbi Minka was a Megist with Afnois Nutzen the Keiches. Just want to say, another thing. So when I went on Shlichus back to Australia after my Chasana and Tavshim Mem Gimel, so the first time I came back, Taka was for Yud Shvat. First time I came back to the Rebbe was Yud Shvat Tavshim Mem Daled, which was Shabbos Pashas B'Shalach. And then there was Yechidus. I think there was Yechidus was Monday night or Tuesday night. There was Yechidus and Rebbe gesagt, I'm very dicke Wort dort nechet. It was already the Kras Pashas Yisroi. But anyway, the Rashi sagt dort Mashmu Shomol Bo Kriyas Yamsuf Mechemes Amalek. The Rebbe gesagt dort na Loschen, Sechet ne Mugedike Sichen Sefer Sichen Tavshim Zayin. Sehr a starke Wort. As the Linie von Kriyas Yamsuf is as ein Yid is reingesprungen in Yam, Nachshon ben Aminodov, und durchem und zu libem, and exactly the Lashon. I have the Sefer in front of me. I'm not going to start looking for exactly where it is. But the Lashon there, the Rebbe is madgish as ein einziger Mensch. Springt rein in Yam, is a Poel Kriyas Yamsuf, kidei as alle Yiden keilel Moshe Rabbeinu eichet. As Moshe Rabbeinu can rübergehen dem Yam, for was, weil ein Yid ist reingesprungen in Yam. Und der Rebbe, again, madgish allemal, als was jeder einzige kann auftan. Und das ist a filu negea, eichet Moshe Rabbeinu allein. Anyway, das hat der Rebbe uns gesagt, als hat alles getan und wir dürfen tun, alles was wir kennen, wir sollen bringen, die Geule Schleim im Yad Mamash now. I just want to finish with a story, Seichet Nechten, Pasha from Matzes, is a famous story I like to tell over, which my father used to tell over. It's an interessante Meise, and I'll tell you also that the Musa Haskell that my father used to say, wegen the Meise. This story happened after my father's Shlichus in Buffalo ended, whereas around Tavshin Tezvov Le'erech. So he moved back to New York for a few years, and then it's a regret wegen going to Australia, which didn't happen till Cheshvan Tavshin, till Kislev Tavshin Yutes. So for a few years he worked by the Rashag. In certain inyanim from the yeshiva, when he was a beikir, he was the mumuna of the yeshivas in Nari Asode in New Haven and in Philadelphia and in Worcester and in Spring Vechula. Also, he flew to do fundraising in South America. One other interesting thing is in Tavshin Tezayin, so the Rebbe called him in, and he says that Tanash in Chicago want that he should come, my father should come, because they had to move the Bnei Reuven Shul. Da got the Rabbi Herzfried, the Rav from Bnei Reuven Shul. So the Bnei Reuven Shul many years ago, so Tavshin Tezayin was in the old part of the city, and had to move it over to where it is now, in West Rogers Park. And the Balabatim are gebeten them that they should send my father, that he should help them. So Mistama the Rebbe great mit Rashag wegen them, but he called him my father and he told him that he wants him to go to Chicago. So my father asked the Rebbe, "The Tzineris kommen milmata to milmaila," and what he meant, and the Rebbe geschmeichelt. Because the Rebbe had what I meant. What did he mean? Because Azovi, he was working for the Rashag, and the Rashag lived upstairs in 770. He wanted to know if the Rashag's Ashlichus, the Rebbe's Ashlichus. So I give me Mila, the gemeint, ze komt van de Rashag, ze komt voor Rebbe, Lumata, da een van de Rebbe. He's in the Rebbe's room, the Rebbe geschmeichel, ze komt van Danet, something like that. Ze komt van Danet. The Rebbe was saying, ze gewinnt zijn Ashlichus. So Bepoil, so my father left my mother, who was expecting, and she was expecting her fifth child, and it was not easy for her. My father, he sent him to Chicago for 9 months. He came back, dacht ik, van Pesach is gekommen. When my sister was born, and he flew into New York, and Label said, as the brother is gekommen from Chicago, was darf man ihm haben, das ist nicht kein Engel. I don't like telling the story a lot, that the vibe is on the head and the mice. When my father flew in, his wife had a baby, it's her fifth child, right? And they flew in from Chicago, and the Rebbe fragt Label, was ist gekommen? It's nicht kein Engel, it's like a bris. Anyway, that's the old thing. So I'm saying that for a few years between Buffalo and Australia, they were living in New York, and he also had a shul in East New York. We lived in Crown Heights. I was born in Crown Heights, 615 Crown Street, and he used to walk to East New York to shul ala Shabbos and Yom Tov. One year, I'm not sure exactly what year. Pesach bei der Farbrengen nachher schon Pesach hat der Rebbe gesagt, die alle, was gegangen zu Taluche, sollen zukommen und sie geben Matze. So my father went special to his shul, the night of Achashel Pesach, which he didn't usually do, and he went, he spoke, he stood in line. He stood in line to get Matze from the Rebbe bei der Farbrengen. Hat der Rebbe ihm gesagt, ich krieg doch Geld für die Drosche. So the Rebbe was not giving him matzah. He kriegt doch Geld für die Drosche. So my father said the only time he ever answered back the Rebbe was that time because he wanted matzah. So he said to the Rebbe, I'm always the Drosche wert mehr für die Geld, was ich krieg. So the Rebbe smiled and the Rebbe said, "Das darf man fragen bei the Balabatim." And the Rebbe didn't give him matzah. So I'm sure my father was upset. Did not give him matzah. But my father's birthday is Chof Dalet Nissen. So a potek später, he went into Yechidus. Fayim Meledes, the Rebbe opened up the drawer and took out this big white cloth napkin, and he said, "It mi gebeten matzah, da heute a Stückel matzah von mein Shiurei Kaire." So my father, he said, "It mi gebeten, say, Yid bet mir matzah, da heute a Stückel matzah von mein Shiurei Kaire." And the Rebbe brought it to the. He knew he was coming. The Rebbe knew he was coming into Yechidus at night, and so that was great for him. And it was in this white napkin. So what my father said, the Musaskel is as me will epes, darf man betten beim Rebbe und der Rebbe wird geben. So das darf man tun. So L'chaim noch einmal.
Told you it's that drawer that the Rebbe has, a portal to everywhere. Open up the drawer, out comes the matzah.
L'chaim. Okay, I get jetzt down in Meirev. I'll come back after Meirev. I don't. We can't hang up. For solche Farbrengen I'm already hooked up already for a good Pasha, listening on and off. Aber Baruch Hashem, I thank the Meibishter.
Yeah, absolutely. Yashakayach, l'chaim. Have a good nick. Sag l'chaim, no? Have a good nick.
L'chaim,
no?
So in Australia they say that they wrote Ksavis Kashrus in the Shiva.
Oh yeah? From Australia. Who was in Australia then? Who were the Chassidim in Australia in Tavshin?
Rabbi Abramson and all the Chassidim like Nachum Zalman, Rabisa. That group was already there.
Wow.
And my dad was already there. My father.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see they closed your video, and so what's going on? The microphone. Yudi, can you open the microphone for Rabbi Goodnick? No. Chaim. Oh,
I think
now
Chaim.
I see a young shliach here, Rabbi Velvovsky. Chaim Velvovsky. Levi. Yudi, תוכל לפתוח לו את המיקרופון? תאר בסדר. חיים.
Rabbi Greenberg.
Yes.
איזה שפה מדברים? אנגלית?
Any language you want to talk. What?
English, whatever you say.
English. For now, it will be English. I think there is maybe a lot of people from Israel who are listening in, so maybe speak in Hebrew, yeah. Yiddish will be better for everyone.
Yiddish. The schwerste für mir, aber wir sagen, der staan nach die meisters van Harav Groner. Dus staan L'chaim.
Chaim.
Ik heb gezien dem Woche als een gelijk Dalet van de Geskedisch. Was is gelijk van Tafshin Yirale van Kabbalah en Asias. Das heißt, bei von Formali. Ich habe bemerkt, als der erste Brief, was der Rebbe geschrieben nach Shvat, ist ein Brief zu einer von Mishpachas Kremer, von Herzos Habris, was haben geholfen bei Sarah, von Chulu. Und in dem Brief ist da ein Ausdruck, eine interessante Sache, als der Rebbe sagt, der Rebbe schreibt, als jetzt wird seiner Zeit, ich will lehnen, ich habe da den Brief, der Rebbe sagt dort, als selbstverständlich, als Kedei, als die dasige Arbeit soll können angehen bei Zlache, darf man haben die Mitarbeit von die Woche seinem Baal Yashpa, auf die breite Kreisen Jiden, befragt von Anash, welche haben gehabt im Schuss, zu stehen non zu der dasige Arbeit, und wenn man gefragt Tisches mit dem Vechom Yad Mor Zatzal, hat gewissen den Weg, wie zu erfüllen seine Schamme Pflichten und Schliches. Der Rebbe schreibt zu der Jid von Mishpachas Kremer, Bepratius, is dat der Loschen, als der Rebbe betem, als soll mitarbeiten, zu können durchführen, was man darf durchführen. Der Rebbe schreibt dort, als Beschaß, das heißt, was hat der Friedrich Rebbe aufgetan für sie, man kann also sagen, sagt der Loschen, als der Friedrich Rebbe sie bewiesen, der eine Schamme Pflichten und Schliches. Das heißt, zu Magde sein, das ein bisschen, Lachreina, ein paar Jahre zurück, habe ich bei Gegend a Karev Mishpache, was ist von Chabad, aber mit der Zeit, mit der Zibes Schönes und Mischunes, sie heißt nicht Kilo Lubavitcher Chassidheit. Und aber sie ist auch gewähnt in den Meistes, in Lubavitcher Meistes in Eretz Yisrael, habe ich gefragt, was ist geschehen, als sie gewähnt mit dem Gerät bei Chassin, habe ich gesagt, was ist geschehen, als sie mit Machlot gewähnt, nicht zum Mamschach sein in den Meistes. Hat sie mir gesagt, als erstens ist nicht Emes. Ich habe kein nicht Machlot sein, nicht sein Lubavitcher. Es ist nicht Emes nachher, was du hast. Aber die Ecke sagt, sie hat gesagt, sie sagt, sie hat gelernt in Kfar Chabad, in Besrifken Kfar Chabad. Und in Bishas, sie hat geendet, lernen in Besrifke, hat sie magisch gewonnen, eine gewisse Sache. Als sie ist ein Mensch, was ist Lufierach Meruba. תגיד לי מה שאני צריך לעשות היום, אני אעשה את זה, אני אעשה את זה כמו שצריך. והיא הבינה שבחב"ד אין מושג כזה. אם אני אעשה את כל מה שאני צריך לעשות היום, לפועל יש יותר מה לעשות, בגלל שעד שכל החיים הם sind durchgenommen mit der Neshama Pflichten und Arbeit, ist es nicht pshat, dass da ein Prat oder ein zweiter Prat, was man darf tun. So da, es ist ein Indien Klavi, was beita a Shinui in jeder Sache, was sie da im Leben. Habe ich ihr gesagt, dass ich sitze noch in Yeshiva, ich weiß noch, ich gewinne in Yeshiva, sie gewinnen gleich fahren Gassen, ich habe 10 Jahre, aber ich bekam mich gekriegt, er sagt, gute Hagdara, von was heißt zu sein, Lubavitcher Gassen. Es ist nicht ein Prat, oder ein zweiter Prat, oder ein Hera, oder ein zweiter Hera, Emes, so da gewisse Heroes, aber so da in den Klavi, so da was heißt das, als der Rebbe beweist uns, was ist unser Missiman Leben, das heißt, was ist unser Neshama Pflichten Leben, man kann also sagen, Leute lassen von Rebbe da im Brief. Der erste Brief, was der Rebbe schreibt zu Mark Kramer, was sagt dort ist, dass der Friedrich Rebbe hat sich gegeben, die Jecheles zu können, verstehen, was ist sehr Neshama, was ist sehr Mission und sehr Pflicht in der Welt. Was bei ihm ist, also ich kann man sagen, wegen jeder einer von uns, in Jahren Prati, immer als ein Klau. Das ist eine Kunde. Der zweite Brief nach Shvat ist ein Brief zum Rav von Kfar Chabad. Das Rav von der Brief zu Rav Garelek, der Rav von Kfar Chabad, Und in der Brief, so ein richtiges Nigle, benegeht zu, man kann machen, a Bris, spät bei Tag, bechdeya soll sein, Berevam Hadras Melech. Und Lepoil, der Rebbe beweist dort ein Alpinigle, also man kann das tun, aber ich will nicht reingehen in der ganze Brief. Zum Sof-Brief ist der Rebbe Moisef, als wenn geht zu der Scheile, was fragt, in der Matzev, das heißt, wenn geht zu der Scheile, was fragt, dank für Chabad, ist da noch eine Sache. Ich will lernen dem Loschen, weil Loschen ist manchmal a Geschmack Loschen. Und benitten die dann, der Rebbe sagt, Hari oid Indien Tali Bazeh, Hisvadas Anash. Das heißt, das, was wir machen, a Bris noch Mittag, und nicht machen den Bris in der Früh, wird das meiste sein, Hisvadas Anash, betach mit Dabrim aus Binyane Teire Mitzvahs Vedach, was ist klar, als wir mit reden in Binyane Teire Mitzvahs Vedach, das Sof, Hari Tzivanu Hashem, Lekenu Lasis, es Kol Achukim, Kedei Lehira Gamer. Das heißt, nach dem, was der Rebbe bringt der Reis auf die Nigle, also machen a Bris nach Mittag ist nicht kein Problem. Aber danach, wie ich schlimmer verkehrt, aber danach ist Rebbe Meisef, es beschaß mit Retten für Chabad. Es bedeutet, dass Chassidim wollen sich zusammenreden. Chassidim wollen sich zusammenkommen und bei Mele wird man Farbrengen, sagt der Rebbe in einer gewissen Maß, dass der Farbrengen, das, was man sitzt zusammen und man redet mit Jani Dach, und es ist Meisef in Regesh, und da bringt der Rebbe der Lashon HaPasuk, Yiras Hashem, das ist je schlimmer als das ist die ganze Kavane. Die ganze Kavane ist, als Sof, so man ankommen zu können, sitzen zusammen und bemehlen, sich mit Kasche sein, innen zum Zweiten. Man sitzt und man verbringt zusammen, da auf dem Internet, da alle Hakbaus. Aber der Indien, der Starkheit, was der Rebbe bringt, der Reis in der Brief, bin ich jetzt auch verbringen. Also je schlimmer als das ist der ganze Uftu, als jeden sollen sich sitzen zusammen und jeder sein nachher dem Zweiten, ich sitze da, ich habe gehört von Afghaner, und der Vater von Rav Gutlev wegen Rav Krasnowski, aber die meistens, was Rav Gron hat gesagt, und der Chiddush HaShluchis in der Kode, was durchgerät, ist Ma'eler und bringt zu Yiras Hashem, Kilo in der Teichen von Yud Shvat. Und nur endlich mit der Sipur, was ich gesehen allein, das heißt, ich gesehen dem Zettel. Ich habe nicht den Zettel, Zari, aber ich habe gesehen den Zettel. Ich habe gesehen einmal, als mein Weib Seder, habe ich schon mal gedacht, soll sein gesund, hat einmal geschrieben zum Rebben in den Mems. Ich habe gesehen, was hat geschrieben unter Entfer. Ich habe nicht die Lasche mit mir, aber ich habe das gesehen einmal, danach habe ich das nicht gesehen noch einmal. Hat geschrieben, a ganze Tochnit, wie zu kaufen gewisse Binyanim in Milan, und sie gewinnen a ganze Tochnit, wie sie da andere Meisters in Lubavitch, was wollen reinsaufen mit dem, sie gewinnen die Priti Prati, sehr pratistische Plan. Und der wird bringen Geld, und der andere wird bringen Geld, und andere Balabaten von anderen Städten. Lepoil Mamisch, nach der ganzen Arichis, der Rebbe schreibt da Aloschen, der Rebbe schreibt das, ich denke nicht dem Laschen, ich will nicht immer sagen dem Laschen, aber der Kutte ist gewähnt, der viel unaniach, als man kennt treffende Geld, Kilo, was, sie denn ist das wert, zu Maschkia sein, als solche Geld und als sagt, das heißt, der einzige Gesaron ist nicht nur, als nicht da die Geld, da viele Leute da die Geld, das Scheil ist, der Indien darf sich auftun. Indien darf sich auftun, und man darf gefunden, die Geld ist eine Sache, aber also wenn so haben der Sache, nur der Schäm dem Sache, es ist ein richtiger Brief in der ganze, ich habe getracht wegen dem Behekschert zu der ersten Brief, was der Rebbe geschrieben, als jeder eine von uns hat unser Messima, unsere Pflicht, wie es steht im Brief. Und einmal ist es eine Gehen Binyanim, bei der zweiten ist es nicht eine Gehen Binyanim, bei einmal ist in Stadt ist eine Sache, in der zweiten Stadt ist eine andere Sache, bei der Batem ist es eine andere Sache, und der Zier ist nicht derselbe in jeder Ort. Der Zier weiß sich. Aber der Kude ist zu sich kommen zu einem Tag, also wie Shvat, wie Rav Groner hat geredet, zu sich mechadisch sein, in der Schluchis und fragen, was kann man auftun in unser Schluchis da und heint, für Kol Echad, und für ihn ja nicht, weil der Flucht von einer ist nicht der Flucht von dem Zweiten. Chaim.
Chaim, Shekayach, thank you very much. Shekayach, der warme Wörter. I see here Rabbi Shmuel Greisman, Rav Greisman Schlitter. You say L'chaim, Rav Greisman. יהודי, תפתח לו את המיקרופון.
Unmuted.
הרב גרייזמן sagt לחיים.
Darf gehen even bringen L'chaim.
Who is Haven? Where are you now?
Man darf gehen hecher, no?
Nu. Was mir schuldig, das ist Gemaschke dort.
Gemaschke.
Dushimovsky was with Maschke everywhere he went.
Ah?
Dushimovsky gegangen mit der Buttel Maschke, wo ist er gegangen? Was mir schuldig, das ist Gemaschke, das ist an Maschke. Nu. Chaim.
Chaim, was ich weiß nicht, ob das der Mond früher ist oder nicht, aber heute durch Jura auf Shvat, was wir ja gesagt haben, ist sicher, ist Jura auf der Tag von nach Jud, was wir sich angeben, der Peo Mamisch, das hat kein Scheiches zu früher. Und Gabi mir persönlich und uns persönlich kamen, was wir stammen seine Gewinne auf ein Video. Als Jura auf Shvat, lefnei Mem Mashona, Mem Heishona, Jura al Shvat, Tovchen Lamed Vov, sind wir gestanden in Ganeden Atachten und sie sich angeben, das Schliches, was bei Nacht, Jud Shvat bei Nacht, und er hat gesagt, dass es sein, mit sich nicht segnen, mit den Schluchen, die Preide wird sein, Schassen verbringen. Aber Jud Aleph ist mir vorbeigegangen, Ganeden Atachten, sind alle gestanden, Anoshim, Vetafen, Ganeden Atachten, Gedur, der habe ich damit gegeben, alle Kutte Siches, der erste Mal, was der Rebbe geteilt, alle Kutte Siches, die Kricha, die Binding, ist nicht gewinn geendigt noch. Ich bin nur gestanden, nur der Krach allein. Und heint ist Mem Hei schon, Ma schon von jenem Tag. Bemele, L'chaim.
Chaim.
Und wie der Mentlich hat jemand gesagt, wenn ich gehe des Schliches, weil das ist Bescheid ist Reise gekommen und gesagt, es ist ein spezieller Schliches, hat der Rebbe hat Mentlich gesagt, dass du sagst, du nicht weißt. Das ist noch dann, wenn beim Rebbe gleich er ist rein Yechid, ist gleich der Rebbe soll Reise kommen und gar nicht nach Tachten, zu Bescheid mit seinen Gesteinen. Und er hat allemal übergechasert, wo ist gegangen, den ganzen Eretz Yisrael, zu den Wenn, zum Kessel, wo gestanden hat, der Rebbe hat geschickt, wegen des Schliches, der Motoris, was der Schliches ist, der Rebbe geschickt, an Ede Kadesh in Zwas Rakedish, an Ede Kadesh in Zwas, in Yerushalayim Rakedish, in Zwas Rakedish, zu boyen dem Land, Begashmius und Beruchnis, Begashmius durch Weinen dorten, oder Dingen Adir, oder Käfen Adir, und Beruchnis, dann in Afotza Yazis, Rebbe Zinyan in Mifzai. Und Jamel hat dazu gelegt, wird sein zufrieden von sie und sie wollen sein zufrieden von euch. Wird der Rebbe wird man schicken noch. Also gewinnt die Wörter, also hat der Rebbe gehasst, der bepasst ist, dass der gehört. Und bei Emerson ist gewinnt der Tochnit von Rebbe. Wie man gehört von Maskiris, von Benjamin gehört. Also im Rebbens Kavoni gewinnt jeden Jahr bei Emerson schicken nach Kwutze. Und sie hat sich abgestellt nach der dritte Kwutze und Ada immer sagt, ich weiß nicht der Time of them, aber der Rebbe hat gesagt, dass der Schlich ist ein Achonet, zu dem Yatem, zu Luktu, Liachadechot, und mehr soll man das bin ich dem hin. Wenn ich Schlich ist befragt, wenn ich Schlich ist befragt, und ich habe befragt, am Tag von Jud Shvat, was Bechlal, das ist doch wenn der Rebbe Megali gewinnt, als unser Tafke, das ist der Schchine mit Achteinen, und manche rein der Schchine, bringen Mashiach, und das ist der Tachlis der Kavone. Aber ich lasse Punkt nechten, ich habe das sicher, ich habe das noch einmal bekitzel, als wie er darf sein, die Schliches, wie darf ein Schlich gehen, bis er tut in Jonen. Der Rebbe ruft dich an, Meisher Rabbeinu Avuim, der Kol HaShluchim, und der Brief, was der Rebbe schickt zu den Shluchim, was geschickt zu den Kinussim, sagt, ablehren sich von Meisher Rabbeinu, der Avuim, der Kol HaShluchim. Der Rebbe steht geschickt, Meisher Rabbeinu, gehen, retten zu Parei, Klippes und brechen die Klippes, hat gesagt, und jetzt nicht die Diva von Friedekenwoch, als du sollst reden, einmal, Kol Schliches, das gehört von mir. Das ist sicher von Rebbe.
Dus reden in Lashon Kodesh, bepasst es der Rebische gerät zu Moshe Rabbeinu in Lashon Kodesh. Und was der Teil ist, als Moshe Rabbeinu der reden zu Pare und sagen ihm, der Schlich ist bei der Juk, Punkt wird es gehört von dem Rebischen. Ist da nicht noch damit kommen an wird sein, der was es ist Yam Litzeno wie Yatimeno. Es heißt, dass da fallen zwei Nekudes. Die erste Sache, Moshe Rabbeinu darf kommen, darf reden, in Lashon HaKodesh, was er ruft auf ein Pari, als Pari wird sehen, als immer zuletzt betekef, mit der Starkheit, und der Strengkeit, und der basic Pony, wird es peilen den Bittel auf ihm. Das ist gleich der erste von der Bittel. Nachdem, wenn man schon gepeilt der Bittel, nachdem kann man ein Masber sein, mit Teimen, mit Esberen, mit Targen sein, darauf kommen euch in seine Kehlen. Es ist auch der sehr, der erste Sache, was darf sein bei der Schlier, darf man passt, das hat es sei der Moshe Rabbeinu, sei der Aaron. Als der erste Sache darf man sehen auf der Schlier, beschaß rett, das rett im Schaleach. Kol Schliches, gewische Schumati mit Pi. Jener darf Bottel werden von dem, was weiß, dass der, was rett zu ihm, rett nicht in sein Namen, rett in Schliches von ihm. Und beschaß jener hat der Bittel von Vers rett zu ihm, und als der Schlier ist nicht mehr zeigt sich, oder demjenigen, oder jener, ist mehr zeigt, stellt vor dem Reben, ist das Peilt im Bittel, und nachdem darf man gehen, reden zusammen in Asius, was versteht in seinen Asius. Und öfter, das ist der zweite Kudus, was der Rebbe sagt, der Asachmo gesagt, der Asachaskon, der Tisol gesagt, was ich gehört, als der Eifen von Peilen auf der Zweiten ist Betekef Hamasimo, Betekef Hamasim und Bedarke Neuem Visholem. Das sind die zweite Kudus. Darf man das allemaal gedenken, und darf wissen, wo man steht, für wen man steht, wenn man stellt vor, nachdem kann man Masber sein in der Kehlen von der Matte. Ich bin da früher raufgegangen auf ein Efschalzbaschgoche Protest, ich bin da früher, aber ich kriege ein Telefon von jemandem, und jetzt hat geendigt das Telefon, hat bei dem Mond an Indien, im Mail wie aus der Baschgoche Protest, war ich übergazen, ki Yodua de Sicher, der habe gesagt, hey Tevis Tinose, wegen der Minion von dem Schoner von Ployes Arena, und der habe dort ein stark Madgisch der Minion von Amiris Tilim, dort sagt der Minion von sagen 10 Kapitel Tilim. Also das beschaße gewesen ein Minion von, darf man happer sein, dem Af, so ein Minion von Heper von zum Af, der Kedusche, darf man sagen Tilim. Und als Sicher von Chai El, Tovshem Memhei, der Mann der Rebbe, dass der Minig Yisrael und alle Beres gewähren, aber beschaße gewesen ein Minion von Agzere, ein Minion, was mit auf Peil sein in Welt, und abnehmen in Jahren mit der Minion von Amiris Tilim. Und der Rebbe gesagt, Pakoshe Nafshis, Zon Nafshis, was bet, man soll einführen, eine neue Sache, was gammelt, dass nicht gewähren Friede gedreht ist, mit Medina Ahi, weil jemand ist, der gewähren der Linie von Amiris Tilim, und die Linie von Geben Stokke ist nicht gewähren, allemal, aber der Rebbe ist Matzia hat so, als jeder Mal, wenn man sagt, Tilim, für eine Linie, soll das sein in einem Eifen zusammen mit der Linie von Stokke. Und nicht nur Tilim für eine Linie von Agzera oder von einer Historie und dergleichen Sachen. Jeder Amir ist Tilim, also wie der Shir Yemi und Bet, man soll das einführen, Bet, hier rotzen, als man Skabel wäre, nur mit aber wenn man sagt Tilim, man will der Shir Tilim, was man sagt, wo man sagt Tilim, soll es mit Kasche sein mit einer Linie von Stokke. In Mail, Chazes, das hat Biber. Und ich kann jetzt noch ein interessantes Wort, was ich Punkt gehört, die Tag von der Farbrengen, Tovshin Mem, die Erev Pesach, Yud Gimel, Nissen Banach, Teile Yudalet, noch Meire, weiß noch ein Neil, noch Fahrt Dicke Schommes, Fahrt Matthias Schommes, und da habe ich gesagt, das sicher, weißt du, ich bin verbunden jenes Jahr mit dem Vechom Levoles Albonim, als Afke durch Kinder, 7 und Peilen alt, und da habe ich gesagt, als man soll sich aufhören schockeln. Da habe ich gesagt, die Welt schockelt sich. Und da habe ich gesagt, als wir wollen, es heißt, dass Film darf man bei uns, die wir schockeln, darf sich aufhören schockeln. Und schockeln meint, weiß nicht, darf gehen rechts, darf gehen links, darf gehen die Weg, jene Weg, man soll gehen bei der Gatere. Und beschaß mir, beschaß die, was da, die Mechaniker wollen sich aufhören schockeln, wollen die, was davon annehmen, der Achlottes von Schleimus und Oretz. In Eretz HaKodesh, aufhören schockeln sich, Und beschaß die Menschen, was davon machen sein, und jetzt ist so, was ich auf einen Schokolin, wird das Peilen auf die Medinas von Narzis Sabris und von Russia, als sie sollen sich auf einen Schokolin was zu tun. Und mit Mehlen wollen sie helfen, und er reist selbst von der Soul und alles, was sie dürfen. Mehlen weiß man, als alles ist toll in uns, als es toll bei jedem, in der Pnimis von jedem, ist gemoven, Chassidim, und Pnimis beschluchen, als wir sollen sich auf einen Schokolin, und so wissen, was man darf tun, und gehen bei der Yosher, der Hatev, der Hatere, wird es Peilen auf Kol, Ha'elam, Kulei, bis der Tachlis HaKavonim von Shchina Lamata.
Shakir Rabbi Kreisman, maybe you could share with us a few of the zichrenes that you've had from those years. Not, I know you weren't there Toshnid Aleph, but you know, Chovs for New Year's in 770. Some ice upside, calling for Reben.
Ah, man, that's all some dog is up.
Just a person Yechidas from Reben, a Indian, you could share with us. I know there is a Rav Druckmann. Rav Druckmann also came up, would like to ask you to say L'chaim also. Da Farbrengen, können alle reden zusammen. I don't see Rav Druckmann. Rabbi Greisman, L'chaim.
Chaim L'bracha.
No, Rav Druckmann is there? Where's Rav Druckmann? Rav Kriyat Motzkin, no? Who is that? Rav Druckmann. דוג לחיים, הרב דרוקמן. לא שומעים אותך, נו. סתם לא מצליח להסתדר עם הזום. נו, הרב דרוקמן, זוג לחיים, ותספר כפסה, אתה היית אצל הרבה בשנים הטובות, נו, זוג כפסה, אצל משהו, נו. י' שבט, תפות י' שבט. לא שומעים אותך, הרב דרוקמן, hört nicht. נו. אולי הרב גוטניק עושה לחיים, עד שהרב דרוקמן ילמד איך לטפל, till he's going to learn how to figure out the Zoom, so you'll say לחיים דבר אלה. יהודי, אני רואה שזה סגור אצלו, יהודי, תפתח לרב גוטניק את ה... אני רואה שדרוקמן לא מצליח להסתדר שם.
חיים.
חיים.
gesagt לחיים, מה אתה nicht sagen?
לחיים זה האחונת, זה המייסת, זה דוס.
חיים לברוכה. Wegen der ersten Jahr, my Tata mir gesagt, father told me that from Toshin Yud Aleph through all the Yuds, it was a Nisim on tap. All you had to do is ask, and you got an S by everybody. It was just flowed. I can't remember now the stories, but maybe he told me 2, 3, 4 stories, one after the other. He just asked, and a baby was born.
Maybe say it in Yiddish, because there's more people from Eretz Yisrael, or in Hebrew. Ivrit. Maybe Yiddish. What, Yiddish is good?
אני יכול להגיד סיפור אחד, ששמעתי מאבי בשנת...
לא, אבל דאקדומה, זה גזוק, זה גות דאקדומה.
דאקדומה היה שבשנות היוד, היו ניסים, יכולים לקבל ניסים מהרבא, רק כל הפרשת יד נויסטים לו, כאילו כל הפרשת יד נויסטים לו, הרבא עשה נס, אתה ביקשת, קיבלת נס. ואני זוכר עכשיו את הסיפורים, אבל אני זוכר שאז היה, סיפר לי 5, 6 סיפורים שהיה איתו, ששאל, קיבל נס. פשוט... לא סתם, לגמרי למעלה מטבע. יש משפחה, אני יכול להגיד כל הסיפור, יש משפחה למשל, של חסידים שגרים עכשיו במלבורן, משפחה גדולה, כבר יש להם נכדים, נינים, וכל התחלת המשפחה היה נס לגמרי למעלה מהטבע. הרופאים אמרו שפשוט אי אפשר שהיא תוליד, כתבו לרבי, והרבי אמר, הרבי נתן ברכה, הוא ביקש שהם ישמרו את טהרת המשפחה. החודש הראשון שהיא הלכה למקווה, נולדה לה בן, בסוף נולדה לה 5 ילדים, ועכשיו יש נכדים, נכדות, פשוט רק שאלו, אנחנו רוצים נס? קיבלו, וזהו. זה היה השנים הראשונים, ככה הוא אומר לי.
והוא היה כבר באוסטרליה, אבא שלך אז?
הוא הגיע בתופשין, הוא הגיע. תופשין א' הוא הגיע לאוסטרליה. הוא היה עם כ-20 תלמידי ישיבות כמו טלס וסלבודקה ומיר וכל הישיבות האלו, קיבלו ויזות, היו מיוצאי אנגליה, קיבלו ויזות להגיע לאוסטרליה, הגיעו, הקהילה באוסטרליה ביקשו מהם שהם יעזבו את אוסטרליה, הם לא רוצים יהודים דתיים, וכולם שאלו לספונסרשיפ, לקבל ויזה להגיע לאמריקה. אבא שלי קיבל טלגרם מהרבי, שמהשם מצד הגבר קוינונו, und das bleiben in Australien. Und das reden zu deinen Chaveren, sie sollen alle bleiben in Australien. Ich muss, wenn ich bin der einzige Lubavitcher, ich bin der einzige, was hat geblieben.
Wow.
Und das ist ein Tofschin. Wenn damals der Rebbe geschrieben, als sie wird kommen zu Australien, haben 9 Pleitim von Europa und wir darf dort haben Rabbonim. Das ist ein Anfang Vechom. Aber wenn damals nicht gewusst, was tut sich schon in Europa, der Rebbe gesagt, dass es ankommen Pleitim kann Australien. Das ist gewesen.
Der Friedrich Rebbe, ja?
Friedrich Rebbe.
Wow.
Ein paar Jahre später kam mein Seide, Rav Abramson. Er hat geguckt auf Australien und hat eine spezielle Liebschaft zu Australien. Ich sehe also Rav Druckmann zurück.
הרב דרוקמן, אתה תגיד משהו?
לא יודע, נפלתם עליי כמו להגיד רם ביום בהיר, היום בהיר, אבל...
זה יום בהיר, זה יום הבויר, י"א שבט.
יום בהיר אני מסכים, אבל זה...
הרב דרוקמן, אתה יודע, אנחנו נמצאים במדינה דמוקרטית, אתה יודע, פה זה אמריקה, זה לא בארץ. דמוקרטיה, אם אתה לא רוצה לדבר, לא נכיר אותך. כאן זה זכות לדבר. זה אמריקה.
השחוש.
זוג לחיים, הרב דרוקמן, זוג לחיים, נו, תדעו סתם עוד.
אם נוכפרן דאבנן, פר הארץ.
או, פליז. sei nicht stocken fahr noch, es ist alles, אנחנו כולנו נמצאים באותו עולם. ההיא, נהר, הצד הזה של העולם, הצד הזה של העולם, הצד הזה לא בזך.
Aber wir sind doch der Meister mit dem Tzemach Tzedek. Der Tzemach Tzedek vielleicht trinken, also wird aufstehen, vielleicht trinken ein Glas Wasser. Und einmal in der Früh hat der Gabe gemacht der Toast, gegeben Maschke. Und noch in Davon hat gegangen zu seiner Zeit mit Mechille. Und der Tzemach Tzedek gesagt, jetzt verstehe ich, was jetzt gedacht und gar anders.
ובדידי יאהבו עובדה. אבל דוג לחיים, נו.
אני לא... ich bin ממש פעם דאבנן, aber... פעם noch, ist als... מה אני אגיד לכם? איזה שפה, לא צריך לשפח יד מתייך.
השפה שאתה מדבר. תדבר בעברית, זה גוד. או ביידיש.
היה אצלי זושי וולפי, כפר חב"ד, היה בקריות בשבת.
כן.
בשבת בבוקר הוא בא אליי, לקח את המפתח של המקווה. אז ככה, גאינדי קירייט, הוא אומר לי, תגיד לי, מילה אחת על י' שבט. מילה אחת. אמרתי לו איסקשרס. אז ראיתי שהוא רצה לשמוע משהו אחר. אמרתי לו, אני מבין מה לא מוצא חן בעיניך, כזה מין קלישאה כזאת, נכון? כלומר, כך צריכים לדבר. אני זוכר שלמדתי בישיבה, אז היו עבדים. היה פעם דבר כזה, שמעתם עבדים. אז בחור גמר להתפלל אחרי הצהריים, אז הוא הלך לחדר אוכל כזה, סוריוזנה. אז אמר לו אחד הירושלמי, נו, der Politik mont, man darf sein Ernst ist er. Der Politik mont. אבל אני איסקשרס. אבל באמת, מה מסתתר מאחורי זה? אתם יודעים, אני bin ein bisschen פוילישר. יתחיל הפוילישר מייסה, שאלו פעם את מנדלה מקוסק כשהיה ילד, מנדלה, אבו גפינצר דה אייברשטר, איפה נמצא הקדוש ברוך הוא? אז הוא ענה מינהו בי, אבו מלוסטם הריים. איפה שנותנים לו להיכנס. אז בעצם, הנקודה של י' שבט, הבוסי לגני, של הרבי בליילולה, של הרבי שלנו, נוריד את השכינה למטו באורץ. נו, אז איך עושים? אז התירוץ הוא שלא מפריעים לו. לא מפריעים להוריד את זה. אז איך לא מפריעים? אז הנקודה של המים, אבל אני טועה, אם מישהו חושב אחרת, אני כמובן שאשמח לשמוע. הנקודה איך לא מפריעים? הקליידיקאית. איסקפיה ואיסבכה. כן, מורידים, אבל מה צריכים לעשות? איסקפיה ואיסבכה. זאת אומרת, היום אנחנו נמצאים בדור כזה שהסיסמה היא בא לי, מתחשק לי. אז רם ביום בהיר, אז אומרים לו, לא מה שבא לך, איסקפיה ואיסבכה. פצחון המייסר. וזה בעצם מה שמשתדל מאחורי כל העסקה שלך. מקבלים את הנסיאס, או מקבלים את הנסיאס. איך? שוב, אני התחלתי עם פוילי שמייסה, עבירה גוררת עבירה. אני אביא משל מהערבים. הערבי אומר...
מדחי על דחי, נו.
מדחי על דחי, כן, אולי זה הפוך.
אתה בא לזוג למייסה ומסנגדים.
את הראש של הסוס לתוך המים. לשתות הוא צריך לבד. דוחפים לנו את הראש לתוך המים. איזה סיפור ידוע שפעם, יש לזלמן גוראי, אני חושב, הציע לרב הרייץ את המאמר חסידס שכתוב בגופן, באות של רש"י, לכתוב באותיות מרובעות. היה אז הרב הקודם התבטא, ויזל דר שיר, לקרב את הסוסים, לקרב את השוקת לסוסים. היום, גם זה ירד. אדרבה, על פי אירוע של הרב, אתה רואה, בנקודתירה, באותיות מרובעות. קיצור, דוחפים את הסוסים. כלומר, דוד רוקמן, אני לא רוצה אחד לשם לפגוע בכם, דוחפים את הראש שלנו לתוך המים, ורק אומרים, תפתח את הפה. אני זוכר, אני אגיד לך, לי יש חולשה, עיתוני כבר חמד...
הרב דרוקמן, החולשה שלי זה ליחידס פרוטש לאנשים. ספר את היחידס שלך אצל הרבה. זה החולשה שלי. נו, תעשה אסקאפי ותספר את זה. ואז יהיה אצלי.
נספר את היחידס פרוטש שלי, נו, באמת, כבר באמת...
אז יהיה אסקאפחה אצלי, תהיה צריכה אסקאפיה. תספר, לא צריך לספר כל מילה. מה?
וככה הולך. עברנו מפויליש לערבים, עכשיו נעבור לבעלי חיים. והייתי תמיד שם בספר, נדמה לי בשם מפשל ברוק, שנותנים לטיפה לחתול, היא מתחילה ככה להתנפח. לטיפה קטנה, וכבר אני אתחיל להתנפח, ולעשות השתלות לב, ולפזר הרגשים. אוי, 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 זה too much, סופי.
אתה לא רע אפילו לפני התפילה, אז נשקושה, אתה גם די טוב לפני התפילה. תמשיך.
פשטייתי מה זה תוצח. אז דופקים לנו את הראש לתוך המים, ואומרים, כבוס, אני סייס, אני אגיד לך, יש לי עיתונאי כפר חב"ד, אני לא מסוגל לזרוק. אשתי כבר כועסת עליי, וכל הבית כפר חב"ד פה, כפר חב"ד שם, למה? אני זוכר שהיינו פעם, מישהו היה משיג הקריר והקדוש אחד, מישהו היה משיג אטומים אחד. אז היה איצרס. היום, ברוך השם, זה גיסטח, סיברפסח, בדפוס, בלחיצת כפתור, ואין איש שמה לב. אין איש שמה לב, צריך להגיד תודה רבה שיודעים איך נראה עמוד השער של הספר. אז אני חושב שהנקודה שצריכה להיות שיעור שבט, לפתוח את הפה, לפתוח את העיניים, גם לפתוח את העיניים זה הפך לקלישאה כבר. להתחיל לקלוט שברוך השם מתקיים כבר, לא לשון עושים, וזרקתי עליכם מים טהורים. שוב, הפועלי שמייס פעם, כתוב, זרקתי עליכם מים טהורים, זה הרבי מקוצק אמר, מה שנשאר רק להוריד את החציצות. שופכים עלינו להוריד את החציצות. זו העסקה של היום. אז אולי מדברים, בסוף טיפה אחת תיכנס. יותר מאשר טיפה. ואני רוצה להגיד לכם, רבו ישראל, ich hab schon weiße Bord, אבל אני היום לא מסתכל על התמימים, התמימים זה אוגרת. אני רואה היום מה נעשה בתחום העלמא-דנוק ואצל הבנות ואצל הנשים. היה יהודי, קראו לו רב זלמן אשכנזי, שמעתם עליו מסתומה. הוא היה אבא של הרב ששון חי. אז הוא בא מסביר את המים החז"ל המפורסם, שכל אחד מאיתנו כבר שמע אותו אין ספור פעמים. זוכו, לא יזוכו, איזה כנגדי. לא יזוכו, נו, תעזרו לי, נו.
איזר, זוכו את כנגדי, זוכו את איזר, לא יזוכו כנגדי.
ואמר בו שלא יזוכו כנגדי. זוכו איזר, קום צוריק פונשול, אז אשתו מגישה לו כוס תה, מכינה לו ארוחת ערב. זה זוכו. לא יזוכו כנגדוי. הוא חזר בליל שבת, אחרי שלמד את הבוס של הגני. הוא בא הביתה, במקום שתכין לו כוס תה. זה סחבק, בוס של הגני. הוא גמר את התפילה, הוא גמר את הרגש העבד, התברר שהיא עוד מתפללת. אז ברוך השם, היום זוכים ללא יזוכו. באמת, אני רציני. אז נעשה, אתם יודעים שפעם תמימים שרצו להשתדך, היו צריכים ללבוש, לצורך ההצגה, ללבוש כפפות לבנות, כדי שהיא תחשוב שהוא קצת מודרני, הוא שייך לעולם הזה. נעשה קל וחומר בבנו של קל וחומר. אז ברור שהם משיגיסטח פונה לזין. פעם היה תירוץ, דיוואי, בלי שוויגר. איפה, נשתוק אינטרל, דיוואי בלי שוויגר. ברוך השם, השוויגר משגעת לך את הראש, שתהיה יותר חסידי שלי, והאישה בוודאי, והילדים, פרגניש. אז צריכים פשוט לפתוח את הפה. לפתוח את הפה. אפילו משנייס, אני זוכר, הציור של י' שבט בישיבה. היה על השולחנות היו ערימות של משנייס. ערימות של משנייס. היום יש לך הכל, יש לך ספר היורצייט, יש לך באפליקציות. הכל ישנו. לפתוח את הפה, לפתוח את האוזניים, לפתוח את העיניים. ועזר השם, היותי יהיה עסקה שלך כמו שצריך. ואני, באמת, אני לא רוצה להישמע כמי שמחכה את בן זה שם טוב, לבן זה שם טוב. רגע אחד. אתה יוסקי, אתה קשור שם לשם טוב עם משהו, נכון? יש שם הקשר.
בן זה שם טוב קשור לי' שבט טוב שנדע, איפה קשור?
השם טובים הם פרנגן, מבולגריה.
הוא קשור לאיסקשס, נו.
איסקשס בחבל.
הוא קשור לאיסקשס, נו.
אז זהו, אז בן זה שהיו אומרים לו שפעם, היה מתקומם, ניי, היינט זה סך שנר, ואני נאלץ להודות לו. היינט זה ברוך השם, הסך שנר. רואים את הדור הצעיר, טו, שנלמד מהבנים, נלמד מהבנות, נלמד מהעדים שלנו, מהנכדים שלנו, ושלא נתבייש בפניהם. לחיים, זאת לפני
שכח.
כל טוב.
שכח, דרוקמן, ממש החיית אותנו. שכח, thank you.
זוכו
הרב גולדשמיד, יש לנו פה את הראש ישיבה של כפר חב"ד, הרב גולדשמיד. רבי ינקלה, אתה נמצא עוד פה? דוג לחיים, רבי ינקלה. איפה הוא?
מה אתה רוצה מהחיים שלי?
איפה אתה? אני לא רואה אותך.
אני פה. מה נשמע?
דוג לחיים, דוג פתבות.
מה טוב, יוסקה?
מה טוב, יש כיח, of course. דוג לחיים, יש לך לחיים?
אני לחיים, אני חיים, תן לי, אני באמצע ללמוד רמב"ם. תן להגיד, אני לחיים, אל תהיה מוטרד. אני לא מפחד מלחיים.
מה, רמב"ם לא מפחד מלחיים גם? תגיד לחיים, והכל יהיה טוב.
נגיד, הכל יהיה
בסדר. דן גשמק את הרמב"ם. תגיד לחיים.
וואלמנת, הלכתי להביא לחיים, ביקשתי שהביאו לחיים.
נו, אתה לא גם צריך חסידי שבועות? אולי מצאת איזה חסידי שבועות ברמב"ם?
זה כבר נסחפת. אתה נסחפת, אני אגיד חסידי שבועות. חיים. ברוך אתה עדינו אליהם מלך אוהלם שעקו לי מדבורי.
אמן, לחיים.
חיים.
Hello.
חיים.
It's a mimic.
אני אגיד לך, אני יכול להתחבר לוורטר של הרב דרוקמן.
נו.
באמת, אח של דורה, בנוגע לאחד החידושים של הרב, שהרב לקח, הרב מטיל את זה על הפרידיקי רבה, אבל הנקודה הזאת של נשי בני סחסידים, זה הרי המוסד הראשון שהרב הקים, הרב השקיע בנשי בני סחסידים. רואים עכשיו שיביא את המשיח, זה לא הבחורים ולא האברכים, זה נשי בני סחסידים. וישב בבית פה בירושלים, י' שבט, אני גם בבידוד, אסור לי לצאת מהבית, ואתה מחפש כל מיני מכשירי, כל מיני קומפיוטרס ישנים, אתה מפעיל אותם, כי כל בת צריכה להתחבר לאיזה זום, לפברנגן, פה פברנגן, פה זום, פה שיעור, אתה רק מנסה, אין לך, אתה היום פשוט מוקף בפברנגן, זה אתה באמת, הוא דיבר, רבי קמטו דיבר מקודם, אמר כל כך וורט נכון, הרב אותנו במצב של קורונה, אבל אנחנו יודעים שהכל יתהפך פה. הוורד של הרב הימים החוסי נשתלת, מקבל משמעות עצומה. חסיד יושב, אתה, יוסקי, יושב באלסקה, יש לך את זה כל החיים. אני, כל החיים שלי מגיע מהתמימים. עושה לישיבה כל בוקר, אם אני מצליח לקרר את עצמי, אז הם מחממים אותי מחדש, ואני אומר שוב, שהיום גם אני קצת, יש לי קשר עם בנוי סחסידים גם כן, ואתה איפה שאתה מוקף סביב החייס של התמימי והתמימס, אתה מקבל, עכשיו אני תקוע בבית כבר 10 ימים, לא חלמתי, חשבתי י' שבט, להיות אצל הרב, ביבי נתן לנו חיסונים, רצתי לקבל חיסון ראשון, חיסון שני, אני אוכל לעוף מפה, פעם אחרונה שהייתי, והיה שעברה, לא קראתי, לא יהיו קדוש בישראל, חשבתי שנוסע לי י' שבט, קרח, קיבלתי בידוד, מישהו יוצאנו בבית מאומת, עכשיו אני תקוע בבית, אני חושב איך אני עובד, התקשרתי למנדי, הבן שלי מוושינגטון, שם קרוב אליך.
כן, נכון, שכן שלי.
שאלתי אותו, מנדי, איך עושים י' שבט בבית? הוא אמר לי, תתחיל להתרגל, מה שאנחנו, אישיב לבוביץ על ידי בונים. אני אגיד לך, יוסקי, לחיים. הרב בדוכפילם, אחרי כל העניינים, הרב מנצח וימשיך לנצח. על איצרס, הרב משחרר את כל ההוצאות, ישבתי אתמול בפברנגן עם יהודים לא לובביצ'רס, עד 2:30 בלילה, וראית אנשים, באמת, מבינים כל העולם, יהודים לא קשורים ללובביץ' בכלל, מבינים אני אספר לך סיפור, עלה לשידור גיסי מגרמניה, סיפר שבשבת היו אצלו, גרמניה נמצא לבד, אשתו בארץ, בגלל הקורונה, נמצא לבד בגרמניה באיזה עיר בדרזדן, ובשבת אכלו אצלו 10 ירושלמר קולדוסרניקס. בגרמניה, הם הולכים לעשות קשרס, הם מחפשים שבת עם מקווה ועם יידיש שול, ועם צ'ונט וקול, הוא נותן להם, גם אצלך כנראה יש כאלו דברים, אבל אצלך זה לא קשרס, אצלך זה טיולים.
הוא נותן להם, הוא לא מבקש כסף. אבל אחד מהחבר'ה שלי, מהארנוב, לא לובביצ'ר, הוא אומר, הרבה, הקדוש ברוך הוא כתב בתורה על כל תועבו, כדי שהבד"ץ יקימו קשרס, כדי שהירושלמס יבינו שיש רבה בעולם. כך אומר יהודי לא משלנו, הוא קלט את הדרהר, שבשדה קם, הקדוש ברוך הוא כתב בתורה לא יעשה תועבו, והקימו את כל מערך הקשרס שבד"ץ, נשלחו כמה צ'אנרס לגרמניה, ובגרמניה יבינו שיש לובביץ' בעולם. לחיים, אין לי הרבה מה לדרשות. לחיים. ושנמשיך להיות, איך אומרים? כן קשורים לעניין.
בהחלט, לחיים. אני חושב שהרב אייזנבך אומר לי שהולכים להעלות עכשיו את ההקלטה של המיימר של בוסליגני תשנ"א. אנחנו נלך לשמוע עכשיו את ההקלטה של בוסליגני.
וואו.
מי שלא שמע עדיין, ישמע את זה.
חיים יופי, לחיים.
לחיים. L'chaim, I see that it didn't work for some reason. We'll wait, maybe it'll work in a few minutes. If not, we will continue a little bit. Let's see. Trying to figure this out. If could get it work here. See, it doesn't work. So just we'll conclude the Farbrengen with one vote that I always like to repeat from Shvat Tafshin Beis. That's a very important word that the Rebbe started the Farbrengen Shvat Tafshin Beis, where the Rebbe said that Tzadikim dem lebeirom, and the Indian from the Rebbe is masbir the Sicher as a Tzadik is dem lebeirom, and like a Tzadik, like the Eibishter, who shnesav leitomu, the same thing as a Tzadik. The Rebbe is masbir dort that the Shvi'i Rebbe came to America. The Rebbe kodem bal America zu hat geheißen, wir sollen machen am Mesa, was heißt Hato, Igu Talmida Yeshivas. Und der Rebbe Friedrich hat gemacht Asife, sie gewinnt auf Schien, und gemacht Asife und Belpel, hat sie geblieben bei dem und sie gar nicht geworden. Und der Rebbe hat gesagt, als Itzter, als der Rebbe ist Masber, als Bescheid, der Boss of Adam, hat ein Plan, ein Tochnit, hat ein Plan, will machen etwas, was das ist in Jan. Das Memele, wie bald, es wird doch in meinem Boss Ligani, als oder mit Idee, Ite, Uzman, Memele, geht Gier, will endlich in den ganzen Plan. Aber Bescheid, der Rebbe in dem Ewigsten, hält sich nicht, hat genug Jahren, und tut den Plan, wenn es wird sein Massim von Dor. Wenn der Dor ist Massim, wird machen den Plan. Bei Meile, der Friedrich gesagt, man soll machen Ato, Igu Tamida Yeshivas, aber wie bald, dass sie nicht gewinnt, der Dor, der Welt nicht gewinnt Roy, nicht gewinnt Great, hat gesagt, mit ablegen den Plan und mit das machen später. Und Tovshin it Beis, sagt der Rebbe, als ist der Rebbe will das. Und der Rebbe hat geredet, die ganze Farbrengen wegen der Mine von Igu Tamida Yeshivas, von dem ist geworden später zu Gottes Chabad und ein Sheikh Chabad mit alles. Und der Rebbe ist so Masbir, als bei Zadik voran ein Plan, und der Plan ist nicht mugbel, zu Bishas Chaim Chayusse Bamadein, der Plan ist ein Plan, und sie geht, bis der Plan mit der ganzen Bären, und es mit Matzliach sein mit allen Unionen. Das ist der eine von Yud Shvat, als mit Shivim Shono, der Rebbe sagt, dass sie nicht schlimm ist, in der Sie, sie von Shivim, ist sichere Sache, als der Rebbe's Plan, von Tovshin Yud, von Tovshin Yadal, der Plan von der Hashvi'i geht on bis Itzter und es ist Mamschich mit größter Starkheit. Man meilet, L'chaim, wir sollen alle sicher sein, wir sollen dacke sein, Kelim zum Reben, in dem Indien, wir sollen kennen, als jeder eine von uns soll mal Stickel Schuss in dem Indien, L'chaim. Gehen wir seine Farbrengen und mit sich sehen, in der zweiten Farbrengen, bis Simcha und Tuv Levov, L'chaim.